Chers collègues, chers publics, nous allons reprendre nos travaux. Merci à vous d'être là ce matin. Et donc la séance sera présidée par Claire Moïse, à qui je donne la parole.
Merci Jacques. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Yaurana. Donc cette session consacrée au... Je ne sais plus comment dire. Oui, pardon. Cette session consacrée à ce que j'appelais langue polynésienne extérieure, et maintenant je vois qu'elle s'appelle exclavée, va débuter par l'intervention de William Wilson, examen de l'hypothèse qui lie les langues polynésiennes exclavées du Nord aux langues polynésiennes orientales et de ses implications pour le peuplement. Review of the Northern Outlier East Polynesian Hypothesis and its settlement implications. Et William Wilson a 45 minutes d'exposé, 15 minutes de discussion.
Aloha nui kako I ki ia kakahiaka malie anani mahalo ka hele ana mai e holohe mai ia'o a iorana ia'o tō e te mau piaha pipi e ha o tō a te mau mamaru au paparu au te mau orometua te mau taata apauloa I hiki mai nei I ki ia kakahiaka. E toto whrani to'u aita o te reo, I roto o te toto noisho. Nolila, ke manawa, I'm going to have to speak American, and Paul Garrity will complain about my bad English maybe, but e hamata pātātou, o Taumia e paraparau ana iau tōu no te mautupu na tahito o Porenetia o te hiti o te rā, hiti o te mahana. So we're going to talk about where did the Eastern Polynesians, the Tahitians, Marquesans, Maori, Rarotonga, Rapa Nui, me Hawaii, no hea la kako o oko. This is the map of Polynesia with the Eastern Polynesian in the dotted lines. I'm sure you know that. Western Polynesia, Tuvalu, Tokelau, Puka Puka, Samoa, Tonga, and then the outliers over there. So the method I use to come up with this mana'o is the comparative method. Oh, goodness. Okay, so we will start with, you start with the theory, the mana'o, and then tamata. Oh, the sounds, the te tai or te mau rata, and then you test. Is it true? Is your mana'o true? Is your mana'o false? E mea ha'aware paha, e mea tano paha. And then the borrowings, if you took it from somebody else. Like here in Tahiti, you say pitate, that's a Hawaiian word. Pikake, it means the peacock bird, but also the white flower that, like the white peacocks from Princess Kaiulani. So you got that word, and we have the word ka'aka. It means just a regular old guy, a regular, I don't know how you say that in French, but just a regular person. Ka'aka is from Tahitian. I think our word pi'apa for the alphabet is from Tahitian too. Thank you very much. We needed that one. Okay, so you want to find, is that a borrowing? Is it a mea tahito? So later on, the Monsieur Garati will talk about that, and other people, maybe Ross Clark, talk about borrowing. But the language that people speak, is in your history, is in your language, is in the Tiararo. Okay, so you have to know about retention, innovation, I don't know. How do you, something new, mea api, mea tahito. Innovation, mea api, mea tahito to retention. So you look for the mea api, mea nui, mea rahi te mea api. And the mea tahito, you connected to the Fijians. Daringa.
Dalinga.
Okay, so that's mea tahito. And Hawaiian pepe yao, mea api. But nobody else. Hawaii no isho pepe yao, so no good. But taria he ohana he fiti ioto no te Fijians. So, what is the first division? Was made by Andy Pauly between the Tongic and the Nuclear Polynesian. I assume you heard of this before. The Nuclear Polynesian is Samoa and Tahitian, Hawaiian, everybody but the Tongans and the Niueans. And part of the idea is the line between the most distant languages is where it began. Ireda I hamatai, malile homakai, ohana. So people think that between Tahitian and Samoan is where the Polynesian languages began. Okay, the border. Okay, so this is Andy Pauly's evidence. So the Proto-Polynesian PP nu Proto-Polynesian and Proto-Tongic, Proto-Nuclear Polynesian, all other, the Mau, Reo, Atoa, and over Tongan and Niue. So look at the word for bone. How do you say bone in French? I don't know. Os, os. Okay, so os is, I spelled with a Z, but spelled with H in the pollex, hui, and outside of Polynesia you have sui, but before that I thought you said was zui, was your reconstruction, Paul Garrity. No, the older Proto-Eastern Oceanic. Okay, so mistake. All right, so but it's still outside is zui, and then Proto-Nuclear Polynesian change. This is mea api, innovation, iwi, and then Tahitian, Marquesan, Mangareva, Tuamotu, iwi, Hawaii, iwi, Samoa, iwi, all the iwi. So we are all one big feti'i, the iwi people, not with the hui people and with the zui people. Okay, then, but there, another word is the word for one, and that is, the old word is tasa. It comes from tasa, is that wrong? Oh, we don't know, okay. So tasa, then the Tongans, they keep it. I don't know how to say keep. And then meapi tasi. And tua, tahi, ta'i, kahi, and then oto, ho'e, he mea api ho, mea api fa'aho, na otoi amani. The replacement. Pekahiako. So we follow the mea api. Okay, so the original idea for Polynesia, East Polynesia, is start in Samoa and go from Samoa directly here to Tahiti, to Nohiva Nohoi, or maybe to Rarotonga. So East Polynesia was settled very early. Ite mata mua roa, tera te mana'o mua. Te mata mua roa, haere mai Samoa mai I une. So long time only Eastern Polynesians, Paraparawatu, Paraparawamai, Paea noa isho te tahi, e te tahi, possibly. Okay, so that's the mana'o tahito, aita o to'u mana'o, and was a homeland. E aia, torato I une paha. No leila, wahaku o Pali, I ke kumula au, split nuclear Polynesian into East Polynesian or une, and Samoa mina Autalaya. Samoa ite Autalaya, he feti'i rato, he feti'i te East Polynesian. Ke kahi aku punamo e viki aku. Ke no leila mana'o ia o Kamoa o Samoa ka homaka ana, ma leila I homaka I ka poe o ka hikina started I reira, homau, and I have to ula Ike oko, ite oto, Samoa, I o, and Tahiti, patata. Samoa, Rarotonga, patata. Samoa, Puka Puka, patata. Mea puai te matai, very strong wind I heard this, blowing from this way. Pehala. Ke kahi ako. So, Autalaya, northern Autalayas, Luangiua, is a Luangiua. See the rea, you go and get that turmeric, olena, and rea yaoko, rea. He ano puhi, awa puhi. They put yellow on them. The ancestors, I tō mana'o, ua whaea te mau tupuna o oto e te mau piahi I tō rātou whenua. No reira, ua whaea muahia, tō rātou whenua nā mua I Tahiti nei. I tō mana'o, pēhea, o mau. So that's the northern outlier East Polynesian hypothesis. Okay, and so you start from movement from the proto-nuclear Polynesian homeland, Samoa, to the southeast Solomon's outliers, Tikopia, Anuta. I'll show you the map later. The Lekat. Then they go from Tikopia to the north, and then they break up Vavahi'ia. Okay. Leila, hele mai I te ia ao. I te ia pai. Haere mai rātou. Alapala aina pa. Okay, so, Samoa, Tikopia, north, from there, come in, like that. Te rātou mana'o. Te ia te tumura'o, iauto tumura'o. Linguistic tree, so Proto-Polynesian, Nuclear Polynesian, Tongic. Not your fiti'i. Aita e fiti'i, no to. This fiti'i, but aita I te nāwhea I haere I Tikopia. Tikopia ma, Tikopia, Reno, Southeast Solomons, outliers. Hoi I ka north, then this is the far north, then Yota. Oh, Ikikeoyo. Right. Okay. So this is Solomon's northern outliers. So Sikayana, we'll see Sikayana. They split off first. Rato te hoima matepai. Alila, come down here, Ihomai. So this is the Fiti. Patataroi te maohi o une. Closest to the people from here. Central northern outliers, East Polynesian, Central northern outliers. How is my patient? Can you understand me? I don't know. Again, the map. So from Samoa, come in here, then go north. All of this place, te mo whenua nai pauroa ho'e taime, haere rato, paea, then separate, they become separate. The Nukoro Kapigamarangi, they don't want to piri mai. They want to noho me rato iho, and then these, and then Sikayana separate, and then this Taku Luangiwa Ma, that's the Feti'i Tumu o te Polynesia Maohi o Une. A me Hawaii me New Zealand. Te ke kahiho. So from here, I did my Phoenix Island, Line Island, oh, Matuita Nuhiva, Taoha Nui, Hele I Koko Aina. Okay. Eia keia kupuna Samoa I kona aina, e Grant, e Feruri nei, I hea rā, te ra mo tamari I, where did they go? Te hea rā rātou. No. Oi ke ho. No, this is the proof, how do you say proof? The proof. So, proto-nuclear Polynesian, there's a bird called a kiu. Kiu. It's a little kuriri paha, uriri paha. Then, mea api, kiwi. I te reo tuamotu he kiwi, tau manao. Unei, Tikayana, kiwi, taku, kiwi, alela te reo tumu o te mau Polynesia, Kikina, Pau, kiwi, Mangarewa, kiwi, Penryn, Malaya oko Penryn, Kuki Ailani, North, Mangaro, Hawaii iwi, but so te Hawaii ano hape, puru hape te Hawaii, hape roa te Maori, aka o te utu, o te utu he hoia huru, huru o te utu. Okay, ke kahi aku. Can you guys follow me? My, at least I married David. Okay, okay, so, proto-nuclear Polynesian, this, Kuku, Ia Kuku, Watuke, Alela, Grant, Vatue, and Reno, Vatuke, Alela, not sure. Aita papuroa no te mea wa whaarori, change, taui, wa whaataui, Hia te reo he veli no leila, we don't know. Aka sika iana hatuke te he wha no rato. Taku whatuke a leila te tupuna tahito, whatuke tahiti te tu e tano. Te Hawaii ha uke, ma te ia te mea matau ia matau he ha uke, ha ku'e, ha ue, e toru rauraa. Rapa nui hatuke, so proof. Te kahi huolelo, biota, pea, te kahi ho. Ke loa ke iau po I tahiti nei. Pano'o, pa'o, no hiwa, he pa'o hei ready, jump, spring. Te nolila, te ioa tahito o manoko, Samoa he mano'o, reno manoko, alila nuku oro, manoko, so nuku oro I te far north, alila sika iana ma panoko, taku panoko, alila Rarotonga, panoko, Maori panoko, Marquesan, pao Hawaii, e piti parau, pano'o I te north, pao I te south, te hema. So we think maruru I te nuhiwa, I te horo'o mai, I te ie, huolelo mot, word. Mot is word in French. Mo. Maruru I te nuhiwa no te ie mo. Ai, ua haere mai rātou. Tēnei te mau pronoun. Prono. And the 10th marker, passe, okay. Na, Samoa, Alila, I think, Nukuoro ne, Sika Yana ni, Takuni, Alila, Hawaii I, Ole au I hele, Aita au I amu, I te ie poi I. So, he mea api, Alila ka two, how do you say two in French? Okay, so two. Samoa, Yate ki laua, Lord, ki, Yate I laua, Leila pela meka nukuoro, Kiate ki laua, Leila sika iana ma, Kia ki laua, Leila taku, Kia laua. Maka olelo Hawaii, Ia laua. So, Tahiti, Iana, olelo oko Iana. Ia me Ia laua. So, mea api te iroto I te Polynesia I Kina. A leila that was moi. Okay, well, anyway. Taku, toku, aku, oku. Taku ika, toku pare. Aku mau ika, oku mau fare. So homau. And then takuma neutral. Likime oko tauhei, touhei, tau ra'au, but tau ra'au, tauhei, tau upo. It's neutral. So with my is neutral when you get to the central northern outliers and also to Eastern Polynesia. Same thing with the word for your. Ton, son. No, ton is your, so tau me to, taui, ika, to, fale, all the way to, then in Nukuoro, to becomes to becomes to, and tau becomes tau, to, and then to is neutral. So attention, to tino iti esheri, something like that. To tino iti, yeah, don't you say that? Okay. And same thing with, we have in Hawaiian kokino, but for ta'u we say ku'u, like the Marquesans. I think they came and conquered the Hawaiians. The Marquesans, everyone thought was the Tahitians, it was the Marquesans. Then same thing with tana. So there's a neutralization of the OA contrast in the preposed possessives. There's also what I call the elliptics, the possessives that you can use separately, like where is mine in English? Le moi? I don't know how you say it. Like eyota o kena kaula au ahia ka'u. Oh, where is mine? And the Eastern Polynesian, they used it for both things. Maybe this is too detailed, too much information. Okay, some of the other things with like there, the two of them, tara, tora, ara, ora, and then in the Nukuoro, the northern outliers, they changed it to te rawa, neutral. But they kept it with a plural, arawa, orawa. So te rawa pare, te rawa ika, but arawa ika, orawa pale. And kept on like that in Sikayana. But then when you get to Taku, the old Taku, that my grandmother remembers, was Te Rawa is singular, Rawa is plural. And this still exists in Rapa Nui, but not in anybody else. Only the Rapa Nui kept that. So they say, what do they say? They'll say, mai I, can't say mai. Okay, watama amato I te rawa pare, te rawa hare, wa hare mato I rawa hare. Or they say it with numbers, they say, elua rawa hare. And we say, elua o lawa hale. Maybe too much information. Similarly with you too, korua, orua, they say old is taurua, taulua, tolua, plural, aulua, olua, and keeps going, and then they change it to te Kolua. It's not Kolua, but Kolua, Meapi. And this is the plural O, just plain Kolua. So these are the pronouns that I first wrote about in 1985. Pekahiho. So this is almost finished. I got to go quickly. Okay, so this is what I first saw. The ta'u, to, tana, all changed the the o, very random. Next, pekahiho. Then also evidence from genes. They found that the people in Luangniua have genes from over with you folks here in Tahiti. They didn't look at Hawaii. And then in Taku, they have something called a para moa, a perereu moa, and then hauli kamu. And so we have parawa, and it's made from the tohora, parawa. And so we have palawa in Hawaii, Marquesas, Pa'awa, whatever. So he mea taito te ia, waroa ke ia mea I roto o te one o huahine, tera mea hilipo te kekahiho. So, pehea lako I hele mai ei, homo. They went to the Phoenix Islands, I think. Then they reached the Marquesas Islands in between the Northern Line Islands, Southern Line Islands. Noka Southern Line Islands, Oto e te mo Tahiti. Noka Northern Line Islands, te Hawaii. Homo. Kea na mara Tahito o Phoenix Islands. Te kahe. Aire mai Phoenix Line Marquesas. Ikahiho, Phoenix. Aita eta ata. Here o Northern Line. Notice the lake, Te Roto Wai, Roto Pape, and Keo Christmas Island, and Miti Popa'a. That is salt. About Southern Line, ito manao no une oto aita e pape merahi te ia. Homo o vai ke ia aina o nuku hiva, pato hiva. Okay. Wapo. Kala mai o koa. Ai, kikahi. It's a tumulao. So, Poronuclear Polytongan, then down to, this is the Te Manao o Palima, from Samoa to Eastern Polynesia, then somehow Rapa Nui they go, Nana, we're going Rapa Nui, and everyone else stayed behind. And then Tahitians together, and Hawaiians supposed to be the Marquesans. But ito feruri da aita. Nate Marquesan hele mai Hawaii. And see, these are developments of those theories. I'm not going to go into it. Kekahiho. This is my theory. Separate from the Takuma, Eastern Polynesian, then Marquesan, they were living in the far distant, Proto-Eastern Polynesian distant from the outliers, then Marquesan, then some went to Mangareva, from Mangareva to Rapa Nui. The ones in the Line Islands, the north, only one, the one with the lake, that's where the Hawaiians came from. No te whenua te roto wai, roto pape, o te Tahiti ma, from the dry Line Islands, mea rahi te ia. Homo. Yeah. Tahitima no une, Hawaii no o, Marquesan, Paia no Yesho Iruna ite whenua, ini ai te whenua. Papai. Homo. Papai. There's too much information. Okay, so these are Eastern Polynesian distal, people over here. Eastern Polynesian proximal, over here. Hawaii, Wahine, Tahiti, Wahine, Rarotonga, Wahine, Maori, Wahine. And Mangareva, Aine, Oleloka, V. But they took, the Tahitian so powerful, Puaiti Tahiti, the Marquesan and Mangarevan took Wahine from the Tahitian. But some words, some old words they kept. So, homo. Okay, how to prove? You go through the tree, follow the word. So here's an example. He papa, ha papa, papa, papai, yamako he papai. Yota. Oh, okay, ale he papai. Heia, te vaira te totara I une. Oh, yamako he kokala, manawa ma loa ke totara I Tapanui, no hiva pea, totaa, he feti, he ohana. Okay, so he mea api takuma o tautu, manawa Samoa, tautu, Tonga, tautu, but innovation mea api. Rango. Okay, so lango, old word lango. So what? The Eastern Polynesian distant, that nuku hiva ma, takaure, and then Rapa Nui, takaure, mareva. Yeah, so but yamako takaure. Ano so but Hawaiian and Tahitian retain. E Maui te mea tahito, rango, mato, nalo. E ia hoke kai, e ia, nui ke ia, ka poe, Proto Polynesians, sapatu, a leila, Central Northern Polynesian, tapatu. Tapatu. No hiva tapatu? Tapatu. Oh, tapatu. All right. But Hawaii, Tahiti, we just throw out the P and we say tatu, and then you have that pomare thing with tatia. Tatia yauto. No? Barracuda? What is it? Yeah. Ono. We have ono too. That's a different. Okay, so I don't know if you have tatu, tatia, yahati tatia. Some kind of fish like this, sort of. Nai mai, paha. Okay, hikahiako. We call this uluhe. So the Takuma Sulufe, and then Eastern Polynesian, they get rid of the S, no S, and maybe it would be, we don't know. And then come to Tahiti Ma, mea api you change to aruhe, and then the r to the roa'a, noa'a. So, okay, next. Then this bird, they name Peye Manu, Takuma Katafa. And then Lohiva, they changed to Makofe, the Beataito. Today is Mo'ohe? Mokohe, okay, kalamai. And then Mangareva, Mo'oe. and Rapa Nui Mako He. Okay, but ya oto he ko tafa o taha, but Hawaii we changed the name. Okay, homo. Keia he lau ka tafa, rau ere te perereu, hoia huru te perereu e te perereu, no te rau ere te perereu o te manu o taha. And so I'm not going to, this one's complicated. This is too much. How do we know Hawaii is from the north? The old word for duck, the Samoan word for duck, tanad, is toroa, and Hawaii we have the duck, koloa. And the northern line island has a lake with ducks. But southern line islands, I say pape, so toroa. Yeah. Another thing is the tufu in Takuma is a punawai ite tahatai. Punawai vai pape mea maitai ite tai Hawaii. Puka vayo tuha kai e salty water motu alivo ike dry reef. The water not aite pape tahiana awe te make vai te omau. Alela na Maori no anei de e toroa tene aruhe. They follow the a. We have the u like the Marquesan uhe. Te omau. Amo ke ho ka te kumulao. O ka papa'a o hiki. O hiki. O hiki mai. No leila ka wiki Samoa avi'i a leila tikopia ka wiki a leila ka witi me ka ti a leila ka witi Kaviti, Florida Eastern Polynesia, Kawiti, but Hawaiian, Tahitian, Lilo ka V, he F, but mo ka T. Ko hiti, o hiti, ko iti, o hiki, ko fiti. But Mangareva, Rapa Nui, Kaviti viti. So hoike ke ki'i o paukai he ohiti te yamako he ohiti te keia manawa ke ka hope loa. But keia ka borrowing, how do you say borrowing? Borrowing emprunt. We're going to look at the emprunt. Okay. Come on. So yamako he pai ea keia, pai ea e papa'a, no leila te ere he mea maita i tahito, pai ea e mea tano tene, pa'aia, paikia, but the taku ma, they changed the word. Po panoko lako, they flipped tahuri, and then they all give to their cousins, their cousins, whatever over there. They give the word among their friends. Borrowing. Can you see that? Kaipea, apea. It doesn't follow I follow the mo'oku how the genealogy, something wrong, even sharing words with neighbors. Okay, Pikahin. Okay, so later on, Paul Garrity is going to tell Fijian how they share words and they come down, and I'm going to join him. And Kamia Hopilo, Keo Taku, Vahi Penua Nai Roiho, Aiten Rahi Timota Ata, Peti Tato Moto Unei. Mairoto mai o te Peti Inai, Hanau, Nui Loa na Kiki. Lili ko ohiki, loa kalua. Mea puai te mea nai, mea puai te mea nai. Nai o Polynesia Palani, nai a ta puai. Pai hola, pau, mahalo nui loa ia o ko loi mai. Can you answer when you ask a question? Oh. Foi fine to see now. You speak English? Oh, good. Okay.
Bon, merci beaucoup, William. Nous avons un peu plus de 10 minutes pour discuter, poser des questions.
Yeah.
Mary?
Yeah. Can you, if you ask me in French, can you say it again in English?
I can just say it.
Please do it both so
Do
that
both?
I
Okay,
can
sure.
understand, they can understand.
I have a lot of comments that we can talk about after too.
Sure.
But I guess the main one. So it looks like a lot of your innovations are reflected in a few of the languages, but not all. And I'm wondering if you could speak to calling these innovation defined versus innovation linked, and give some perspective on horizontal transfer perhaps, or
Right.
possibility of contact. Donc j'ai demandé si avec toutes les innovations, je remarque que pas mal des innovations sont pas reflétées dans toutes les langues ou la plupart des langues. Donc je demande si il peut Vila peut expliquer un petit peu pourquoi on dit innovation defined, défini par les innovations, au lieu de parler de innovation linked.
Okay. So maybe you need to translate for me to help. Innovation defined is from Pauli and Ross. So they say like the straight genealogy is an innovation defined. Everyone in a line, in a family. So you have to guess first. That's a theory. It's not, you're not sure, is it true? Meatano paha, meatano ore paha. All right. So then you try to see if you can find that straight line all the way from Taku all the way to Rapa Nui, Tahiti, Hawaii, Aotearoa. So that's you do it first. And it's best if there is a big gap. If someone changed the word, Pa'atawi hia te paraparau, Waina irotopu, then you look, oh, but they still the same family. They just had lost the word, wa moe te parau. But for the innovation linked, you look, are they neighbors? Do they talk to each other? Is someone said they sail along this way, and maybe that's where they left words along the way. So like puka puka is in the northern outliers. It's not Eastern Polynesian, but it seemed like they took a lot of words from Tahitian, from Rarotongan. Somebody is going there. So you look for those pathways. You look for pathways and neighbors. And if they have the same word and it doesn't follow your theory, then maybe those are borrowings. But you're never sure. You have to keep looking. don't believe me. You have to keep looking. That's my answer. So I want to say that all linguistics is a theory, but you can tell that the Polynesian people are one big family. So you can feel that familyness, but you want to find a way to prove it. That's my answer. So I could be wrong. I'm not going to say I'm absolutely right. But I found over 240 different innovations, I think, but some of them may be wrong. Some of them may be wrong. Okay. Yes. Mein Herr, was machst du? Was wirkst? Don't ask me in German.
Mahalo nui loa po Nokia. Thank you very much. I actually read your articles before that too, so I think it's very intriguing what you're proposing. Now I have, also a ton of questions. We can talk about it later, but just two things that I just come to my mind right away that I'm just wondering what kind of explanation you have for that. The first one is, Rapa Nui used to be classified as kind of separate from nuclear Eastern Polynesian. And now you're nested within like one of the subgroups, and I'm wondering how would you explain the retention of the Proto-Polynesian glottal stop in Rapa Nui that you don't find anywhere else in Eastern Polynesia, with that new kind of nesting it within Mangarevan and whatever. So that's my first question. The second question is about...
Wait, let me answer the first one.
Okay.
I don't want to okay, so yes, Rapa Nui has the glottal stop, but even Tuamotu and Hawaiian and Maori, they have some irregular reflexes of the glottal stop. So I know a little bit from Tuamotuan, so they're say reko, and that there's a okina there, and they change it to K. And so in Hawaiian we have some words that has a glottal which came from a K. So maka'ala is watch carefully, and it came from mata'ara, and then should be matara, but in Hawaiian it's maka'ala. And I think in Tuamotu too they say matakara, I'm not sure. Or we have mala'ela'e. We don't have marai, but we have mala'ela'e is like a clear place. And that comes from marake, which comes from mala'e. So we have some, in Hawaiian, the same thing with Maori and Tahitian. Everybody, you have to look for these strange glottal stops and H's. They can be an H too.
Okay, well, thank you. That's a good point. I'm still kind of intrigued that for some reason it's very fragmentary in the rest, and whereas in Rapa Nui it is systematic and in just like Tongan and Niuean. So
the Rapa Nui went off by themselves, and the rest of us everybody talked to each other and say, we don't need that Okino, we need Tomo. That's my explanation. Probably a bad one, but okay.
Sure.
Next question.
Second point about the possessives. You are theorizing that somewhere in one of the proto stops it becomes instead of ta rato or to rato it becomes te rato or it becomes te rato, and that's something that probably is in the northern outliers, I suppose. I don't speak those languages, but I mean, how do you explain that in many, at least in Hawaiian and Tahitian, it is again like the earlier protoform, like kalako or kolako or like tarato, torato. So I'm just surprised about that.
So I wrote my dissertation on possessive. So that's how I became thinking about this. So there's, like in English, I know, because you know English, we say my, like my microphone. And then we have the word mine, that's mine. Mine is at home. And there is, like in Renolese, they have to'o, to'oku, to'oku, ta'aku. And same thing with Rapa Nui, they have to'oku, ta'aku. And then, so the Hawaiian and Tahitian, Hawaiian tana, ona comes from that. Or kau and ko comes from that. But the to comes from the feet, like the my, or your, and the kau and ko comes from yours. So the Eastern Polynesians let you use the yours as also in place of the other words. So that's how a lot of them were lost. And only 3 were left in Tahitian. Mine only has 2 of those old ones. That's my theory. So I can show you that, my research that I did that a long time ago. When I looked a little different. Look more like some of the students here.
Okay, marurua.
I, oh. If she says it in French and you can tell me, I will. Oh.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, okay. Should I talk now?
Oh, it's Albert.
Yes. Albert, do you have any question to Pilar?
I actually don't have any questions. I mean, I have a lot of questions, but it's like so long talk with many examples and discussing every example with all the references. I just wanted to comment that the local stop is written in Rapa Nui, but there are many conditions where it is not written, and there are specific conditions that
No, Albert, please.
is written as local stop. So it's just not that straightforward from Tonga to Rapa Nui with local.
Albert, it was really hard to hear you. I think you're talking about the comment about the glottal stop in Rapa Nui.
Yes, can you hear me better now?
That's a bit better, yep.
Okay, so it is just a short comment. It is not that straightforward from Tongan glottal stops to Rapa Nui glottal stops, because in many conditions, in many specific well-defined conditions, glottal stop is lost in Rapa Nui, and some glottal stops are coming from laryngeal fricative. But it is, of course, not, it is not a question why glottal stop was lost everywhere. So Polynesian languages like losing glottal stops, like many languages all over the world.
Okay, if I'm not sure if everybody heard, but essentially the glottal stop, to really simplify, is that it's the appearance of it in Rapa Nui is often phonologically conditioned. So Albert has a paper that you can read about this as well. I'm doing a promo. Sorry again. I think that's what he's saying.
Okay, so next we'll have Albert Davrachin talk. Qu'est-ce qu'une langue polynésienne esclavée du centre-nord? What is Central Northern Outlier Polynesian? Too bad you're not with us.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about. Bonjour tout le monde, je suis désolé, je vais parler en anglais, mais il y a beaucoup d'images et il y a beaucoup de présentations, des exemples dans ma présentation. Voilà, j'espère que l'exemple parle de même. Good morning to everybody. First of all, can you hear me well, please? Can you give me a hint? Is it okay?
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I hope it's okay. Just let me know any way possible if something is wrong and you cannot hear me well. I will start sharing my screen. Can you see my screen? No, you cannot see the screen.
No,
Yeah.
we can't see your slides. We can hear you, but we can't see your slides.
You have to share the screen.
Yeah. It was. Okay. I just lost it. Sorry about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Does it work?
Yes, we see your computer.
Okay. Now, here. Can you see it now?
Yes, it's fine.
It's fine. Okay. So, good morning to everyone. Many thanks to the organizers. This is a wonderful conference, and the topics of the conference are so exciting. I'm very sorry that I was unable to come in person, but here we go, the wonders of the post-COVID world. And so what is Central Northern Outlier? This is how a Central Northern Outlier looks like, but I'm not going to talk about villages and places and islands. I am going to talk about languages. And I would like to start with a general map, a map with the distribution of the Polynesian languages, and mentioning subgrouping. So I guess we all agree that everything marked with color is actually neutral Polynesian. Everything blue is East Polynesian, and blue with dots are Far East Polynesian. And we also have a well-defined subgroup of Central Northern Outliers, how we used to call them. But I guess many of us, or most of us, including myself, we used to think that it's something well-defined. But the question, what is Central Northern Outlier language is? I'm not really sure if whether Tongan and Malayan are specifically related to each other. So what is a well-defined subgroup? I think it's something with lexical innovation in the basic lexicon, with phonological and grammatical innovations, and some of them do not solve well this process of classifying, with irregular phonological developments, and importantly, some new animal and plant names. And this is important because these new names are resulting from migrations, and actually all new subgroups are a result of migrations in the past. And when people go to a new place, they will find new biota, and they will invent new names for animals and plants. Just a closer look to this part of the Polynesian world. So we have here, this is Micronesia, and this is PNG, and this is Solomon Islands. And what we see here is Nukuoro, Kapingamarangi, Nukuria, Taku, Nukumanu, Luanginiwa, and Sekayana. And these are languages I'm going to talk about today. and marked with red as central northern outliers, and Carolinial outliers is actually Jour and Kapinga-Marange. I'm not going to talk much about other outlier languages, but if you want, you can ask and we can do comments. My objectives for today is to define what makes Central Northern Outlier different from other Polynesian languages, lexically, phonologically, and grammatically. And there is no time to talk about everything. Why is it interesting? It is interesting because it is interesting. And first of all, we see this northernmost and westernmost migration of Polynesian people backward. And there is also quite a bit of disagreement about how should we classify Polynesian outlier languages. And also, you have just heard a presentation by Vila William. There is a very interesting hypothesis suggesting that Central Northern outliers are specifically related to East Polynesian languages. And this is how this hypothesis was presented in the paper 212. So we have here Sikayana, Takul, Luanginua, and all the East Polynesian languages, including Sikaya, including Rapa Nui, Hawaiian, and Tahitian. So first of all, I will use the data from published sources and Polynesian lexicon online should be mentioned first of all, and this tremendous work made by many, first of all by Ross Clark recently. Fantastic work published 10 years ago by Richard Moll. So now Taku grammar and dictionary and lexicon are described better than before. We also have a quite thorough documentation, I mean, for this area of Polynesian studies. We also have a very nice documentation of Sikayana and Nukuro and Nukumano, and there is a new Nukuro documentation project online, and Emily takes part of it, and it was great to hear her talk yesterday. And I also want to mention as of the Sea Bible project, these people are doing tremendous work in this part of the world. But significantly, and this is a nuclear-centered talk, I should admit, this talk is based on my fieldwork data. And it was not just nuclear grammar and nuclear lexicon I was able to gather, but I also elicited nuclear Takoin Nukumano basic lexicon word list with semantic specification. And this is something I use for classifying languages, and not only me, also many other people. And this semantic specification, they give much more precision of what we are comparing with. So we elicit specific meaning in specific context. So when we say sand, we are sure is it sand, just sand or beach sand or something else. And it gives us more control. And some surprising result of my field work is that we have quite a large description of Nukuria and in Tilenius's South Sea expedition volume, but this data is actually not what people, how people speak on Nukuria today. And I went from the whole word list with my consultants, and it's pretty clear that telemesis data is mostly Liang-Inua language. So it looks like that he worked with a Liang-Inua immigrant, or maybe with a consultant who was native speaker of Liang-Inua. Richard Parkinson's short word list actually fits very nicely to what I put here on Nukuria. And once again, why it is interesting, Central Northern outliers are actually much more diverse and different than we have, than we used to think. And with new data by Richard Moore and from my experience of the world, I can say this is absolutely true. They're much more different. And just as one example, Nukuria has 8 innovations in the basic vocabulary, 100 word list, which are not found in any other Polynesian languages. And this is, and the same is true about Sikayana. Also, they are more diverse than we used to think. So I will try classifying Central Northern outliers. And I will start with the basic vocabulary. So we have a new word for feather, pala, new word for good, tauleka, for many, tamaki, for mouse, kukua, for person, tama, and for smoke, kof. So these are not are not found in other Polynesian languages as basic items of 100 word list, which is, and they use 100 word list because it's more resistant to the borrowings, and we start with it because it gives us more idea about how to classify. And we also can see some irregular developments specific in this area. So, for example, the base of the first singular personal pronoun is now, is not ao, and something similar happens in Nukuoro after vowel A. But this is the only form in Central Northern outlier we can see. It's now. We also have kaiswa and not isu for nose, tel mosuke, not siko or suke, and here is setao, not just tao. And we can also see some innovation shared by everything else in the subgroup, but not Nukuria, like Kao Talina from Europe, Patiaki root, had Posoolu and not Pokuolu, I something like Kalimata and not Kanomata or Kanomata. Also, just few but interesting innovation between Nukumano, Liang-Inua, Sikayana, like food, tukuwai from footprint, cloud, reku, and something between Liang-Inua and Sikayana, specifically like name Male, perhaps coming from Male, and Maliki instead of Malili for cold. And if then we go for the, if we try to find connection between Carolinian outliers, Kapinkimarangi and Nukuoro, we do find 2 items which are quite indicative. And this is something like Kanomata instead for I, coming from Kanofimata, I will. And this is Kele Kele instead of One for sand. And Kele Kele is actually the only word for sand in these languages. We can also find two interesting matches between Kapingi, Marangi, and Nukoro, which is egg and seed, but I'm not really sure how much it tells us because these two languages can be in contact. So the resulting picture is more or less like this. We have an upper north with Kapingi, Marangi, Nukoro, and central northern outliers. Nuclear branches for the Takus and Nukumano and Luanginiwa that look like two dialects, very diverse phonologically of one language, and Sikayana. And what we see from the area of phonology and grammar is actually agrees pretty much well with this picture. So Proto-Central Northern words like sumu give simu, and tumu and tupu give timo and tipo. So this is, we have a dental here, we have a level here, we have two back round vowels, and one is fronted. The first one is fronted. This is also found in Puka Puka in Eastern Maori dialects, but we can rule out that this is a shared relation with Puka Puka and Eastern and Eastern Maori dialects. The opposition between two nasals, dental and velar, is neutralized in all the languages of the subgroup. And there is also something interesting, and I will go for it. We have heard a great presentation today about the adjunctive in Nukoro. The situation looks differently in central northern outliers, and I will try to present it in the following way. The case markers are, which is personal marker, are possessive, adjunctive, and oppossessive are all lost except before demerit personal names, personal and demonstrative pronouns. At least in the cases when they appear after a pause. So you can find demerit pronouns criticized on the verbal clause, and then they don't have any markers. But in other contexts, all these vowel, pair vowel prepositions, they are lost. And we also know that the Nukuri and Teku, their dissyllabic roots are impossible to list. So they surface with articles and tense mood aspect markers. So it's like there is just a rule that two more phrase is impossible. So you need more. And this is the reason why this R is reserved before singular personal pronouns. In the same time, the consonant vowel case markers are all preserved, like Kegel, Kopri, anything, ma commutative and ma ablative. So we can suggest that actually this e-locative of source and cause is preserved because of something, or maybe because of the glottal stop here, and we can generalize the rule and say that their vowel case markers are lost because of phonological reasons, and this made the drastic reorganization, result in drastic reorganization of the case marking system. And here just some few examples. So we have, for example, anao, akue, aia for the singular, but for dual and for plural, we don't have this R marker, and we also have this R marker fossilized with all originally dissyllabic personal names like Sina and Tuna. They become Ahina and Atua in North Korea. So there is an R marker, a contrastive marker, which is very rare, and it can be found before in other contexts, but in only very specific contexts. So it is not the same what we have here, is pronouns. Okay, and I will treat this one as a phonological innovation and a very good one, not trivial, defining the subgroup. We can also see a similar subgroup like everything but nuclear. And this is the roots with two identical syllables. They give geminate consonants. And this is not in Korea only in Taku, Nukumanu, langue-mère, COLLOQUE. And we have one example here, which is lele, to fly, which is le, and Taku, langue-mère, COLLOQUE, and Nukumanu. And also quite remarkable sound change when fus gives bus. So fusu to box is busu and Taku and COLLOQUE. Wuhu in langue-mère, but still huhu in Nukuria. And the same change is found in Tara Garden or swampy area inside of Atlas, as you can see from this example. And perhaps decili given vasili or decili can be treated similarly, but I'm not really sure about. And also some morphological innovations which are characteristic of the subgroup. In all Carolinian outliers and Central Northern outliers, qua perfect gives cool, and it's not conditional. And it's very nice. It supports the idea that Central Northern outliers are related to Carolinian specifically. And we also have this ma coming from my in Central Northern, and we also have new oblique pronouns in everywhere but Nukuria, Nukoro, and Kapingamarangi. So what is Central Polynesian outlier? Phonologically is a merger of two nasals, and the rise of U and very fronting of U in very specific conditions. Grammatically, the first singular base is now, but it should be anal. Perfect is kuku, and ablative preposition is ma, and no vowel preposition before non-numeric roots, no dissyllabic personal names and pronouns. And lexically, at least in the area of basic lexicon, it's something like kanomata, and it's feather, pala, tamaki, many, kuku, mouse, person is tama, sand is kele, smoke is kofu. And also this specific aggression on nose, root, tail, and ear. Okay? So, my conclusions, and there is more data to edit from the area of plant and animal names and irregular developments in non-basic lexicon. And I selected on purpose innovation which are well presented in all the languages of the family, and most of them are not well enough documented, and it's important. But we can see that Central Northern outliers is a well-defined subgroup of the Asian family. Their connection with Carolinian outliers look solid, even shallow. So, but I will say that yes, these grammatical and lexical innovations are very suggestive. And the whole picture suggests a downward scenario of the settlement. So it looks like people were moving from somewhere Nukuoro Kapingamarangi, downwards to Nukuria, then Tutaku, and then Tunukumano, and then Tulanginiwa and Sikayana. So, Kauparo, Mahalo Maururu.
Grand merci. Je voulais juste m'excuser auprès de William, qui n'a pas eu droit aux applaudissements. C'est une coutume qui est de moins en moins admise dans les pays européens et même interdite dans certaines sociétés. Donc, excusez-moi pour cet oubli. On a 5 minutes pour des questions. 5 minutes for questions or comments.
J'ai 2 questions, but in English. Firstly, the innovation of the first person singular pronoun becoming now. Of course, it is now in many languages of the Solomons, certainly in the Southeast Solomons. So my question is, if I can do the 2 at the same time, would you entertain the possibility of it being borrowed from Solomon Island languages? That's one question. And the second is the final comment on the movement of people. Is there any evidence for this from oral traditions? So in other words, to the people of Sikayana, say we came from Luanua and so on. C'est tout.
Okay. I will try to answer the first question first. Yes, it is, but first person singular is something very basic, and if we can make an internal explanation for it, not like a borrowing scenario, is much better. We can say that it is a borrowing from Solomon, a language on the Solomon Islands. But when we look in this Nuko very specific rule, so it is an epithetic between 2 R's, okay? And then it can be easily generalized in central northern outliers, also because all R in northern outliers always follow vowels. So it's like doing historical linguistics, we always look for internal development scenario. Yeah, it has less cost. If we stop doing this, sometimes even first person pronoun is borrowed, like it's very, very common in Southeast Asia, for example, right? But I guess methodological, we prefer non-borrowing scenario, because if we don't do this, then we just say that English is a Russian with a lot of Germanic and French borrowings, right? And the second question, there are a lot of oral traditions. It's actually difficult to deal with names. Yeah? So there is, for example, Tarawa, and it's very, which is mentioned as in the story of the settlement of Nukuria. And it's very enticing to suggest that it's related to Children Islands, right? These people are all related. I mean, all northern outliers, they know how to deal with each other. So this is what is Richard, like Taku people called it, Atufenua, right? The chain of or cluster of islands that people were going up and down. But I wouldn't use foundation or origin stories, because I prone too much to politic manipulations like this.
Merci beaucoup. Très rapide.
Hi, Albert. I was wondering if you had an idea of when these innovations took place in your proto-reconstruction.
Like some of them took place certainly in the few of them defining Nukuo-Kapingamarangi and Central Northern. They're coming from ancestral language, right? Then many innovations happened somewhere on the way between Carolinian outliers to Nukuria, or Nukuria, right? And then other innovations after settlement of the Cool and after leaving the Cool for Nukuan. So it's like we have a nice clustering, and it suggests this downward scenario. So there are many levels actually. The language is split like in immigrations, the same like in immigrations of Austronesian languages.
Merci. Je pense qu'on va remercier à la fois William. Oh, pardon. Sorry.
Hello. Albert, I really appreciate all your work in phonology that you've done on Easter Island and also the outliers. However, I also have some things that I think are cognate with East Polynesia that I might mention. So you had the ane, ana, and ara. And in Maori, they use that, they say, ane te kete, ane te, here's the basket, ana te kete, the basket, or not bag is by you, ara te kete, they use that. So to me, that is very similar. And then you also mentioned about the word head, and Nukuria, you had pokouru, which is a metathesis of urupoko, which if you take out the R, you get upoko here and upo'o. And then another cognate is the word for mouth. In Hawaiian, we say pu'u for your throat, and when you choke, it's pu'ua. And so that's related, I think. And then another one might be a little bit, well, in the Rapa Nui, they say kara for wing, and there are other cases of P and K, initial P and K, like pohatu, kohatu. We have that in Eastern Polynesian. And then my last one, more close one is the FS thing, where you have fasi and fasi. We have vahi to break, and Easter Island have vuhu for a puddle, which might be related to the vusu. And some other my wild one here is the word for I. So in Eastern Polynesian and in the outliers, we have this kas prefix and ko prefix, and sometimes an R comes in between. So like if you take the word mata, it doesn't just mean I, it also means this part of a female or male. So in Hawaiian we say omaka, and I think we also have olamaka. And Tahitian, they drop the M and they say oata. You have that word, oata? Okay, so right here. So maybe not up here, but down here, it's a type of mata. So those are some, I have some others.
Thanks a lot.
Can I answer, but just briefly?
Sure.
Yeah, these are natures, and these are interesting natures, but we need to build a scenario for every example. And like, for example, Ane, Anara in Maori is a locative, right? Place. But Ane, Ara, and Ana in Nukuria is not a locative, it's an independent demonstrative pronoun. So it's very difficult to compare these two. And it is, yeah, and Puku, for example, this is the basic word for mouse. And all East Polynesian languages, they preserve original Neutral Polynesian language items for vowels, and this is different, right? Yeah, I mean, they definitely should talk about this more, but probably on the other occasion, because I guess there is no time for this.
D'accord, Albert, merci. Albert.
Thank you to all of you.
La troisième communication de ce matin va être donnée par Jean-François Buteau en collaboration avec Lex Thompson, Paul Gararty qui est ici et William Wilson, que vous avez aussi entendu. Origine de l'arbre à pain, du plantain de montagne, le feuilly, et du mûrier à papier en Polynésie orientale. Origins of breadfruit, mountain plantain, and paper mulberry in East Polynesia. Jean-François Buteau.
Donc c'est une présentation qui est issue de quatre mains, on va dire. Je suis le botaniste sur les quatre, donc pas le linguiste, mais on a décidé de la présenter en français. Donc j'étais le seul à parler correctement français. Avec moi, il y avait aussi deux linguistes, donc Paul Gararty ici, qui est de Fidji, et puis William Pila Wilson de Hawaï. Et celui qui nous a dirigé ou qui a piloté un petit peu le travail, c'est Lex Thompson, donc un forestier au départ australien qui a beaucoup travaillé dans le Pacifique et qui s'est passionné pour certaines plantes, notamment au départ les hibiscus, et qui a dérapé, comme beaucoup dérapent, sur d'autres plantes plus tard. C'est bon. Donc la présentation va porter sur trois plantes. Le fei, donc le fei, c'est ces petites bananes orange à maturité. Ça va être sur l'arbre à pain et sur le mûrier à papier, donc l'AOT. Donc vous avez les photos des trois ici en dessous. Et à chaque fois, voilà, donc le plan de la présentation, donc comme Pila est avec nous, comme le début de ses recherches ont été faites et ont amené des résultats intéressants, il était intéressant de comparer l'origine de certaines plantes avec l'hypothèse de Pila de peuplement de la Polynésie orientale par les esclaves du centre-ouest. Et donc on va faire une petite présentation de cette hypothèse qui a été largement déjà débattue, ainsi que, et après donc on passera à chacune des plantes avec une petite partie de conclusion. Donc le début des travaux, ça a été sur l'hibiscus à fleurs rouges, l'hibiscus médicinal, le AOT tahitien, avec une étude linguistique pour savoir d'où venait ce nom-là, AOT, KOT, KOT. Et on a mené d'autres études plus sur la génétique, sur la culture, l'histoire et la botanique de l'hibiscus. Et actuellement, on a un article en train d'être bientôt publié qui décrit une nouvelle espèce d'hibiscus endémique de Polynésie orientale. Et non plus, comme d'habitude, l'hibiscus vient de l'ouest du Pacifique et a été amené lors des voyages, lors des migrations polynésiennes. On a quelque chose d'ici qui est reparti vers l'ouest. Donc ces recherches ont nous montré des intérêts avec la théorie du peuplement de William par les esclaves polynésiennes du centre-ouest. Et on a essayé de trouver d'autres plantes qui permettaient de soutenir ou non cette hypothèse. Donc ces plantes-là, je les ai déjà citées. Elles ont été choisies parce que c'était des plantes, donc des canoë-plantes, des plantes qui ont voyagé sur les pirogues avec les premiers habitants de la Polynésie orientale. et qui sont très importantes d'un point de vue culturel, alimentaire, médicinal aussi, et avec une certaine diversité intraspécifique. Donc beaucoup de cultivars, de variétés cultivées au sein des différentes espèces. Et également, pour l'arbre à pain et pour le mûrier à papier, déjà des études génétiques, morphologiques avaient été menées par des prédécesseurs, archéologues ou botanistes, etc. Donc nous, on a approfondi un petit peu sur le FEI. Donc l'hypothèse de Pila Wilson, je vais aller rapidement, parce qu'on en a parlé depuis ce matin, mais l'idée générale est un peuplement par un corridor, par un couloir entre les exclaves polynésiennes du centre-ouest jusqu'en Polynésie orientale, éventuellement par les marquises d'abord, et puis après ça rayonne un peu plus loin. Je passerai rapidement, comme on a pris du retard et que ça a été déjà discuté. Le couloir, vous l'avez ici, hein, les outliers sont là, le couloir est ici, ça passe par les îles Phoenix, les îles de la Ligne et puis les Marquises. Rappelez-vous la carte, on va parler un petit peu généralement de plantes qui sont à la fois dans l'ouest du Pacifique ici, au Salomon, au Vanuatu, en Nouvelle-Guinée, et les plantes qui sont les équivalents qui sont dans l'est du Pacifique. Donc le FEI. Les cultivars de FEI, les FEI, l'origine, c'est généralement les îles de Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée, Bougainville, Bismarck, les îles Salomon, peut-être le Nord Vanuatu. Et c'est là-bas que ça a été domestiqué à partir d'espèces sauvages. Peut-être pas que 2 espèces sauvages, comme pour le bananier normal, hein, le mei-a, mais plus que 2. On a pu identifier en étudiant la variabilité des cultivars. Donc ici, vous avez un cultivar à tout petit fruit, un petit peu rectangulaire, un peu pointu, mais il y a une grosse diversité. Vous allez voir des photos. On a pu identifier 11 groupes de cultivars. Chacun de ces groupes, il y a plusieurs cultivars qui se rassemblent d'un point de vue, qui se ressemblent d'un point de vue morphologique. Donc 11 groupes de cultivars à l'échelle du Pacifique. Donc on imagine que plusieurs clones fondateurs de FEI, bon on écrit FEI avec le H, c'est l'ancienne écriture, mais on peut dire aussi FEI, plutôt en tahitien, qui ont été disséminés dans le Pacifique autour de 3000 ans à 2800 ans avant le présent, depuis le centre de domestication, donc comme je le disais, qui était plutôt constitué du nord de la Nouvelle-Guinée, l'archipel Bismarck, des îles Salomon. Donc ça a été disséminé depuis le sud-est, vers le sud-est, au Vanuatu, en Nouvelle-Calédonie, à Fidji, à Samoa, et ultérieurement, un peu plus tard, vers le nord, en Micronésie. Donc 2 phénomènes de dispersion. Un second épisode de dissémination plus tardive, donc plus récente, vers 1000 à 900 avant le présent, est postulé entre les Salomon et la Polynésie orientale, donc là où nous nous situons, plus tard vers les îles Cook et Hawaï. Tahiti est très connu des botanistes ou des gens qui ont des agronomes pour avoir une très grande diversité de FEI, avec quasiment une vingtaine de cultivars de FEI, dont une dizaine dans le seul groupe Aiori. Et en étudiant l'origine de ces clones fondateurs, on a identifié plusieurs îles des Salomon, donc Makira et Malaita, comme des sources probables, dans la mesure où ces 2 îles elles possèdent des cultivars actuels qu'on retrouve aussi en Polynésie française, dans les mêmes groupes principaux de FEI. Donc les groupes, on les a nommés, donc il y avait un nom tahitien, c'est Aiori, mais après les autres noms sont plutôt des noms de l'ouest du Pacifique, Baubau-Nio, Bonubonu et Kourai. D'autre part, il y a d'autres espèces qui ne sont pas décrites encore de musa, donc de bananiers sauvages du groupe FEI, des îles Salomon, proches de l'espèce Musa buckensis, qui sont très similaires au groupe Tatia de Tahiti, qui sont des cultivars assez originaux de FEI ici, et donc elles en sont très probablement originaires. Bon, en contraste, la diversité des FEI de Polynésie occidentale du centre, donc Samoa, Tonga et les autres îles autour, elle est relativement faible, avec uniquement 2 groupes de cultivars, alors qu'on en a plus d'une dizaine pour l'ouest du Pacifique, vers les outliers, les Salomon, et pour la Polynésie orientale. Donc, cela rend assez improbable que la source de ces clones fondateurs de ces FEI au départ soit la Polynésie occidentale. Donc, on penche plutôt pour une origine plus à l'ouest dans le Pacifique, vers les îles Salomon. Voilà la carte qui vous présente la zone de domestication principale des FEI, avec plusieurs espèces sauvages naturelles qui font des graines, qui ne sont pas forcément toutes mangées, à partir desquelles les premiers habitants là-bas ont pu créer différents cultivars plus comestibles. Donc ces cultivars-là qui ont voyagé au départ au Vanuatu, la Nouvelle-Calédonie, Fidji, Tonga, Samoa, Niue, en Micronésie, avec un second centre de diversification, et la dissémination plus tardive jusqu'à la Polynésie orientale par le corridor qui part des exclaves polynésiennes. Donc voilà, à gauche, hop là, sur chaque, ça va revenir. Donc sur plusieurs diapositives, vous allez voir à gauche les groupes de cultivars de FEI des îles Salomon et à droite des groupes de cultivars qu'on trouve en Polynésie orientale. Donc la première tout en haut, c'était la variété, c'était le cultivar. Ah, j'avance. Voilà. En haut à gauche, cultivar Ayori, avec une photo de prise qui est aux îles Salomon à Bougainville, et puis à droite, les Ayori tahitiens. À gauche, le groupe Baobao-Nio, et à droite, le cultivar Mahani, qui fait partie de ce groupe Baobao-Nio de Tahiti. À gauche, Bodumunu de Makira, donc les Salomon, et puis Tahiti, la variété Uururu. Variété, le groupe Kourai à l'ouest vers Bougainville, et puis à droite, le cultivar Oe tahitien, qui appartient donc au même groupe Kourai. Et tout en bas, vous avez les Tatia, donc celui qui était assez particulier, Tatia avec une grande inflorescence et des fleurs cachées ici, et on retrouve la variété, le cultivar Afaratarere tahitien. Donc c'est comme ça qu'on a pu morphologiquement regrouper les cultivars en plusieurs groupes. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire linguistiquement, puisque en principe c'est un colloque de linguistique, et je m'étends plutôt sur la botanique. Donc, c'est que le nom proto-polynésien pour la banane, donc les cultivars de la section Musa, il y a plusieurs sections, hein, c'est la banane plantain, pas la banane plantain de montagne, c'est Futi, qui provient du proto-malayo-polynésien Punti. Le terme lié à la banane, Yoranga, possède une robuste reconstruction proto-océanique, ce qui signifie qu'il était probablement familier au peuple Lapita parlant austronésien. Donc les réflexes de Jouranga se rapportent au cultivar des bananiers FEI depuis la Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée jusqu'à Samoa. À Samoa, les noms des FEI, c'est Soa-A. Donc on est dans les mêmes groupes de mots. Donc en Polynésie orientale, on a un terme distinct pour les bananes, donc le proto-polynésien oriental Fua-Tu'u, qui dérive clairement de Fua, qui est le fruit, et Tu'u, dressé. Donc vous savez que les FEI font un régime dressé au-dessus du tronc, alors que les bananes Mei'a, Meika, Maika font un régime qui descend. Donc c'est assez descriptif comme terme. Donc le proto-polynésien oriental Fuatu'u se réfléchit dans le marquisien Huetu, le mangarévien Uatu, le rarotongien le mangaya Utu et le rarotongien Uatu. À Tahiti, une part de l'histoire de la plante, ça tient dans son nom, Fei. Donc d'où vient ce nom Fei, qui est distinct par rapport aux marquises et ailleurs. Donc le terme tahitien plus ancien, Feki, pourrait provenir par suite d'un allongement de voyelle du proto-est-polynésien Feki, qui pourrait désigner la fougère arborescente. On retrouve ce mot dans d'anciens dictionnaires marquisiens, ainsi qu'à Rapa, aux Australes, où on a Aki. Donc peut-être une ressemblance de la fougère arborescente avec des bulbes adventifs et la fructification des feuilles. Donc étant donné que les noms qui sont dérivés de Yoranga, qui donne en proto-polynésien Soaka, sont trouvés à l'est jusqu'à Samoa et pas plus à l'est, on se pose la question de l'importance éventuelle du changement de nom en Fuatu'u et Feki. Et comme les plantes de Polynésie orientale retiennent généralement leur nom proto-polynésien, on considère que le changement de Soaka vers le proto-est polynésien Fuatu'u, puis vers Feki, indique une discontinuité. Donc on a un gros changement de nom. Donc ça concorderait avec l'hypothèse de Pila Wilson derrière moi, et ainsi qu'avec la diversité aussi observée des cultivars, hein. Une grosse diversité en Polynésie orientale, une grosse diversité vers les Salomon, une très faible diversité à Samoa en Polynésie occidentale, donc avec une introduction des FEI plutôt depuis les îles Salomon, notamment à travers les voyages des gens, des esclaves de l'Ouest jusqu'ici. On va passer à l'arbre à pain. Donc là, Pila a quelques exemples de feuilles d'arbre à pain, avec un cultivar à feuilles très entières, un cultivar à feuilles découpées. Donc il y a des dizaines et des dizaines de cultivars. Donc l'arbre à pain, son nom latin c'est Artocarpus altilis. Il y a un petit complexe d'espèces autour. Artocarpus altilis, ici, dérive de la domestication de l'Artocarpus camantii, qui est le bread nut. Il y a plein de graines à l'intérieur, c'est difficilement mangeable. La chair est difficilement mangeable, mais les graines, oui. Donc on a obtenu Artocarpus altilis, et puis il y a eu aussi un phénomène d'hybridation avec un Artocarpus des îles Mariannes de Micronésie pour donner cet hybride-là, avec un fruit assez original, un petit peu irrégulier. Donc c'est un phénomène remarquable de domestication sur une zone de domestication très grande entre la Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée et le Vanuatu. On a des centres de domestication secondaire en Micronésie, puisqu'il y a eu l'hybridation avec l'espèce locale, qui était peut-être plus adaptée aux atolls. Et aussi en Polynésie française, on a mis les îles Marquises, mais ça pourrait être aussi Tahiti, il y a des dizaines de cultivars dans les deux archipels. Avec 2000 noms vernaculaires de cultivars qui sont reconnus dans les îles polynésiennes, dans les îles du Pacifique, en sachant que des fois, un même cultivar peut avoir plusieurs noms en fonction de l'archipel où on le trouve. Les études... alors, c'est pas encore là. Si, il y a eu pas mal d'études sur les arbres à pins du Pacifique, notamment par Diane Ragon, par Jones, par Zerega. Donc, l'étude morphologique et génétique ont été faites, donc on a pu les utiliser. Et nous montrent que les cultivars de Polynésie orientale apparaissent plus proches des cultivars micronésiens, tandis que ceux de Polynésie occidentale, Samoa notamment, sont plus proches des cultivars de Mélanésie. Par ailleurs, les arbres à pins aussi, il y a une histoire comme les bananiers de ploïdie, il y a des arbres à pins diploïdes, triploïdes. Donc là, je parle des diploïdes. Les plus connus des cultivars diploïdes d'arbres à pins qui sont dépourvus, ou presque dépourvus de graines, de Fidji et de Polynésie occidentale du centre, sont inconnus en Polynésie orientale. Donc il y a quelques années, on a introduit ici le cultivar Maafala des Samoa, en disant qu'il était meilleur que les cultivars locaux. Et donc voilà, le Maafala, c'est lui. Cultivar Pu'ou, cultivar Maopo de Samoa. Donc ceux-là, on ne les a pas ici, en tout cas, on ne les a pas anciennement. Ce qui était intéressant aussi, c'est que les études génétiques ont montré qu'il y avait un unique génotype. Donc, génétiquement, pour les marqueurs utilisés, tout était identique pour ces variétés-là. Donc, un unique génotype Maoi ou Maori est à l'origine de presque la moitié des cultivars qui sont très proches, qui sont triploïdes d'Artocarpus altilis en Polynésie orientale et Micronésie. C'est-à-dire, génétiquement, c'est indiscernable sur les marqueurs utilisés. Mais morphologiquement, on a des dizaines de cultivars que les Polynésiens, Marquisiens, Tahitiens distinguent bien en fonction de la forme du fruit, des feuilles, et qu'on vous montre en photo. Donc là, en photo, il y avait le fruit de la variété Rare Autia, qui est celle-ci, là, qui est entière. Et il y avait des choses plus basiques. Attention. Donc voilà, les trois photos de gauche, c'est les cultivars triploïdes qui appartiennent au génotype Maoi. La variété tahitienne Maori, elle est là-dedans aussi. Donc Rare Autia, Meipu Ou de Akaui aux Marquises et Afara de Tahiti. Et puis à droite, ici, c'est des cultivars du génotype Maoi de Micronésie, qui sont abondants en Micronésie, mais aussi absents de Polynésie occidentale. Donc là, une photo d'un cultivar qui vient de Micronésie. D'un point de vue linguistique, on a deux noms. On a deux noms principaux à l'échelle du Pacifique qu'on retrouve quasiment systématiquement. C'est Kuru, Kulu, Uru d'un côté, qui est plutôt originaire de Nouvelle-Guinée, là où a été domestiqué l'arbre à pin à partir de l'espèce sauvage Artocarpus camantii. Et puis on a le nom Mei, Mai, qui est... Ça va. Donc on a deux noms qu'on retrouve. Après, il y a des petits noms locaux qu'on retrouve dans différents archipels, mais c'est ces deux noms principaux qu'on va retrouver. Ah. C'est sur la pause. Ouais. Ouais, ça va aller. Donc le nom et le nom. Allez, ça va s'afficher là. C'est les faux contacts. Faux contacts peut-être, ouais. Et le nom maille qui vient plutôt de Micronésie pour les hybrides Artocarpus altilis et Artocarpus marianensis. Donc le proto-polynésien koulou est clairement la source du terme le plus répandu pour l'arbre à pain en Polynésie orientale. Et on ne connaît pas avec précision comment le mot mei, maille, a pu devenir le terme pour l'arbre à pain dans des îles très isolées à l'échelle du Pacifique, depuis les Marquises, les Gambiers, ou inversement, hein, jusqu'aux esclaves polynésiennes, etc. Donc les arbres à pain hybrides qui viennent de Micronésie ont pu être introduits depuis la Micronésie avec le nom mei, ou via Kiribati avec le nom maille, dans le nord du Tuvalu, dans le sud Tuvalu, où on trouve maille ou mei, et ils survivent encore dans quelques atolls. Mais ces hybrides-là, on ne les connaît pas en Polynésie française, en Polynésie orientale. Peut-être qu'ils ont été amenés, peut-être qu'ils ne l'ont pas été. En tout cas, il n'y en a pas ou ils ont disparu. Donc la répartition du terme mei indique un emprunt aux langues du Tuvalu, Tonga, avec beaucoup d'échanges entre Niue, Uvea Est, Futuna Est et Tonga, et Tikopia, et d'autres exclaves du sud-est des îles Salomon. Donc Renel, Anuta, mais pas Vaiakau, Taumako qui a Kuru, Emae, oui, au sud de Tikopia à Mei et Kuro, Uvea Ouest à Mei et Futuna Ouest à Kulu. Bon, il semble y avoir un recouvrement du mot Mei sur le Kulu, Kuru, Uru général. Donc ça, c'est pas encore clarifié. Donc le Mei marquisien ou le Mei mangarévien, le nom de l'arbre à pain dans ces archipels, pourrait faire partie d'un groupe d'emprunts tardifs liés au tongien dans le marquisien et provenant probablement de la région de Tikopia. Donc ces résultats, et notamment la complète déconnexion génétique entre les cultivars de Polynésie orientale et de Polynésie occidentale, dont les Samoa, rend très improbable l'introduction de l'arbre à pain par les Samoa. Donc on est plutôt sur toujours une introduction par la voie du Nord. Malheureusement, il n'y a pas d'éléments, historiques, archéologiques, linguistiques ou génétiques pour les liens des échanges entre la Micronésie et la Polynésie occidentale, la Polynésie orientale. Et on considère donc qu'il y a une sélection de cultivars qui ont été introduits à partir de l'ouest du Pacifique et plutôt les exclaves polynésiennes au large des Salomon. Ces cultivars-là viendraient de ces endroits-là, et ce qui est en accord avec l'hypothèse de Wilson. Donc, et notamment, on insiste sur les cultivars triploïdes qui comptent pour la moitié quasiment des cultivars décrits d'arbres à pain dans le Pacifique, qui sont absents de Polynésie occidentale et qui sont très communs en Micronésie et en Polynésie orientale. Le mûrier à papier, donc c'est un petit arbuste qui est originaire des zones subtropicales de Chine, de Taïwan. Il fait partie des plantes très précieuses, puisque c'est avec lui qu'était fabriqué un tapa clair, de couleur claire, une couleur blanche, qui ont été transportés depuis l'Asie du Sud-Est jusqu'en Polynésie orientale, par les austronésiens, les polynésiens et plus tard. C'est une plante, donc on fait du tapa. Il a été disséminé végétativement, c'est-à-dire les gens ont multiplié la plante soit par bouture, soit par rejet de racines. Et par le passé, il n'y avait que des pieds femelles, c'est-à-dire le pied mâle n'avait pas été importé. L'importation du pied mâle date de quelques dizaines d'années à Hawaï, aux îles Salomon et à Fidji. Mais avant, il n'y avait que des pieds femelles, donc ils ne pouvaient pas se naturaliser et se disséminer par graines. C'était que végétatif. Et les études génétiques ont été entreprises, notamment par des scientifiques du Chili, les sœurs Silene-Freud, qui sont venues notamment en Polynésie pour échantillonner. Et donc, elles voulaient voir la diversité génétique de la plante et la structuration de la diversité. On a révisé ces études génétiques puisque les auteurs essayaient d'interpréter vaillamment le résultat à travers l'hypothèse académique, si j'ose dire, de colonisation de la Polynésie orientale par les îles Samoa, et on est arrivé à des résultats sensiblement différents. Donc ces résultats nous suggèrent que le mûrier à papier de Polynésie orientale provient d'une source distincte dans le Pacifique que celui de Polynésie occidentale, du centre, pour des différentes raisons. Donc il y a un lien génétique entre les mûriers à papier qu'on retrouve en Nouvelle-Guinée et ceux de Polynésie orientale. Donc l'étude génétique qu'on cite, qui est celle de Olivares et collaborateurs, indique bien que Donc il y a un lien qui est via les îles Pitcairn. Dans les îles Pitcairn, peut-être que le mûrier à papier s'est mieux conservé là-bas, qu'il y avait une diversité assez importante. Aujourd'hui, en Polynésie orientale, généralement, le mûrier à papier a plutôt disparu à cause le manque de culture et puis l'arrivée de certaines plantes envahissantes. Qu'il y a une diversité aussi importante, génétique importante des mûriers à papier en Polynésie orientale, avec 14 génotypes exclusifs, mais aussi en Polynésie occidentale, avec 18 génotypes exclusifs, mais seulement 3 génotypes communs partagés entre ces deux régions. Donc relativement peu de similitudes par rapport aux diversités observées. Donc la plus grande diversité de clones est observée aux Marquises, notamment à Tahuata et Nukuiva, donc avec des échantillons d'herbiers ou des échantillons de plantes vivantes qui ont été collectés, et de 3 îles de Hawaï. Et en se basant sur les analyses de connectivité génétique, donc on fait l'hypothèse que les premières introductions du mûrier en Polynésie orientale ont été faites par les Marquises, via les Marquises et plus particulièrement dans le sud de l'archipel. À droite, je vous avais mis 2 photos. On a mis 2 photos. Ça, c'est un mûrier à papier tongien avec les feuilles très découpées et plutôt une forme un peu classique qu'on a aux îles Marquises ou à Tahiti avec des lobes moins marqués. Donc, que peut-on dire au niveau linguistique du mûrier à papier? Donc, outé, tumu aouté. Donc, il y a une indication pour une introduction depuis Tikopia ou ses environs, dans une forme qui s'apparente au proto-est-polynésien Kaou Mafouté, ou anticopien Kaou Mafuta, qui voudrait dire trépied de bâton comme support de filtration pour l'extraction du curcuma, qui à son tour est probablement un dérivé récent du proto-polynésien Kaou Mafouté, tige de mûrier à papier dénudée de son écorce. Donc pour faire du tapa, on est obligé d'enlever l'écorce de la plante et de récupérer l'écorce interne. Donc le terme est-polynésien Kaou Mafouté arrive aux Marquises avec le mûrier à papier lui-même et change de signification pour donner le nom de la plante elle-même. Donc les noms pour mûrier à papier dans toutes les langues de Polynésie orientale sont des dérivés de Kaou Mafouté, avec la plus grande diversité aux Marquises, Outé, Tumu Aouté, Kou Haouti. Donc aux Marquises on dit toujours aujourd'hui Outé, à Tahiti c'est Aouté. Et donc l'élément Kaou en proto-polynésien signifie bois, arbre, plante dressée, a été enlevé dans les références aux vêtements en mûrier, ce qui résulte du proto-est-polynésien mafouté, qui peut être employé, employé comme terme plus court pour la plante. Donc ce nom mafouté existe encore à Rapa Nui, mais aux Marquises, c'est devenu outé, et le mot aouté a été emprunté après, probablement aux Marquises, au départ, dans tout le reste de la Polynésie orientale. Donc si la Polynésie orientale avait été peuplée depuis une région de Polynésie occidentale du centre, comme Samoa, le terme siapo aurait dû être introduit avec les pieds de mûrier. En effet, la plante, le mûrier à papier s'appelle siapo en Polynésie occidentale, en tout cas au Samoa. Donc à la place, on a une forme apparentée à siapo, qui est hiapo en marquisien, qui désigne la racine aérienne de banyan qui est utilisée pour fabriquer le tapa. Ça désigne aussi les enfants et les chefs premiers-nés. Donc epai hiapo, en proto-est polynésien, mata hiapo. Donc ça suggère que les premiers Polynésiens orientaux utilisaient le banyan, d'abord le banyan pour confectionner les vêtements en écorce et que les vêtements étaient alors assez rares. Une autre hypothèse était que la rareté initiale du tissu d'écorce en Polynésie orientale suggère une origine des Polynésiens orientaux depuis des atolls. En résumé, et les conclusions, donc on a plusieurs preuves génétiques et morphologiques en termes de la diversité des cultivars qui indiquent que le plantain de montagne, donc le féi, l'arbre à pain et le mûrier à papier n'ont pas été introduits en Polynésie orientale depuis les îles Samoa ou la Polynésie occidentale du centre. Les modèles de diversité génétique et de répartition des cultivars suggèrent que ce matériel génétique fondateur a été introduit des îles Salomon ou au nord de la Papouasie-Nouvelle-Guinée. Les dérivés de noms Polynésie orientale pour le féi et le mûrier à papier montrent une déconnexion avec Samoa. Pour les noms Kourou, Mei, on ne peut pas conclure comme cela. On a le mot Kourou est partout, Mei, c'est un petit peu, ça réapparaît à différents endroits. Donc nos résultats quant à l'origine de ces 3 plantes en Polynésie orientale sont assez cohérents avec des introductions depuis la Mélanésie, les archipels Bismarck, les îles Salomon, qui ont vraisemblablement été réalisées par l'intermédiaire de la région Tikopia et les exclaves polynésiennes du centre-nord. Et c'est en accord aussi avec l'hypothèse formulée par William Wilson de peuplement de la Polynésie orientale. En vous remerciant, un grand merci aussi à Alex qui n'est pas là et qui doit nous regarder, j'espère. N'hésitez pas si vous avez des questions et j'ai les collègues linguistes qui se feront un plaisir.
Merci, thank you. En fait, j'ai une question, mais tout d'abord, c'est peut-être après. En fait, c'est une question de quelqu'un qui regarde sur le lien YouTube. Ils ont dit, à Tahiti, l'ancien nom du fruit de l'arbre à pain était Maiore. N'y a-t-il pas un lien au niveau linguistique avec les termes employés en Polynésie occidentale comme mai? So in English, because it's, I think, definitely a question for Tufala. In Tahiti, the old name for breadfruit was Maiore. Doesn't this also show cognacy? Well, I'm adding here. Doesn't this also show link with the terms from Western Polynesia?
I think that Maiore is a new name. Api, and it's related to our Hawaiian word aiole, which means the ulu that falls when it's young. I think you even have that aiore or ma'aiore. It falls from the tree before it's ripe. And then Marquesan, they have kauore, which the U is like an I, and Rarotongan, they have makaiore. So it means a baby ulu that falls from the tree. I don't know how to say fall. Fall, yeah.
Can I?
Abortif. The abortif maiore.
Could I? So I guess my question is kind of related to this subject anyway, so I'll just jump on the back of it. But is that, in saying also what you're saying, is that really the most economic kind of description for that? Because it does look cognate, mai with me, and also with the borrowing scenario of Mangreva and the Marquesas borrowing from Tongan, let's say.
Yes, they have other words that they borrow.
They do have other words that they borrowed, but is it an economic hypothesis to say that they came from up here over there, and then at a later stage, only those guys borrowed from back in Western Polynesia? I'm just...
What I think, I have some other words.
Yep.
I believe that after the people came, they didn't just stop going back and visiting their friends and family. And there's a traditional voyage from Taku to Tikopia, even till contact time. So the people of Tikopia would have known about how to go up the islands, and they brought mei, they brought ma. Ma is the preserved breadfruit. They brought a word for rat, kuma, like kuma. They brought several words from there, in my opinion, and then some other. I don't want to say all the words, not just to Marquesan, but also to Hawaiian and Tahitian. They brought some words as well from that area.
Yeah, well, we can talk about it more. It seems, as I said, less economic to say that there was a lot of borrowing happening with all of the outliers.
Okay, I'm going to have an opinion about economics. Economics is great for money, but when you're talking about people, sometimes they do strange things and go on long trips.
They sure do, but we
so
that's I don't mean.
So may I ask something that we have time for?
Oui, Albert, tu as une question? You have a question?
Yes, I have a question. I have a comment. I hope you can hear me well. There is something interesting about breadfruit and swamp taro in the case of the northern outliers. And the reason is that this is real low atolls. So it's impossible to cultivate almost, it doesn't grow just. Yeah? So what you can cultivate is pandanus, swamp taro, and breadfruit. And this actually means that northern outliers couldn't, it's impossible to live there without these three plants, right? So the people should acquire them somewhere before settling this island. I don't know, what do you think about it?
Ils n'ont pas entendu. Moi non plus. Albert, can you read?
Okay.
No.
Can you hear me well now?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is this northern outliers is a very specific ecological environment. These are low atolls, and most Polynesian cultivars, they don't grow, or they don't grow well. In order to live on Kapingamarambie, Mokuria or Sikayana, you need breadfruit and swamp taro and pandanus, because this is the staple food, like from plant there. So these islands, they are impossible to settle without these three plants. I don't know what the presenters think about this one.
All right. This same question was brought up at one time by Paul Garrity. How can the atolls have the plants that you have in Eastern Polynesia? But he gave his own answer, which is they could have sailed to different places and known by traveling. It's not that far to the main Solomon Islands, and they have a tradition of going to Tikopia. So if they went to Tikopia, and then after they discovered Eastern Polynesia, like the Marquesas, and they're going back and forth, they could have said, why don't we take one of these plants with us to the Marquesas? That's an explanation. There's other things that are in their contemporary languages, like they have this word hafatea for a type of a tree, hafatea in Taku, and we have ahakea in Hawaiian, and I understand in Tahitian they have ahatea, and they only name it after a floating log that they get. The tree doesn't grow on Taku, but the logs float from the Solomon Islands, the land of wealth, and all those, everything came from the Solomon Islands, and they used that name when they got to the East Polynesia for a tree. So I think they were traveling more than we give them credit for. I think people were traveling a lot at one time.
Laurence.
Merci. J'ai une question. Pardon. Est-ce que vous avez examiné ces plantes génétiquement, mais aussi du point de vue du nom, sur l'île de Rotuma? Je me demande parce que Rotuma, c'est la seule île en dehors de la Polynésie orientale qui est clairement dans la tradition orale ici, à Tahiti. So I would say it in English again. My question is, did you examine either the names or the genetics of these plants on the end of Rotuma? And I'm wondering because Rotuma, of course, linguistically it's very different, but it is the only island outside of Eastern Polynesia that is clearly identified in the oral traditions here in the Society Islands. So I'm wondering whether there's any, that I think would be very interesting to look into in that sense.
Yeah, a fair point. But there really wasn't much linguistic connection with Rotuma. For example, the word for Brusanetia is chala, which is related to the Fijian sala, which means a hat. And the word for the fei banana is sai, which was borrowed into Futuna, but no further. And I think the genetic studies indicate that for all of these plants, Rotuma belongs to the West Fiji, West Polynesia group. Well, I think that's all I can say, yeah.
Yorana. Alors, une petite réaction par rapport à la réaction de la dame plus bas sur le terme mayoré. J'ai bien entendu que c'était un terme qui serait catégorisé comme étant un terme plus récent. Maintenant, il y a des îles, notamment par exemple une aux Australes, qui n'utilisent que ce terme-là, mayoré. Donc, je pense que, mon hypothèse à moi, je pense qu'à un moment donné, peut-être, ce qu'on oublie, c'est le rebrassage et le fait que nos ancêtres étaient des navigateurs, et donc forcément, il y a eu un mix des langues, que ce soit la provenance, il peut y avoir cette provenance des îles Samoa, mais quelque part, je pense qu'il y a aussi, à un moment donné, une utilisation, parce que c'est quand même assez surprenant que dans cette île, dans cet archipel, il n'y ait que cette île qui appelle encore Mayoré et qui utilise encore que ce nom-là pour le Ourou, jamais le Ourou.
Ouais, j'ai bien en tête qu'aux Australes, à Rorotu notamment, on utilise le mot mayoré plus souvent qu'ailleurs. À Tahiti, je savais que c'était peut-être le changement de Ourou en mayoré à cause du pi qui avait été posé. Mais pour les Australes, effectivement, bon, je ne suis pas linguiste, hein, je ne sais pas pourquoi. Why in the Austral Island we have still in use mayoré?
As I recall, in the earliest records of Tahitian all record uru as the word. I don't think Maori is in the 18th century lists. No, no.
Nick, très rapidement, very quickly.
Yeah, thanks. I'll ask part of the question in English and part in French, because part is addressed to the linguist part of the presentation and part to the French part. Alors, votre présentation implique un réseau qui a continué pendant beaucoup de siècles de contact, et que c'est pas seulement question du peuplement original par le Samoa, mais de beaucoup de chemins supplémentaires qui passent dans beaucoup de sens. Alors, est-ce que vous pensez que chaque mot et chaque plante que vous avez discuté suit sa propre histoire, peut-être dans un autre siècle, par un autre chemin, ou bien que les 4 ou 5 espèces ou types de plantes que vous avez décrits suivent chacun un même moment d'échange? Parce que j'avais l'impression que c'était le premier cas, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a un réseau avec comme la dissémination, ou peut-être je ne sais pas comment on le dit pour les butages, mais plusieurs chemins à des moments différents de l'histoire. Alors, il y a des éléments, des preuves qui sont botaniques, c'est-à-dire la génétique, et des éléments qui sont linguistiques, c'est-à-dire la chronologie relative des changements phonologiques et peut-être des autres éléments étymologiques de l'évidence. So I'll just sum that up briefly in English. So the presentation suggests a really wide flung or far-flung network of trade, and the question is, are these like different elements, different plants passing at different moments in history by different routes, or a single network, not at the time of the original settlement, but sometime after?
Thank you. I think there's different times that these things happened that we didn't discuss. I believe there's a time that they contact with Tikopia influenced Proto-Eastern Polynesian proximal Hawaiian inflation, but this one that affected Marquesan and then Mangareva was at a different time. And there are other times also, as we know about Puka Puka, there was contact between East Polynesia through Puka Puka that reached Tikopia and Samoa. So there were different connections over time, different times, and they brought in different words. But I think the big picture is that the people who lived here in Tahiti and the Marquesas were the centers of the Eastern Polynesian people that affected everybody else. They were so strong, and but they connected out. The original people who came here were from small islands, and their big island was Tikopia. To them, Tikopia was the center, and they brought things from Tikopia over here. That's, in short, what I think.
Je crois qu'on va devoir arrêter. On applaudit très fort toute la...
Donc, avant que vous ne quittiez la salle, j'aimerais savoir, y a-t-il un John Patou dans cette salle? John Patou est-il dans la salle? Non? Très bien. Donc, nous faisons une pause comme prévoit le programme de 20 minutes, mais comme nous avons un petit peu de retard, donc on décale le retour en salle à 10h40, s'il vous plaît.
I don't know.
Oh, can I?
And then the next one is Paul. 2 P's. C'est bien. C'est bien. Oui, je vois ça aussi.
La manière dont j'ai travaillé sur le d'ailleurs du son, et en fait, c'est des sans savoir par où commencer. Essayons d'avoir des choses. Ah, ouais. Non, pas du tout.
Should we try
I think we're going to start soon. So, but we need to know
S'il vous plaît, nous allons reprendre nos travaux, donc si vous voulez bien vous installer.
do they have Zoom going? They do.
Donc la prochaine communication est en distanciel et la session est animée par Émeric Herman. À qui tu prends ça ou oui. Après il y a un émission qui va. Ça pour le. Donc, le programme est un petit peu modifié. Nous n'aurons pas de communication de John Patou, puisqu'il n'est ni dans la salle, ni connecté. Donc, il n'y aura que 2 présentations successives, hein, celle de Lev Bloomfield et celle de Paul Kiribati et William Wilson.
Yaramatato, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Donc la prochaine session va commencer avec la présentation de Lev Blumenfeld de l'université Carleton au Canada. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. You can start sharing your screen.
Okay.
I will let you know you have 20 minutes. At 10 minutes before the end, I'll say 10 minutes, and then 5, and then 2.
Merci. Donc d'abord, je voudrais remercier les organisateurs pour un colloque fantastique et pour la possibilité de participer à distance. Je suis désolé que je continue en anglais, mais les diapos, j'espère que les diapos seront plus ou moins clairs. So let me share my screen here. So I believe we'll take a break now from the topic of Polynesia. I'm somehow the only person today whose talk has nothing to do with Polynesian languages, so I'll be talking about the linguistic evidence for the relationship and connections between two languages from the Micronesian family, so Nauruan and Kiribati. This is part of a broader program of sorting out the internal developments of Nauruan, its external connections, and more broadly what it brings to bear on the history of Micronesian languages. So the plan for the day is to identify the diagnostics of loans from Kiribati to Nauruan, and to kind of overview, give a broad bird's eye view of the layers of the vocabulary that are loans. The question is important both for linguistic reasons, because the correspondences of sound correspondences of Nauruan are quite messy, and they become a bit less messy once the loan layers are taken into account. And the data provides evidence of very long and lasting cultural contact or cultural influence from Kiribati to Nauru. So for reference, here's a map of Micronesia from March 1986. So the circles around each island are 100-mile circles. So this demonstrates the linguistic groups of Micronesia. So this is Nauru over here. So Nauru is spoken here, and Kiribati is spoken over in the Gilbert Islands and Banaba, just kind of halfway to Nauru. So first, I'll talk a little bit about Nauruan phonological history, loan diagnostics, and then we'll take a look at the vocabulary. So Nauruan is a member of the Micronesian family and is a descendant of Proto-Micronesian. So this is a result from a recent dissertation by Kevin Hughes, which looks at various historical issues in the language, and this is what he has demonstrated convincingly. Attachment within Micronesian family is, if family tree, if there is one, is at this time not firmly established. The sound changes were established by Hughes, and then building on that work, I've also made some proposals. So here is a summary from of the correspondences of Proto-Oceanic, Proto-Micronesian, Nauruan from recent OL paper. So I'll just highlight a couple of features here on the next slide. So there's a kind of funny orthographic transcription here with the two R's, and there's a couple sound changes that I'll highlight. So first, the R's. So the rhotic contrast between them is based on the degree of constriction, as Hughes demonstrates. Phonetically, phonologically, the constricted R patterns with front consonants, while the broad R patterns with back consonants. Highlighting a few condition changes here. So K to W adjacent to U, K to T before E, L to Yod adjacent to high vowels, and not directly relevant to the data that's coming, I think, but just an interesting feature, an unusual feature. There's a kind of chain shift in place of articulation in Nauruan between coronal obstruents and sonorants here becoming velars, and the velar nasal becoming the labial nasal in an environment roughly approximated here, so bidirectional adjacency to the vowels I and O. This is not a fully regular change, but it is strongly enough established that we can list it here. So details in the OL paper. Let me turn to the diagnostics, the phonological and other diagnostics of the loan vocabulary in Nauruan. So first, on morphology. So a strong positive diagnostic is the nominal prefix, which is a single vowel in Nauruan. In the Kiribati loans, it has a consonant, either a T or a D, and some vowel, which is itself a loan from Kiribati definite article. It is, as far as I know, a diagnostic that has no false positives. So all the loans are, all the items with the consonant prefix are loans. However, it has a bunch of false negatives. So there's a bunch of loans that don't have the prefix. So including Kiribati loans, like here's a couple of them. And English loans and the German loans, which are mostly biblical terms. Another morphological sort of indication of the status of loans is a classic kind of diagnostic where one language has a monomorphemic, unanalyzed word, while the other language has the correspondent in the other language is morphologically complex. So this happens with Nauruan and Kiribati. So for example, the Nauruan word for chief or lord, also Christian god. So it's an important word indicating kind of the upper stratum of Nauruan society. It is a monomorphemic word in Nauruan with this definite article, but in its Kiribati source is a transparent formation, you know, first in the land, morphologically complex. So this indicates also the direction of the loan from Kiribati to Nauruan. So there's a few examples of this type. So another one, the word for bastard, which has a transparent Kiribati structure, but not Nauruan structure, and a few others. Now turning to phonology, phonological diagnostics. So here is a selection of correspondences between Nauruan and Kiribati, where Kiribati shows a different outcome from Nauruan relative to Proto-Micronesian. So one sort of upshot of this table is that a correspondence between Nauruan R and Kiribati R is impossible by regular sound change, because well, the Proto-Micronesian R is lost in Kiribati, retained in Nauruan, but Kiribati R has other sources. So such a correspondence is an example of a correspondence that indicates loans. So here's one example, and here's another. So the R's here would be irregular. Another feature that indicates Kiribati loans is that whatever the orthographic Kiribati consonants T and K, which descend from Proto-Micronesian T and K, they are often, not always, but often borrowed as Nauruan voiced consonants, so D and G, which would result, which is an impossible regular inheritance. So it creates this Proto-Micronesian kind of voicing, apparent voicing development, but it's not found in native vocabulary. So here's a couple of examples. The vitefs, so they're both the K and the T correspond to voiced consonants, so same in turtle. Also, there's vocabulary that is, there are clearly loans which fail to undergo regular phonological developments in Nauruan. So one common feature has to do with the loss of final vowels. So final vowels are lost in Nauruan, but retained in Kiribati for the most part. And loans often fail to show this final vowel loss. And the other sound changes I mentioned before, so K to T before I and K to W adjacent to the high back vowel are also often missing in the vocabulary that is loan. So here's a few examples which indicate some combination of these features. So for example, the word for octopus, so it has, first of all, it has the voicing of K to G, it has the article, it has the failure of K to T before I. So in this first syllable of the root, that's failing to undergo the regular change. It also has yet another indication of loan. So the The etymology here is the Pro-Micronesian and Proto-Oceanic form that has a T in the onset of the final syllable. This is a sporadic change in Kiribati from T to K here, which is also reflected in the Nauruan law. So there's multiple evidence here. Similar sort of failure of K to T in spider lily, and the failure of K to W in the word for dolphin here. At the same time, so these are loans that post-date the changes that I've listed here. At the same time, there are significant number of loans which in fact do undergo the developments that are Nauruan. So here's an interesting example. So this bird, which is Itirir in Nauruan, it is a loan from Kiribati. Kiriri, it is a loan because of the R-to-R correspondence, although the loan prefix is missing, but it's the correspondence indicates loanhood. But the final vowel has been lost, and the K to T change has applied here. The Kiribati form is in fact itself a Polynesian loan because the Proto-Oceanic form has an L here, which is expected to be reflected in Kiribati N rather than R. So this is an older loan which is predates some of the regular Nauruan changes. So here's another example. So mallet from Kiribati Ikuku. So this is a word that was recorded a century ago, which has the loan prefix but undergoes the K to W and final vowel loss in Nauruan. This example has been borrowed a second time, more recently, in the personal name Egigu, which has preserved the K's and the final vowel. All right. So much for the diagnostics. So now we know how to identify the loan vocabulary. Now I will give a brief overview of the kinds of words that are loans from Kiribati to Nauruan, sorted roughly by semantic domain. So the data here comes from my field work, from an older dictionary draft, from descriptions of plants and birds, and from descriptions by Hambrook, the ethnographic ones about a century ago, which has a lot of vocabulary that's gone, and the missionary descriptions by Kesa. In a few cases, items are only known in their spelling form, and in that case, they're enclosed in angled brackets as the word for mallet on this previous slide. All right, so here's basically a list of an incomplete list of examples of loans. So plants are a very common type of word that is borrowed. So both wild plants, so here's a few, I think you've seen a couple of these in previous examples, and cultivated plants. So arrowroot, taro, plumerian, and breadfruit, which is clearly a loan from Kiribati. Animals, so there are some marine animals, not a lot of fish. So this is, I think, actually the only fish word that I have found that is clearly a loan. But other marine animals, so octopus, turtle, dolphin, are from Kiribati. And a few land animals as well. So so the mosquito, rat, spider, so this should be a line break here, the bird that we've already discussed, and some other birds. So here is another example of a loan failing to show the K to T expected change. Okay, and this is the word for chicken or fowl. Lots of words relating to material culture, so dwellings. The word for village, this is an important word for meeting house. So this is something that's borrowed from Kiribati. Words to do with construction, so fencing, large horizontal beam. Household items, so we've mentioned the mallet already, coconut bottle, grass skirt, which might be a borrowing, and a few other examples as well.
5 minutes.
Okay, social life. So Dan's story text, so I've already mentioned the word for chief, which is again an important kind of central concept, which is Kiribati loans. The word for toddy is a Kiribati loan, and the word for drunken is probably as well. And there is a concept on Nauru that toddy cutting toddy is something that was taught to the Nauruans by Kiribati. Words to do with religion, so in particular Christian words. So the first missionary on Nauru was an Kiribati named Vila, and not surprisingly, some of the vocabulary has to do with Christian concepts is Kiribati. So, for example, the word for pray, which itself is a Polynesian loan in Kiribati. Worship, so this is a word for chant. An older, what appears to be an older loan for God or idol. And finally, so there's a couple other categories. So large number of words that are loans, appear to be loans that belong to sort of more general vocabulary. So a layer that has to do with body, for example, the body and disease and health. So the word for body itself is a Kiribati loan. Sick, various parts of the body, diseases, so wound, lump, belly, these are appear to be loans. And other really general vocabularies, like the word for be able to, can, is a loan as indicated by the final vowel, retention, and by the K to G. So it's a surprising item to loan, but it appears to be one. The word for work, help, and a few other general items. So this item means stranger, so it appears to be a loan from Kiribati. It is in fact the name of one of the 12 matrilineal tribes of Nauru. The other 11 are indigenous, are native, and the 12th one is the one where all the foreigners go, and the name of that 12th tribe is the word for stranger, which appears to be a Kiribati loan. So that's an overview. So there's a little bit that I can say in terms of discussion. There's not much I can speculate with here, but I think there's a few interesting observations. So one is that if we look at the kind of vocabulary that is borrowed often versus less often, so plants, large marine animals, social structure, also material structure like dwellings, there's a lot of loans. Here, there are no or very few loans that have to do with fishing, and I think that's important. So almost no fish names. In contrast, many fish names appear to be retentions from Proto-Micronesian. Fishing vocabulary, canoe vocabulary appears not to be as easily borrowed. And also, finally, this is a very sort of approximate claim, but using sound change as for example, so loss of final vowels as a very rough diagnostic, we can make an approximate division between an older layer of loans that has to do with building vocabulary and land animals. So those words sometimes tend to show more of the Nauruan developments versus newer layers like plants and marine animals and religious vocabulary and disease, which appear to be newer. And again, this is maybe a bit wishy-washy because not all the examples follow this division, but it's possibly a trend. I don't know what to make of it, but it's a observable trend. All right, so with that, I will stop. So thank you very much, and I look forward to questions.
Thank you, Lev. Is there any questions? Est-ce qu'il y a des questions?
Lev, Vila. Couple of points. You were pointing out Polynesian loans in the Kiribati, and you missed a couple. At least one I noticed was Loki. It's definitely a loan from Polynesian Loki. A couple more. When you send me the whole list, I'll be able to comment on a few more. Second point, Panapa. See, Panapa is very close to Nauru, Ocean Island, and has a distinct language from Kiribati. I mean, the Kiribati people say they don't. Panapa people say they do, but they don't speak it anymore. But that's not true. They do speak it, and especially the ones in Rambe in Fiji. And in particular, the article, which is te, I noticed that you had in some cases where the article was borrowed that it was of the form do. And I'm not sure about Kiribati, but certainly in Panapa you get that too, where the word for canoe is not tewa, but toa. And so Panapa could be a source for the borrowed articles of the form of do. That's all.
Yes, thank you for that comment. So yes, I may have missed some Polynesian loans, and that should be fixed. But about the article first, so it could be the source, and that could be in Panama, but there's also a possibility that it's an internal development because the vowels especially next to labials or in some rounding environment, they can do all kinds of things in Nauruan. But more generally about Panama, so I have thought about that and I've tried to look, but I don't have anything concrete to say yet, but there's an intriguing sort of fact that I think is interesting. So whether the contact, so the question is whether the contact to Nauru was via Panama or somehow more direct kind of bypassing it. So there's, it has to do with plants. And so Panama is very species poor. And some of that may have to do with the recent mining disaster that has taken place, but it also is just possibly species poor. So for example, there's no mangroves on that island. So I've tried to look in the recent kind of botanical surveys, and so there's there's two plants, in fact, that were in the slide. So one is the spider lily crinum, and the other is the Vitex trifolia, which are reported by Thaman to be absent on Panama. Again, what that means is a little bit unclear. Have they always been gone? But if they have always been not present there, then that indicates, and the Nauruan word is a Kiribati loan that indicates kind of bypassing Panama. But again, I'm not a botanist, so I say this with caution. Yeah.
Il y a une question dans le chat.
Oui, il y a une question dans le chat, je crois, d'Albert. Oui, si. S'il y a une question, je vais lire.
Right.
So it's Albert Davlichin, and he says, thank you very much for the talk. My question is, do you think the oldest loans are pre-contact or are post-contact?
I'm pretty sure they're pre-contact, so the contact is very recent. So it's certainly the sound changes that are I've mentioned, like the final vowel loss indicated W and others. They are recorded, like in the earliest Nauruan data that we have, those sound changes are already there. So in Hambrook and Delaport, which is a bit before that. But the fact that the loans show them, I think, means that they're older than contact, and also in kind of the contact with Kiribati is reflected in Nauruan sort of traditional stories, so origin stories mention Banaba, for example, so it's the travel was definitely before the Europeans got there. Yeah, thank you.
Aloha. First of all, thank you very much for looking at Nauruan and Micronesian. I have two questions. The first one is the tree that they've has been created previously for Micronesian languages did not include Nauruan, it's just possibly there. And are you saying that are you changing the tree somehow because they had Kiribati and Kusayan split? Where does Nauruan fit into that tree?
That's a really good question. So when they first started working on Micronesian, so Jackson thought that there was a nuclear Micronesian subgroup which included everything except Nauruan, because he thought that Nauruan did not have a merger between, I believe, proto-oceanic D and DR. But Hughes, in his thesis, showed that that's wrong. And in fact, Nauruan has the same merger as all the other Micronesian languages. So there is no nuclear Micronesian anymore. It is part of the family. Now, where it attaches in the family is open. So Hughes left it open, and I don't know what the right answer is. So Kashayan is supposed to be the first branch, and then Kiribati, and then Marshallese, and then the kind of Chuquic and Pompey. But I don't think it's understood yet how Nauruan fits into that, or even if the tree is the correct way to represent it, as opposed to some kind of wave diagram.
Right. Okay. That was really interesting to me. I'd like to find out the more you find out about it, because I'm interested, as you might have heard, in the northern outliers and eastern Polynesian. I know very little about Nauruan, but I saw maybe on a tourist thing or something that their famous flower is called tamanu. Is that correct? And because that's the Eastern Polynesian name for what they call fitau, or in the rest of fitau.
So is this the calophyllum?
Yeah, that's where you can help. Yeah, okay, he said yeah.
Yeah. So the calophyllum word is, tamano, I think, is a recent loan, but there's an inherited word, ijo, which is regularly inherited from the proto-oceanic Pitakur.
So they must have taken, maybe in historical times, from Eastern Polynesian?
Yes, or even from English. I'm not sure. Yeah. There's so whether there are any loans in Nauruan directly from Polynesian. So I've only found two words that could be candidates, but that just could mean that I'm missing the Kiribati intermediary. So one is temeriki, and the other is a word for net. But there's not a lot of words that seem like loans from Polynesian that could not also be loans from Kiribati.
Right. And also that bird, was tirid or something like that? And because in Eastern Polynesian we have kuriri, uriri, and in the West they have kolili. So I was wondering, do you think that E came from an O?
I'm not sure how to tell. So yeah, I mean it's borrowed from Kiribati to Nauru. So yeah, sorry, I don't think I.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Est-ce qu'il y a une question dans la salle? Je crois qu'on va pouvoir passer au papier suivant. Thank you, Love.
Merci.
On va maintenant écouter Paul Girardi et William Wilson sur le Fidjien, Tokelau et le Polynésien extrême-oriental, des histoires parallèles, de divergence et de convergence pour l'interrogation.
Oh. No. How about we let somebody put the question?
There's nobody else.
Oh. I thought we had it. We can take 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll take 2 minutes. Okay.
What happened to you?
You probably can get it quicker than I can.
Okay, let me see.
I will start while you're getting that. Yeah? Je commencerai quand même. Bula vinaka, nitong bula na turang na marama, dorwong ngonilawa kenwe kataliso. I am, as some of you may know, from Fiji, and that was a bit of Fijian. What Pila and I are going to talk about is something that a lot of people are talking about these days. It's not necessarily very new, but the idea that family trees are inadequate for explaining linguistic history. And as I say, it's not a very new idea. It goes back to, was it Schmidt, I think, in the 19th century. Velen, as it was called in Germany, so the idea that innovations spread through languages by waves. And other terms that have been used are convergence, where languages become closer to each other through borrowing, even though they're not necessarily related historically. And, or they are related but distantly so. In Polynesia, the original idea among many linguists was that Polynesia is a good linguistic laboratory, in the sense that Polynesian languages developed in relative isolation. And therefore, you can use them as a way to study how languages change by themselves in isolation. But gradually, over recent years, more and more linguists have been pointing out that this was not the case, and that there has been a lot of borrowing as a result of contact, often by long-distance voyaging in Polynesia and in other parts of Oceania as well. And the presentation that we made earlier today concerning the introduction of certain cultivated plants to eastern Polynesia is an example of that kind of long-distance contact. Now, while we're waiting for the PowerPoint to come, I argued when I studied Fijian many years ago that I mean, people will understand that there is one well-known Fijian standard language, but there are actually 300 dialects or communalates of Fijian. And no, I won't go into historical explanations, but there are about 300, and they have come about, I believe, through a combination of fission and also convergence. So one of the theories that, that I have proposed is that initially the Polynesian languages, so Proto-Polynesian was spoken initially in a part of eastern Fiji, which I called Tokelau Fiji. So it's the far east of Fiji. The closest part of Fiji to Polynesia is where Proto-Polynesian originated. And I have various evidence for this, which we will see in a minute or so. And this is contrary to previous beliefs that Polynesian itself originated in Western Polynesia. So most of the early studies of Proto-Polynesian speculated that it was spoken in either Tonga or Samoa or Futuna or Wallis or Niue, any of the Niues, which people often forget, Niue Toputapu and Niue Fo'u. But my idea is that when Fiji was settled, the far east of Fiji is where actually a language developed, which I call Tokelau Fijian. Tokelau in Fijian means east, and it's of course related to Polynesian words like Tokelau. And that language that developed became Proto-Polynesian, the original Polynesian language, whereas the languages that remained in Fiji, instead of, they lost a lot of the original features that they shared with Proto-Polynesian, because after that they became more and more similar to other Eastern Fijian dialects. So that's what I would call convergence, what other linguists might call diffusion, and there is a term, what innovation-linked subgroup, which Pila will be talking about later, which means that contemporary Eastern Fijian, which is a group of about 200 dialects or commundialects, is actually a fusion. It's something that has come about over the past 2,000 years, and that maybe 2,000, 3,000 years ago, it was a lot more disparate. And then because of, especially the influence of the Eastern prestige areas in Fiji, some of you who know Fiji may know that places like Bau and Rewa were politically powerful, and therefore the languages also had a great deal of influence. And there's a lot of recent evidence that parts of Eastern Fiji have been becoming more and more like Eastern Viti Levu, which is where Bau and Rewa are. So this is the picture I want to paint, that Polynesia, Proto-Polynesian came from Eastern Fiji. In fact, Polynesian was formed in Eastern Fiji, even before, if only briefly, before Polynesia itself was settled. And the evidence for that, which we will see, is partly in linguistic innovations, which Pila has been talking about this morning. And how can you connect? How do you form well-grounded subgroups? And the answer is you do that by pointing to especially irregular developments. So irregular sound changes, irregular lexical developments. For example, the word for the sanded crab going from kaviki to kaviti. That's an irregular development, and that's why it is good evidence for subgrouping or connection, because languages would not normally make that change. It's an irregular sound change in a particular lexical item. Woo! You want to?
I'll help you out a little bit. Okay, so sorry about our problem with technology. So my way of interpreting what Paul is saying is that people move through space and time, and that's where you have these trees. So you can make a tree within Fiji, how from the very earliest times when, as Paul said, the Polynesians developed there, as they moved through the space of Fiji, they formed these innovations, and forming like a tree were these special innovations that continue into Polynesian. So he's also shaking his head correct. Then, but they're still living in Fiji. So they are sharing new things over time. They keep sharing new things, especially from people who are important, such as you mentioned, Mao, and the different places become important at different times. And so these new innovations keep piling up until you have more of the new innovations than you have of the old innovations. And how do you discern the old from the new? Is that correct? Okay, so to take it into the theory that I have about the northern outliers is that as we followed the crabs, slowly walking into East Polynesia, the Kaviki, Kaviti, then Kofiti, that shows that movement over time, and you can make a tree. But the problem is people don't stop changing. So as Albert showed these other words in the northern outliers that are new, they have a new word for nose, I think was moisu, but the old word was isu, and the old word came here to East Polynesia, I think, and moisu is a later word. So they built up in the northern outliers some new innovations, and they share them with each other. They're close to each other, as in Eastern Fiji, the islands are close to each other and they share. Then we get into the, okay, here.
Bon, okay. We have some pictures and some text now. Next one, who's doing the? Oh, this is it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, I believe many of you will not be very familiar with Western Polynesia and Fiji. So we have this little map to start with. Western Polynesian languages include Tongan, Niue, Samoan, Ubea, which is also known as Wallis, and Putuna, Tokelau, and Tuvalu, which is up there but not named. These are all Western Polynesian languages. Now, if you go further west, of course, you come to Fiji and you come to Rotuma. Neither Fiji nor Rotuma is Polynesian. Okay, they are exterior to Polynesian. Nevertheless, they are Polynesians' closest relatives. So, and no, you don't have to read this. This is just saying what I said before, is that this was actually written by Bob Blust, but he was explaining the idea I had about Polynesian originating in far eastern Fiji, Tokelau Fiji, right? And he then applied the same idea about subgroups realigning or converging to his theory that the Micronesian languages originated in the Southeast Solomons. And he was challenged because a specialist in Southeast Solomons said, but the Solomon languages, all the Southeast Solomon languages, form a very coherent subgroup. And his reply was, yes, they do today, but 2,000 years ago, they probably had a subgroup that was much more from which Proto-Micronesian originated. But convergence has taken place since then. So the same idea that I proposed about Fiji and Polynesia. So the Proto-Central Pacific, the Proto-language, derived from Proto-Eastern Oceanic and related therefore to languages spoken in the Eastern Solomons, Vanuatu and New Caledonia, spoken in Fiji approximately 3,000 years ago, then split into three: Proto-Western Fijian, Eastern Fijian, and Proto-Tokelau Fijian, comprising Northeast Vanuatu, Tauru, Koro, and Lau, from which Proto-Polynesian derived, and also, by the way, Rotuman derived from Vanuatu. So innovations that indicate a common ancestry for Tokelau Fijian and Polynesian include the following. I think we have a map next. Yes, we have a map next. Okay, so this is what I mean by Tokelau Fijian. It's the Lau group plus Tabuuni plus Eastern Vanuatu. And these are the areas that show a lot of innovations in common with Polynesian languages, as opposed to the rest of Fiji, Western Fiji and the rest of Eastern Fiji. We won't go through all of them, but these are some examples of phonological innovations. The sound mua, which became mua in Western Fiji and parts of Eastern Fiji. In Tokelau it became la, and the same as in Polynesian. An example of that is the word for snake, which was muata, became nuata in parts of Fiji, and in Polynesian it was lata. So the ua sound was lost. The enya, which is found typically in the word for mosquito, for example, nyamu, became Western Fijian yamu, Eastern Fijian namu, Tokelau Fijian namu, and Polynesian namu, as I'm sure you know. Some grammatical morphemes, I'll just talk about the one on top. The word for want to, which is placed before the verb can be reconstructed as mata. But in Eastern Fiji, not all of, but parts of Eastern Fiji and Tokelau Fiji, it is via, and that's cognate with the Polynesian fia. The eat possessive is complicated, so we will move on. Lexical innovations, again, we won't have time to look at all of these, but let's have a look at, won't look at any of these really, but just look at the one on the top. The word for to be like or to be similar, Western Fijian baki was a replacement of kuna. You get kuna in Eastern Fijian, but then in Tokelau Fijian you get the word bao, which is related to the Proto-Polynesian word pau, which can mean to be like. In Tuvalu I've noticed that, but also you get kapau, which means if, which is related to the sense of to be like. So you can, I won't be able to go through all these, but you can see there's a lot of lexical innovations that connect Tokelau Fijian with Polynesian. Okay, kinship systems. That part of Fiji to the east has a similar kinship system to Polynesian, most Polynesian places, whereas the part to the west has what's called a Dravidian kinship system, in which your preferred marriage partner is your cross cousin. So I won't go into more detail about that, but it's something, again, that connects Far Eastern Fiji with Polynesia. There's some more phonological innovations, which we, again, don't have time, but if you look right at the bottom, you'll see vutia is the Fijian word for seagrass. In parts of, in Tokelau Fiji, that became mutia, which is related, of course, to Proto-Polynesian mutia, meaning grass, which became mutia in some Polynesian languages. And that shows the phonological innovations, the loss of kwa, ngwa, ngwa, becoming just ka, nga, la, again, exactly the same as in Polynesian. Okay, deep prenasalization. Fijian has prenasalized sounds, mba, mba, nga, and these in Polynesian were changed to p, t, and k. And the same thing happened in, as you see, parts of Eastern Fiji, especially Vanuatu. Okay. Another morphological innovation was the loss of the prefix e. So, vove in Fijian, related to the Polynesian fohe or foe, means to paddle or to use an oar. And the word for a noun for a paddle or an oar is ivove. But that was lost in parts of Vanuatu and also in Polynesian. So in Polynesian languages you can get fohe, meaning to paddle as a verb, and a paddle as a noun. A couple of other things you can see where that sort of thing happened up there in Vanuatu. But we've got our friend the ghost crab there, kawiki, which is kauki originally, and in Tokelau Fiji that became kaiki or kawiki, which gives you the Proto-Polynesian form. So, there's a few others there, but we don't have time to look at all of them or even half of them. Place names is really important because place names, as some people understand, often retain old lexicon and morphology. And a lot of the place names in Fiji show the Polynesian, so the nuclear Polynesian change of the becoming lost. So, for example, and these are all more north in Fiji, so Yaviwa, which meant a place of coconut crabs, became Yaiwa in Lao. Bongea, a place of famine related to Ongeaoe in Tahitian, became Ongea. The was lost. Otherwise in Fiji this doesn't happen. It only happens in these place names in Eastern Fiji, right? And Vakau reef became Yakau, Yanuva, a small island, became Yanuya. So the loss of C or its replacement by Y internally. And then finally in southern Lao you get the change R going to 0, which has in common with Tonga, but not Samoa or any other Polynesian languages. So the word Aro, meaning the front of an island especially, which was Yarrow elsewhere in Fiji, and place names like Naravaki, Naravigro, became Ao in southern Laos, in just one place in southern Laos, which I'll show you in a second. And then we have the frigate bird, which we were talking about earlier today, Katafa, it occurs in the Fijian island named Katafanga, or Katavanga, meaning place of frigate birds. But Fijian itself doesn't use the word Katafa, it uses Kasanga. So place names reflect an earlier closer resemblance between Eastern Fijian or Tokelau Fijian and Polynesian. So they have that. So it's possible that older allegiances, shifting allegiances could be lost, but in some cases, like in place names, they are retained. For example, mata and via, for meaning want to, unlikely that had both, so what probably happened was it was originally mata, it became via in Tokelau, Fijian and Polynesian, and then when the Polynesians left, they took via and changed it to fia and retained it. Now that has been retained in Fiji as via, it hasn't been lost. But other similar items may have been lost. So, and I just thought I'd throw a little bit about Pulotu. It's not directly connected, but it does show something about the extent of inter-island voyaging. I put this incident around 1300, that there was a war about the kula trade, kula meaning red feathers, which I'm sure you have. Ura, is it Ura? Yeah. And the people of Pulotu, which is the old name for Matuku, one of the islands in eastern Fiji, then had a war, and some of them fled to parts of Polynesia, and they introduced there the words like tolafiti, and as far as Hawaii, konahiki, and also the word Pulotu, which became Purotu, and has positive connotations like a teacher of dances, or beautiful person. These, I believe, all originated around 1300 AD in eastern Fiji and spread throughout Polynesia, except, of course, for Rapa Nui, and they didn't make it to Aotearoa. So the name is Purotu, yep. And I will stop here. There we go. Origin of East Fijian. Yeah, I can go on forever. Oh. Okay, so, all right, so just, actually, this is where we merge with Pila, is the assumption that East Polynesia was settled from Samoa goes back to Hale. Some of you may not be familiar with Horatio. Hale was the ethnographer on the American exploring expedition, which recorded a lot of valuable information around about 1840, not only in Fiji, other parts of the Pacific, Hawaii, Tahiti, I believe as well, maybe not. So it's long believed that the origin of East Polynesia was somewhere in Western Polynesia, the area of Samoa and Tonga. We have Patrick Kirsch, the anthropologist, archaeologist, also said so. And the reason was geographic proximity, and also the fact that many Eastern Polynesian communities cite their homeland as Sawaiki or Hawaiki, and people have related to that to the main island of Samoa, which is called Savaii. That's just some of the reasons. There are others. So, then, shall I read this, Pila? And so Pila came up with the study of, which he presented earlier today, the study of irregular developments in the pronouns and possessives of northern outlier languages, and showed that they were closer to East Polynesia. And I must say, some of you may know Sam Albert, who was the first linguist to study Kapinga Marangi, and of course was a native Hawaiian speaker. He's the author of the co-author of the Hawaiian Dictionary, the current Hawaiian Dictionary. When he was doing fieldwork on Kapinga Marangi, said that he didn't know any other Polynesian language that was more closely related to Hawaiian than Kapinga. So I think I'm quoting him correctly on that. So already people were thinking there's a strange relationship between Eastern Polynesia and some of the outliers. Pila Wilson here came up with similarities in the pronouns and possessives of the outliers, and also a number of lexical items, including our famous sand crab, and lots more stuff since. So I'll hand it over to Vila.
Can you run it from there? Terrible. Okay. Okay, I'll do it very quickly. So it's much easier in Eastern Polynesian and Northern outliers than in Fiji, how you ever could dig up some of those things out of how many thousands of words. But so the tree that I have shown is like what I consider the first settlers. And then people would continually change words. And so I already mentioned the Northern outliers. I'm not going to talk more about them, but I believe what Albert showed was the stuff on top of the older things. But even in the Eastern Polynesia, once they're divided up, I have the proximal, the ones on the west, which would be the ancestor of Tahitian, Hawaiian, Rarotongan, New Zealand Maori. They were on one side, and then the Hawaiians were the northern part, and everybody else was down here. And then the Marquesans was a homeland, and they went to Mangareva and Rapa Nui. But what happened was primarily people shared, the ones who were left didn't go off to Rapa Nui, living together, they shared things, especially the Nuhiva people and the Tahiti people. Those were the big bulls, as you might say, of Eastern Polynesia. And so people tended to take words from them. So in Hawaiian, people used to think Hawaiian took words from Tahitian, but I think Hawaiian took words from Marquesan. So I can mention one. The old word for this is Rauru, but the Marquesans, Rapa Nui, and I think also Mangareva, they have the same word we have in Hawaiian, Lauoho, and I think that the Hawaiians got it from the Marquesans. We have Malamalama, and we have Ma'ama, and the Ma'ama, I think the Marquesans came up there. We have Mau, Keia Mau Pua, these flowers, but these people up in the mountains, they say kau or tau would be tau. They say Keia Tau Pua, like the Marquesans. And I mentioned our fish, the Pauko, Pao. The Marquesans have Pao. We have Pauko in the south, and in the north we have Panoo, like everybody else. So basically, the Marquesans and the I have a lot of words from Tahitian and Hawaiian too. So they were the rulers, and we took in some of their words, and everybody shared. Thank you. Mahalo. Yeah.
Is there any question for Vila or Paul? Est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Yes, I have a question to Paul about place names that are Polynesian sounding. I kind of missed two there. One is that island of Vikumbia in the far north, close to Futuna. That to me sounds like Tikopia, like a Fijian version of Tikopia. And then secondly, there's an island called Moturiki right next to Ovalau, and it sounds very even Eastern Polynesian, or like at least certainly Polynesian to me. Like with the motu, because I don't think motu is a standard Fijian word. So anyway, so about those two, I have just a question about that.
Yes. So Moturiki, definitely, it sounds Polynesian. The reason it sounds Polynesian because it's actually Proto-Central Pacific, and motu is the Polynesian word for island, but it also is the Proto-Central Pacific word for island, right? Riki is the Polynesian word for small. It's also the Proto-Central Pacific word for small. So it was a Proto-Central Pacific place name. Sorry, what was the other one you mentioned? Dikumbia. Okay, Dikumbia is a different case because Dikumbia, of course, there are two Dikumbia in Fiji. There's one northeast of Vanuatu, and there's one in the Vanuatu group. Yeah, that's not important. What is important is that Dikombia, when you look at the names of the island of Tikopia, it is, of course, based on Dikombia, but it's loan phonology. So it's loan phonology. So what it means, and this is my theory, is that when it was discovered by whichever West Polynesians discovered it, they actually believed that they were in Dikombia in Fiji, which they call Tikopia, right? So it's loan phonology. It's the Polynesian name for Dikombia. And I would add to that the next island of that, of course, is Anuta. And that was also a name because they believed they must be on Yanuva, which is to the northeast of Taveuni, one of the most easterly islands in Fiji. Okay.
I think we have a question from Albert.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, speak louder.
Okay, I'm trying to speak louder, and meanwhile my face is going bigger and bigger on the screen. I have a question for Paul. It's of course, I mean, we all know the story, and it's undeniable this connection between the Kilau region and Floridian. A very nice example. You have that irregular developments are in particular important for creating and for making subgroups in innovation.
Albert, can you write your question, please? We can't really understand. You write it and then we'll read it. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there's a poor connection. I can't hear you well. Oh. Could you write it? Yes, thanks.
Just waiting for the question.
Ok, est-ce qu'il y a une autre question en attendant le message d'Albert? Moi j'aurais une question. I would have one question, maybe in the meantime.
Yeah.
You were talking about exchange or contacts between Polynesian and East Fijian.
I am 100% positive that the earliest loans are long pre-contact. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You haven't mentioned the word of Adrian Kepler, who talked about the exchange patterns between Tonga, Samoa, and Fiji.
Yes, exactly.
Do you think that the kinship system or the kinship rules or the marriage rules that you see in East Fiji is related to that, the people moving around between?
Again, I'm not sure that there's any way to demonstrate that, but there's certainly Eastern Fiji is much closer in its kinship system to the usual Polynesian system. But yes, there has been, as far as we know, a lot of trade between Polynesia. For example, when the Polynesians, and this is connected with the red feathers, the kula, when the Polynesians first went to Tonga and Samoa, they found that there were not so many red feathers there, and they were not so brightly colored. So they would come back initially to Lakemba. That was the initial source of red feathers. And then when the birds that provided the red feathers became extinct, it was hunted to extinction on Lakemba, then they moved west to Matuku, also known as Burotu. Right? So that was one element of trade. But of course, any archaeologist will tell you that the major source for adzes in early Polynesian times was Tatanga Matau in American Samoa, on Upolu, the island of, no, is it Upolu? Yeah. And those adzes are found all over. They're found in Fiji, they're found in various distant places in Polynesia, they're found in Micronesia too, I think in Pohnpei. And so they were an early, so they were an early element of trade. And with trade, you get loan words. So yes, I'm going way back thousands of years. In fact, the word itself, kula, which is, you can reconstruct it as Proto-Polynesian kula, meaning red feathers. Yeah, a Fijian has the same word, kula, meaning red feathers. I think it derives initially from kura, which is the name of the tree Morinda citrifolia, which is noni in most of Polynesia, and that it was because you make a red dye from morinda, yeah, which makes things more precious. And that therefore, but the Fijian origin of kura, which has a transitive form in Fijian, which is kurati, is that it actually came from as far away as Tidore and Ternate on Sulawesi. Because the word for gold in one of those languages, I can't remember which one it is kurati. And that this was borrowed through Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, and perhaps maybe the origin of the Kula ring in Malinowski's studies, but certainly as far as Kula. So there was just immense and long distance trading, yep.
Okay,
and,
I'm ready.
And loan words as a result, yeah.
So I'll read Albert's question as well. He says, irregular developments are in particular characteristic of loans. Do you see the danger of using irregular developments in non-basic vocabulary for subgrouping languages? It's a big question.
Sorry, Mary, say it again, sorry.
So you couldn't, sorry? Oh, you couldn't hear me? I was reading it. You couldn't hear me? Louder? Okay. Irregular developments are in particular characteristic of loans.
Oh, okay.
Do you see the danger of using irregular developments in non-basic vocabulary for subgrouping languages?
Okay, irregular developments are, well, except no, I would not agree with that. I would not agree that irregular developments are per se. They are regular, but they are different. Right? So as in the last paper, you can trace Kiribati loans in Nauru because they show certain regular developments which are different from the developments that you get from inherited vocabulary. Right? So I wouldn't say they're irregular. So anytime you get, say, in Fijian, you get a T which appears to come from a proto-S, then that must be a loan from some other language because Fijian doesn't do that. But it's regular. Loans are regular. They have a regular phonology, it's just a different one. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure if Albert has something he wants to reply to that, but I think we're out of time anyway.
Ok, merci à tous pour votre attention, merci pour les questions et les réponses. Et je crois que c'est l'heure d'aller manger.
Avant que vous ne partiez, j'aimerais vous préciser que c'est la table ronde, c'est à 15h30. Il y a une table ronde. Donc la table ronde, en fait, elle va réunir des spécialistes de cette question du peuplement du Pacifique, de la Polynésie orientale. Donc les questions qui ont été abordées ce matin vont être à nouveau débattues. Donc on aura encore du temps pour le débat. Et donc Nick Evans nous fait l'honneur d'animer cette table ronde. Et donc il fera l'effort de résumer, disons, de synthétiser l'information qui est en jeu en français. Donc nous nous excusons du fait que nous n'avons pas fait de la traduction simultanée, ça aurait eu une incidence très forte ou disons, si on n'a pas traduit systématiquement en français, ça aurait eu une incidence très grande sur l'emploi, enfin le timing si vous voulez. Mais cet après-midi, donc, vous aurez de manière systématique une petite synthèse de la discussion en français pour que vous puissiez suivre le débat. Ça reste néanmoins un débat, vous l'avez bien compris, de spécialistes. Et donc, on est bien ici dans une enceinte dédiée à la recherche. Pour les participants, les communicants, donc, nous déjeunons toujours au même endroit, comme hier. Donc, la session reprend, excusez-moi, je vérifie pour ne pas dire de bêtises, reprend à 13h30. Je vous remercie.
Garde notre micro pour la question. Il y a Ramon qui était juste devant moi pour l'autre.
Okay. It's 1:30, so we're going to start. Il est 1h30, alors on va commencer. Ok, Yaorana. Donc, on va continuer la session de linguistique historique. Et le premier papier pour cet après-midi est celui présenté par Mary Walworth du Max Planck Institute et ses collègues co-auteurs sur cette slide. Thank you, Mary.
Yarana Otto, vous m'entendez? Oui? Ok, c'est bon. Ok, donc tu la diapo est en français. Moi, je vais parler pour la plupart en anglais, mais vous pouvez demander des questions en français, évidemment, à la fin. Et aussi pour les étudiants qui sont là, qui étaient là avec moi en mars et avril, vous avez déjà entendu un petit peu de ça là quand j'étais ici en avril. Donc, it's a work with Simon Greenhill from the University of Auckland, Emmerich Herman, who's in the room, an archaeologist at the CNRS, and Russell Gray, also at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology. And here for the first time, we've combined historical linguistics with computational methods taken from evolutionary biology, as well as archaeology, to better understand the history of the Polynesian outliers and their position in the Polynesian group. So using these methods from evolutionary biology and applying them to language and languages is nothing that's really new in historical linguistics, but this kind of thing hasn't been done really before in detail to examine the Polynesian outliers. So we've talked a lot about the outliers this morning and a lot about Eastern Polynesia and the Polynesians in general, but it's important, I think, to have a little bit more history and context to situate ourselves, so I'll start with that. As many of you know, especially those of you here for the conference, as you know, the Oceanic languages span sort of the entirety of the Pacific, and they make up one of the largest subgroups of the Austronesian language family. And so here in this slide, we see their geographic distribution according to their internal divisions. And we'll be focusing on the blue parts, the light blue and the dark blue, this Central Pacific group, which cover obviously a huge area, but it is at the same time kind of the end of the tree, so to speak. Important to our story is the expansion of the Oceanic-speaking peoples as a whole, and this is characterized by three major phases of settlement. So beginning approximately 3,350 years ago, the Austronesian-speaking peoples arrived into Near Oceania, this area here, the closely neighboring islands of the Admiralties, New Guinea, New Ireland, New Britain, and the Solomons. And this arrival was quickly followed by migrations outward into remote Oceania, populating the previously uninhabited islands of Reef Santa Cruz, Vanuatu, New Caledonia, Fiji, and Western Polynesia between 3,200 and 2,800 BP. Then following what archaeologists refer to as the long pause of about 1,500 to 2,000 years in Western Polynesia, there was a third major phase of oceanic settlement, what we call the Polynesian expansion. And in an exceptionally short period of time of only a few hundred years, the Polynesian peoples not only moved east to discover and settle the entire eastern Pacific Ocean, all the way to Rapa Nui, as we saw this morning, and the far corners of Hawaii and New Zealand, all of these places which were previously uninhabited. But they also expanded westward, right? We heard a lot about that today, to repopulate certain western Pacific islands that had been previously inhabited by their distant ancestors nearly 2,000 years prior. So within a few hundred years, the entirety of the Polynesian-speaking space was settled. It's a really short period of time. And this last period of Pacific settlement by the Polynesians is really kind of a remarkable series of events in human history, really, given its short chronology, this short timeline, and the vast geographic range of their expansion over thousands of kilometers between distant islands. So we'll narrow our focus now to the westward part of this great Polynesian expansion, these little light blue dots that are out west. These Polynesian-speaking communities of the Western Pacific, now here in dark blue in this map, have been labeled the Polynesian outliers because of their position outside of the so-called Polynesian Triangle. And the westward migrations of these outlier populations are often jointly referred to as the Polynesian back migration, this arrival of the Polynesian-speaking peoples into previously populated areas in Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, New Caledonia, and Micronesia. Since the 18th century, the languages spoken by these populations have been recognized as relating to Polynesian languages. And more recently, if you can call it recent, in the last 75 years or so, based on linguistic evidence, we see that these people clearly descend, that these languages clearly descend from Proto-Polynesian. But apart from a clear Polynesian linguistic origin, the history of the Polynesian outliers remains pretty ambiguous. No clear signature for the outliers has been identified in the archaeological record. And while recent genetic history on the complexities of oceanic history has addressed Polynesian outlier populations in Vanuatu, they have not focused on the outlier phenomenon as a whole. Oral histories, however, collected in the outliers do provide some evidence of inter-island connections and origin stories that reflect migrations. Origin traditions related to high-ranked chiefs are generally associated with genealogies that allow historians to date migratory events to up until the last 5 centuries before European contact. In terms of origin, the settlement of several outliers is clearly associated with cultural heroes, chiefly titles, and canoes coming directly from Western Polynesia, specifically reported in Nukuoro, Kapingamarangi, Sikayana, Taumako, Tikopia, Renalyn Bologna, Efira Mele Onefate, and West Uvea in New Caledonia. From the linguistic perspective, as we saw a bit more detail on this morning, in the talks this morning, Green in 1966, Pauli 1966, and then again Andy Pauli in 1967, provided evidence for the outliers as part of a Samoic outlier group, which included the outliers and most of the languages of Western Polynesia, except for Tongan and Niue. Pauli in 1967 provided the most rigorous evidence for this, and his conclusions, to quote him, all 12 Polynesian outlier languages for which data are available at the time belong to the nuclear Polynesian subgroup, which includes all Polynesian languages apart from Tongan and Niuean. He further argued that nuclear Polynesian divides into the Eastern Polynesian subgroup on one hand and the Samoic outlier group on the other, which included Samoan, Isfutunen, and as he put it, probably all outliers. He also claimed here that within Samoic outlier, there were at least 3 subgroups, one comprised of the 2 northwestern outliers, as we've heard about, Nukuoro and Kapingamarangi, a second consisting of what he called the central outliers, Sikayana, Taku, and Ontong Java, and a third consisting of 2 Vanuatu outliers, Melifila and Futuna Iniwa. Another of the major hypotheses shown here by Jeff Mark's 2000 tree was that the outliers indeed form a nuclear Polynesian group, but that the more northern outliers with Samoa and the Eastern Polynesian languages form a group called Ilician. Then, of course, more recently, as discussed this morning, William Wilson has proposed that all outliers, except for those in Vanuatu and New Caledonia, group with the Eastern Polynesian languages, as shown here by his 2012 tree. In terms of origins, the outliers have been mostly said to have originated in Western Polynesia due to their immediate grouping with Samoan and other Western Polynesian languages. Oops. So as I said, the history of these languages is not really that clear or really agreed upon. So what we set out to do with Simon and Emmerich and Russell and I was to combine different methods in an interdisciplinary approach to answer the following questions. How do the Polynesian outlier languages relate to one another? Did they expand westward in one major pulse or in multiple waves? When did this expansion take place? And where did the Polynesian outliers originate? So to answer these questions, we've combined classic historical comparative methods and Bayesian computational methods with dating from archaeology. And this kind of Bayesian analysis, again from evolutionary biology, allows us to incorporate different kinds of signals, something that we don't necessarily have in the classic tree model, as Paul and Pila actually mentioned in the last talk before we broke for lunch. So to do this, what did we do? How did we do it? We compiled 202 basic vocabulary concepts from a total of 54 varieties of Central Pacific languages. The sources used included primary data, unpublished legacy material, and published work, of course. For some languages, multiple varieties are included. And even where some languages had more than one source available for the same language, if they had differing data due to the time of collection, these different lists were also included. So a good example is for Nukuria, we have an older list compiled in the early part of the 20th century, and we also have Albert Davletshin's list from his fieldwork that was much more recent in 2013. We chose to focus on basic vocabulary for multiple reasons. First, it's the part of the lexicon that is least likely to change. Two, it provides a set of linguistic features directly comparable in each of these languages, which isn't always the case for other kinds of linguistic data. And it provides a data set which is really manageable by for the Bayesian analyses. So these data were entered into the Austronesian Basic Vocabulary Database, which we have a link here if you can quickly jot it down, or I can share that link with you later. And for example, how we enter that in and what it looks like is an example of Reo Tahiti from the Wharewanaa dictionary. So that's what it looks like. And then the important part, using the comparative method, I carefully coded these concepts in the database for cognacy based on established sound correspondences and patterns of sound changes. And how I did that was a couple of examples. Here we have for woman, let's say you have Fafine, right, for Proto-Polynesian. So any language that had a form that was Fafine or the like based on regular sound change, would have a 1. And then, of course, as many of you know, for some of the Eastern Polynesian languages underwent a change from Fafine to sort of a Vahine. So anything that demonstrated that kind of change would still get a 1. It's still part of the same group as Fafine, but it has this special change. So there's been an innovation there. So it gets a 1, 2, so something special. And similarly with dust, anything that sort of reflects this efu goes into 1, and then there's some compounds for dust, right? So if it had pu, efu, it got 1 and then 2, etc. Then importantly, also where alone was known, where borrowings were known or could be identified and clearly analyzed as borrowings based on reported sound changes, these entries were marked as loans and then excluded from the analyses. Then, let's see, yeah. Then my co-author Simon Greenhill performed Bayesian phylogenetic analyses in order to generate a set of possible trees for this group of languages. And this kind of analyses, for those that aren't familiar, takes statistical models from evolutionary biology and applies them to languages to infer language histories based on the presence or absence of a form in the sets of innovations I described before. that are determined by the comparative method. And these provide a probabilistic framework for formulating and testing the hypotheses regarding language change. So this particular analysis that we did generated 10,000 possible trees for the whole Central Pacific group. This method also allows us to date the divergence of language groups by setting a date at the root of the tree and then allowing for varying rates of change on each branch of the tree. So here, the root, Proto-Central Pacific, corresponds to the earliest settlement dates of the Fiji West Polynesian area. And to do this, my co-author, Emmerich Herman, calibrated the root of the Proto-Central Pacific interstage using a compilation of 81 dates from the Lapita sites in Fiji and Western Polynesia. Similarly, the Proto-Eastern Polynesian branch was calibrated using a compilation of 64 dates from the earliest cultural contexts in Eastern Polynesia. And so here's what we get, the fun part. So remember before that I said that the analysis generates thousands of possible trees, in this case 10,000 possible trees. So here in what we call a density, we have all 10,000 of those trees lying on top of each other. And we can see some really cool stuff when you do that. You can see the most probable kind of groups when you do that. So in the darker groups, this is where the most trees overlap. And we can see more clearly that these particular groups are more well supported. So we see here 6 main groups of outlier languages. And the diversification of these 6 separate groups indicates already that there were multiple westward migratory events by the ancestral Polynesians. Had there been one migration, for example, we would expect the outliers to be monophyletic, coming from forming one group. Importantly, we see a lot of uncertainty, especially higher up. And this shows up less as darker, clear lines and more like a web. And this means that these are areas where there's a lot of conflicting signal. That is to say, competing typologies. And this kind of uncertainty can represent high degrees of contact. It could represent undetermined loans in the analysis or multiple overlapping groups of innovations. So for example, a good example, we were talking a little bit about Rotuma this morning. We can see Rotuman getting pulled in 2 different directions. So you kind of see it getting pulled over here with all the Polynesian languages and then pulled over here with the Fijian group. And this reflects what we know of its close interaction with Polynesian languages. And just as a quick point of comparison, when a group of languages has very little conflicting signal, it looks very clean, and you don't see a lot of that web-like stuff. So this is just an example of some Australian languages, a density from those, and it looks very nice and clean compared to our very messy web-like tree. So then looking at the consensus tree, which is this tree here, which is a summary of all of those 10,000 trees with the probabilities on each node rather than just looking at dark lines, we see that we get pretty high support for these 6 major groups, 6 major outlier groups, all above 65% and most above 70%. 2 comprising the outlier languages of Southern Oceania, Meli Fila and Funtuna Aniwa, and then another group with Whakamai and Whakauvea, an Eastern Solomons group with Anuta and Whakatikopia, an other Solomons group with Taumako and Renal and Bologna, and a Central Outliers group and a Northern Outliers group. So comparing with previous linguistic subgrouping, we do see support for Pali's Meli Fila and Futuna Aniwa for his Central Outliers and for Nukuoro and Kapingamarangi. We don't see support for Samoic Outlier, we don't see support for Elysian, and we don't see any support for a direct history with Eastern Polynesian. Applying the reliable dates from archaeology that I discussed before, we use the linguistic structure to infer a chronological order of the diversification process. So through calibrating the root of the tree and the Proto-Eastern Polynesian branch, this allows us to estimate that the multiple events of separation of the outliers were not strictly contemporaneous. They weren't happening at the same time. Using the Proto-Eastern Polynesian fixed date here to kind of help you, guide you in this comparison, we see that there is a high probability that the Futuna Aniwa and Meli Fila group began diversifying before the earliest settlement of Eastern Polynesia, and that the other outlier groups diversified after that point in the first half of the last millennium. oops. So we've answered, that kind of got messed up in the transfer from Mac to Windows, but we've answered our first 3 questions, and now we still need to get at this last one. So where did they come from? Where's their origin? So using this tree that we had, Simon Greenhill then ran what's called phylogeographic analyses to look at the possible directions of the Polynesian expansion. And unfortunately, I've got to go through this kind of quickly, but it is kind of the most complex part that I was not a part of, that I don't really know too much about, so that's okay. Basically what we did is we mapped the locations of the languages onto our tree as a set of discrete locations. Then we enforced the known homeland for Proto-Polynesian in West Polynesia based on archaeological and linguistic evidence. We then took each tree and used a model to estimate the likelihood in each node. And then we used this model to simulate the location of the location history across the whole sample of possible trees, all of our 10,000 trees. So in sum, based on our dated phylogeny that we had already constructed and the geographic location of the Polynesian languages, we can produce estimates of the Polynesian expansion in space. Summarizing these simulated histories provides us with the most probable estimates for the number of transitions between each location. So these example histograms show us the most likely changes from a destination to a source for all regions throughout the tree. So here, for example, we see histograms for the number of transitions from a Western Polynesia source to an outlier destination in the south, in Vanuatu and New Caledonia. And also over here, we see from Western Polynesia, a source in Western Polynesia to a destination in the Solomons. And these histograms represent changes throughout the tree, so also throughout time. And that's all very dense, so here's a nice summary of what we get. The arrows that are thicker are where the number of changes is higher. And here we see very clearly that the Polynesian expansion included lots of movement, first of all, and that the highest number of overall changes, transitions into the outliers is from Western Polynesia. And this aligns very well with what I discussed in the beginning, that's in the oral historical record and previous linguistic hypotheses. So to kind of give you a summary in my last 1 minute, I think, in this study we confirmed that the outlier languages form multiple individual groups distinct from other Polynesian languages. We show support for a complex migration scenario that shows at least 6 major outlier migrations from Western Polynesia into the Western Pacific, and we provide a model for dating the diversification of these groups. We also see a lot of uncertainty in that big Central Pacific tree, which may support evidence from linguistics and other historical scientists of continuous interactions between the outlier populations themselves and outlier populations with other parts of Polynesia, as Pila and Paul and everybody this morning kind of was talking about. Andy Pauly himself, in his 1967 work that I referenced before, said that that difficulties arise in subgrouping outlier languages because of the long history of contact between languages in the Western Triangle area and between neighboring outliers. There is also significant evidence of multiple waves of migration and inter-island connections in oral histories, and new work in archaeology shows interactions between the outliers in the geochemical sourcing of stone tools. Further on uncertainty, we show a general lack of support for the outliers grouping with other Polynesian languages, as has been previously suggested. But as next steps, we'll look beyond basic vocabulary, because this is indeed just basic vocabulary, and we'll have to further investigate a little bit more how contact may have muddied the waters of these higher level relationships. And that's all I've got for you. Thank you for your time. Maururu.
Maururu, merci pour cet exposé super clair. Est-ce qu'on a des questions, commentaires? On a 8 minutes. We've got 8 minutes.
I think Ross has a question.
This is a very small question about an area that's significant to me. And what's the basis of you having one node for Imere, one for Ifira, and then a third one for Mele-Phila?
Let's go back to the tree and see. I have too many animations. Okay, so let's see. So these are different sources that provided different different lists that had differing data. So I think here was actually, of course, some of your data for the Melifila, and then for the Fila and Emere, the separate lists were from the Tryon surveys, Daryl Tryon surveys in '76, and then Futuna and Iwa was also from Daryl Tryon's surveys. So it shows basically. I mean, it looks a little bit funny to have here, but we see because they're 100% connected, right? So these Fila, Emere, they have the number on the node is 1. I don't know if you can see that, which is a good thing. We wouldn't want those to be. We wouldn't want them to be too separate, knowing how indeed close they are.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the two groups. So then Futuna and Iwa, if we take those as one language, and then you take all three of those different lists for Melifila, Fila, and Emere, those together, grouped together, with a probability of 0.72 here, which is pretty high. When we're dealing with this kind of tree, anything over 70 is, anything over 60 is good, but anything over 70 is really, really good.
Donc c'était une question très technique sur les sources utilisées pour essayer d'avoir un certain groupement, là celui qui est en couleur orange. Voilà. Je fais un résumé rapide.
Thanks.
Just actually on this chart, I'm just, what I haven't understand is that in some languages there's like, for some languages there's two different, like there's Nukuria 1 and Nukuria 2, and then there's also for Whakamai, there's like Whakamai Makatea.
Yep.
Are these different dialects or?
Yeah, so in some cases, so for the Whakamai, we have Whakamai and Whakamai Makatea. So there are indeed two main villages on Emai Island where the language is spoken, so that is representing these two different varieties. In other cases, I think as I mentioned in the talk with Nukuria 1 is the 1913 Ray list, and then Nukuria 2 is Albert Davlichen's 2013 fieldwork notes list. So it's the same language in theory, but with 100 years between it. So it shows it's actually would be quite nice to compare on its own to show the variation.
Okay, and that's the same thing for Tongareva. Is that also is that two different villages with dialects, or is that chronologically?
For Tongareva, it's also two different lists from two different time frames. So two different people. Yep. Thanks.
Ok, là c'était une question sur la séparation entre des langues de la même île en fait, qui sont soit des dialectes, soit des langues parlées à des époques différentes. La même langue parlée à des époques différentes.
Oui, les mêmes langues parlées à des époques différentes ou la même langue parlée dans les villages différents.
Ok. Et dans le modèle, ça a été séparé du coup.
Oui, exactement.
Voilà.
Ouais.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This was really, really interesting. I'm very curious about the darker purple. How it includes Tongan and Niuean and Samoan, and like
everybody
for instance,
together.
Kapingamarangi and Nukuoro split off way before that. I'm curious what you make of it kind of putting those together.
Yeah, of course, we were expecting somebody to ask about this because, of course, it doesn't show, nuclear Polynesian, right, or Tongic, which is very surprising. So again, like I come back to this idea that this is just looking at basic vocabulary. So any innovations that have been identified for these two groups that are not in basic vocabulary are not going to be included here. So that could be the source of those two groups not coming up. If you look at the Western Polynesian group, if you can call it that, this could also represent some undetected loans. So we know that there was a lot of interaction and, of course, a lot of Tongan influence in some of these languages. And that, as I tried to kind of extract all of those loans based on what was in the literature and based on what I could kind of surmise with confidence, we might not have gotten them all. So that might be part of the reason that these are grouping together. And indeed, we pulled out kind of the probabilities of some of these things. There's no support at all for Tongic or for nuclear Polynesian. What's interesting is there is, when you start to kind of group Tonga with Whakauvea and Whakafutuna, that actually gets a pretty high probability, which is interesting because we do know from also Claire Moise-Foy's work that there was a lot of borrowing and interaction.
Donc là, c'était à propos du fait que le groupe tongien nucléaire polynésien n'apparaît pas, c'est ça dans le modèle, et du coup il y a les influences tongiennes qui ont pu peut-être brouiller.
Oui, c'est peut-être ça. Peut-être il faut revoir les sous-groupes, mais c'est aussi le fait que c'est le vocabulaire de base. Donc là, on n'a pas tout le vocabulaire qui a été reconstruit, par exemple, pour Nuclear Polynesian. Donc, ça ne peut pas rentrer dans l'analyse si ce n'est pas vocabulaire de base. Donc, c'est prochainement. Ouais.
Donc, en fait, ça, ce n'est pas final. Il y a encore du travail à faire.
Même si c'est déjà beaucoup de travail, ça dit quelque chose. Ça c'est un truc qui est très cool, si on peut dire ça, avec ces analyses, parce que ça montre les endroits où il y a beaucoup d'incertitudes. Donc, ça aide à donner des questions suivantes. Ouais.
Merci encore. On va bouger. On est obligé de bouger parce que... Ah non? Ah, on m'a dit qu'il fallait respecter l'heure, moi.
Okay. Just a really quick question, following on from Paul's presentation earlier this morning, which, if I've understood things correctly, would have placed Tokelau Fijian in a different place in your tree, right? Closer to the node of all the Polynesian languages. I'm assuming that you would account for that by the mechanism he mentioned, that is, it's grown more similar over the last couple of millennia. But do you have anything more to say about that conflict between your tree and the model we heard about this morning?
C'est pour la table ronde.
Okay. Well, it is really interesting. And as Paul was talking, the minute I saw the title of the slide, I immediately went to the density and was like, oh man, it's not working with. I would have hoped it would have worked. But maybe there is we could try to pull out a probability of if Tokelau Fijian, see what that is. That would be interesting to do. It is, I think, Paul, it is your field notes that we used for this data. So yeah, thank you very much. I think for all of the Fijian lex, yeah, indeed.
Ok, il va falloir qu'on s'arrête parce qu'on doit être à l'heure. Donc merci encore à Mary et ses co-auteurs. Et donc la prochaine présentation nous est donnée par professeur Ross Clark de l'University of Auckland sur le peuplement de la Polynésie orientale et des régions exclavées, les données actuelles, les origines multiples de certaines langues polynésiennes, multiple origins of some Polynesian languages.
I'm just, what's the magic to get it full screen?
Yeah, this little screen there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
I was never any good at these games when I was a kid.
Yes, that's good. And you can move the slides with this one if you want.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Right, hello. And I've added some French to some of my slides, thanks to Google Translate. And most of the slides are just pictures and words, so you don't really need a translation. Okay, so this is a quote that I'm going to begin with from Bruce Biggs that I just happened across in reading some of the literature that this is based on. So he's saying that we have good evidence that many Polynesian islands have been settled more than once, and many Polynesian cultures contain more than one component. And there's linguistic evidence that a number of islands in eastern Oceania, including some in Polynesia, have been settled at least twice. Okay. And so what I'm going to do here is review a few of such cases, and particularly focusing on those where we have what I'm going to call language merger. I'm not crazy about the term, but that's the working term I have at the moment. Here's what I think I'm going to call language merger. The essential things is coexistence of two or more language communities in one island, followed by intimate contact, leading to intimate borrowing. I'm using a term from, I think, Bloomfield that I quite like, intimate borrowing. And then language shift, which leads to the disappearance of all but one language. So that's the particular set of conditions that I'm talking about. I'm not claiming that this is a new discovery or a new phenomenon that I'm discovered. In fact, it's just a particular working out of normal processes of language contact and language change that happens to be somewhat common in the Pacific. So just to show you that it's not a uniquely Polynesian thing, I'll mention a much larger island on the other side of the world where this has happened. In England, from say 800 AD, you would have found two big languages being spoken in England. The Danes lived up in the northeast. This map doesn't really show it shows the island, but it doesn't show the feature I'm talking about, that the country was settled by two groups of people, first Anglo-Saxons and then Norse speakers, North Germanic speakers, Danes. And those languages coexisted. As far as we can tell, their speakers must have been on friendly terms, trading with each other, fighting sometimes, and intermarrying, and so on. Eventually, only one language survived, and that's what we call English. But English contains within itself a lot of items from Old Norse which date to this period, including even grammatical features. And there are doublets. I'm going to mention doublets in quite a few places. They're not an essential component of this thing, but they're useful when they do occur in showing that two words can come from two different traditions. So these are cases where a single original word has arrived in the language we're interested in by two different routes. One is what Bruce would have called direct inheritance, and the other by way of some other language, indirect inheritance. So English ditch and dike are descendants of the same original Germanic word, and likewise a well-known example of shirt and skirt that gets you thinking about what was the proto-garment exactly. Anyway. Okay, so going back to the Pacific, I'm going to talk about one very famous case that is based on Bruce Biggs's 1965 paper on direct and indirect inheritance in Rotuman, just to illustrate how the whole thing seems to work. This is a map of where Rotuma is. I think it may actually be somewhat further west, but doesn't matter. It's up north of Fiji. Is an island by itself with a very distinctive language. Bruce was trying to establish the connections between Rotuma and other Eastern Oceanic languages at this time, and kept finding that sound correspondences in Rotuman, the sounds, the results in Rotuman were maddeningly different from one word to another. And he found, in fact, things like this. With very similar Eastern Oceanic antecedents, you had Panua becoming Hanua for land, but Pana becomes Fana for shoot. Likewise with T becoming F in the second pair of examples in the word for cook, and T in the word for pound. And likewise with K becoming Lolstop, or just remaining K in different words. Now, what he found further was that these groups, these results, fell into three distinct sets. And so if a word had more than one of the consonants shown on the left, if it had a P and a K, or an L and a S, for example, then the reflex in Rotuman would all be from the same column, okay? So in other words, what he was dealing with was not just wild random anarchy in sound change, but three different components in the lexicon which came from different sources, okay, and had undergone different sound changes in their history. Now, this first column here with the very unusual change of T to F was pretty clearly the core, what I'm going to call the core, that is, in this case, the language that survives, okay? And this change has not taken place anywhere else in the area. Therefore, we can assume that it took place in Rarotonga itself. If we look at the other two columns, the other two strata as he called them, we see that the results in those columns are very similar to Polynesian languages, and I'm comparing them here on the number 2, Roman numeral 2 there with Futuna, and Roman numeral 3 with Tonga, and you can see that the results are almost exactly the same in those languages. And so that sets up a suspicion that possibly these components in the Rotuman vocabulary are of Polynesian origin. And indeed, Biggs was able to find that Rotuman traditional history and archaeology and so on all agree that the Rotuma has had strong influence from both Samoa and Tonga. Indeed, and I'll go a little further because this is part of my general picture, not just influence, but actual Samoans and Tongans settling in Rotuma and speaking their language there, at least for a time. Yeah. Okay, and there are doublets, of course. I'll just pass over those, but you can find the same sort of thing coming from two different origins, direct and indirect inheritance. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Oh, shit, what have I done?
No, it's okay.
Okay. I have to go back. Yeah. Oh, way back. Yeah. Okay. Yes, this is the next one. I'm sorry, my finger. I wasn't watching my fingers. Okay, so the picture that emerges is we have three different inputs. Groups of people who arrived at different times, each speaking a different language. They coexisted for a time, but when we first have records of Rotuman, when we first see Rotuman, there's only one language left. But as we've seen, it bears unmistakable traces of influence from elsewhere. Okay, now I'm going to talk briefly about a few outliers here where similar situations seem to have prevailed. You can see there's Reynolds and Bologna, Anuta, just about cut off by that blob. Imai down further, and right at the bottom, Westuvea or Whakahuvea. Okay, let me say something quickly about those. First, Reynolds, this is a particularly interesting example, I think. Reynolds, when it was first described, clearly full of words which are not of Polynesian origin. It's a Polynesian language, no doubt about it, and all these outlier languages are classified without debate as Samoic outlier languages. But Reynolds has hundreds of words which are obviously not Polynesian. That's about all we could say. They probably came from the Solomon Islands, which are the nearest non-Polynesian area, but whether the Reynolese acquired them on their way to Reynolds in their migration, or subsequently by trade or some, visiting with the Solomons, or from an earlier population speaking a Solomon's language, was not known until Bluss got to work on it and brilliantly figured out exactly where these words came from. They came from a Southeast Solomonic language, but not one of the two subgroups that are presently instantiated in the Solomons by languages that we know today. So there was a third branch of Southeast Solomonic, and they must have been the indigenes of Reynolds. And this agrees perfectly with Reynolds' traditional history. They have lots of stories about these people they called Hiti, who lived there before them. They fought with them and so on. And eventually the Hiti ceased to exist as a separate people, but the language remains full of loanwords from this source. Okay, so here's some, the doublets are fairly different in some cases, but they're clear doublets for the Hiti stratum and the Polynesian. Okay, now finally Anuta. I think Anuta is the smallest island in the world that has a distinct language of its own. I'll be interested if anybody can contradict that claim. It's really tiny, but Anuta has been recognized for quite a while as being somehow having a double heritage. This was discussed by Bruce Biggs and Peter Ranby in the 1980s, and further contributions have come from Rick Feinberg, who's an anthropologist who is the world expert on Inuit language. The thing about Inuit is that it has two reflexes of Polynesian S. S can become T, or it can disappear altogether. So you have a T and a zero substratum. It's not a solved problem because Ranby and Biggs couldn't agree, and I couldn't decide whether the S or the T was the core of the situation. It's a core nuclear Polynesian language, and it has some kind of Tongan influence as well. But they thought it was from East Uvea, which bears a lot of Tongan imprint. And I'm not sure. I'm still re-examining the whole case. But it's clearly a case of double migration, and Tonga has something to do with it. And there are doublets here. I'll skip over that fairly quickly, but you can find doublets with S in the one word for one. The word for one is tai, but there's this expression tautati, just one all alone, and that has S becoming T. Okay. Now, Uvea, otherwise known as Willis, which some of you will know, was so close to Tongan in its vocabulary and so on that Isidore Dion, I think, actually classified it as dialect of Tongan on that basis. But it's clearly not, and Andrew Pauly established, I think, clearly by looking at the basic grammatical apparatus that it's a nuclear Polynesian language, which we used to say has borrowed heavily from Tongan. But actually looking at what's known of the history of Uvea and the archaeology and so on, it's very clear that it was not just being loyalty to Tongan chiefs or anything like that. Tongans came en masse, families migrated and settled there and spoke Tongan for a long time, and gradually the Tongan language ceased to be spoken, but has left a huge impact on the Uvean language. So I'm trying to make the case that you get this kind of thing only when there are actually people on the ground, an actual community of foreign speakers living on your island, rather than just happening by once every few years. Okay, so Uvea, I would say, I'm not suggesting anything new about the position of Uvea, but just to emphasize the fact that this happened through actual migration of Tongan families, communities, to Uvea at a fairly recent time in the past. Niue, I talked about at the Noumea conference previously. Again, I didn't have anything new to add to the data about Niue, really, but just to point out that Niue is a long way from anywhere else and probably didn't have sort of close everyday relationships with any other island. But from time to time, people would come there. And in Niue, we can find a tonic element, which is considered the core, and I think that's pretty clearly established. There's a Samoic element that is not tonic, nuclear Polynesian, but not Eastern either. And there's probably an East Polynesian element too. This is a little less clear-cut. But let's say there are these three components. They've all arrived at different times in Niue. It's a big island, actually, so there's no problem in having three different language communities at the same time on this island. But in the end, only Niue, as we know it, survives, and it's the tonic part. But an important point to make here is that the first language to arrive does not necessarily become the core of what survives. We saw in Rennell that the Hiti were there first, but the Polynesian language is the one that we have today. And likewise, in Niue, we can't say with any certainty that the Tongans were there first. In fact, I gave some reasons in my previous paper for thinking that probably they weren't, and that the Samoic speakers got there first, the Tongans somewhat later, and the East Polynesians probably last of all. Okay. Now, this is what I was leading up to. 5 minutes? Okay. Cook Islands languages. You can see there's a southern group where they all speak basically the same language, which we call Rarotongan or Cook Islands Maori. And in the north of Cook Islands, we have 3 different languages, Pukapuka, Manihiki, and Penryn. Now, see. Pukapuka, the case of Pukapuka is fairly well known. Pukapukan is classified as a somewhat outlier language. People agree on that. But it has what I called heavy borrowing from East Polynesian, including some grammatical influence. I published a paper on this in 1981 and have continued to think of it that way, but within my present slightly revised framework of thinking, I don't see why it might not have had an East Polynesian community actually speaking East Polynesian on the island and had gone through a language merger of the type I'm describing. If it seems like too small a place for all that to happen, it's several times the size of Anuta. It's big compared to Anuta, and Anuta is probably smaller than this campus. I think these things can happen even in very small islands. Okay, just quickly considering Manihiki and Rakahanga. Each of these has a phonological feature which is, I think, unique. They're classified as East Polynesian languages, but each of them has a phonological feature which is unique in East Polynesian. Manihiki is the least well-documented of these, but from the material I have available, Manihiki shows F from original F before the rounded vowels, and I think no other East Polynesian language does this. You can see down below a couple of common words, Hoi for paddle and Fui together, and they're Hoi and Hui in all the other East Polynesian languages, but Manihiki has an F in these words. Okay, could this be a retention from some other language that wasn't East Polynesian? I ask myself, I've been asking myself for years. Unfortunately, the Fs in this position are a minority, and most of the words with this F in this environment actually come out with H. I'm just showing some contrasting examples here. Nevertheless, the question remains open exactly how this happened. People who are trying to explore the details of East Polynesian have exercised their brains to work out why something like this might have survived in this remote and obscure atoll. But I think it's worth considering other options. There's also a funny thing that actually Manihiki has a few words where S comes out as H with a palatal H type sound, unlike the, sorry, I've got to get back to this. Yeah. It's written by various people as H with a following or preceding vowel, but I'm absolutely certain that's what they had in mind. So from Suki we get something written Hiuki, but I think it's probably an attempt to represent Hyuki, okay, and so on. So there are actually some S-like things preserved in Manihiki, again, contra most of East Polynesia. Penryn is famous for having an S phoneme, and here this language is somewhat better documented and clearly does have an S phoneme, where everywhere else in East Polynesia S becomes H. There are a few examples there. However, both the S's are about 3 times as common as the H's in Penryn. So if I was going to guess this was 2 strata, I would guess that the S language is the core. Right? It's just much more common. However, both the S reflexes and the H reflexes include words which are distinctively East Polynesian. So it seems that S can be retained in one language out of all the East Polynesian languages. That doesn't mean that some of the S's couldn't also be from a different source, but that's still an open question. There are also East Polynesian words with S to H. Give a few examples there. And there are doublets, okay? Sope, hope, masara, mahara. Right. So it looks very much as if there is some kind of two-component thing. Manihiki, I sort of said, oh, I'm not going to make a call on Manihiki because it's still not well documented, and I'm interested in it, but I want somebody to produce a dictionary. So here's a guess about Penrhyn, a core which is possibly early East Polynesian, separating from East Polynesian while the S is still there before the S to H shift. I'm not sure where Peeler would place that, but anyway. And then a later component, which is a late East Polynesian language where S is definitively merged with, merged to H. Okay, and interestingly, S can derive from F. Isn't that odd? I think this is probably, almost certainly because of borrowing from a language with H. But that would fit in with my original proposal. And I can't refrain from putting in some Manihiki Penrhyns of interest. There are a lot of words in Manihiki and Penrhyn which occur nowhere else in East Polynesia. And to me, these suggest at least a regular process of borrowing from places further west than the Cooks. And it may have something to do with the Puka Puka Atoll network that Kevin Salisbury tells me a lot about. I've got a couple of pages of those anyway, but time is running out. Okay, so I'll say thank you there. This is...
Thank you.
Did you have a conclusion? Did you want to tell your conclusion? Yeah? Did you have a conclusion?
No, I don't know.
Okay, thanks a lot.
If I have a conclusion, you've got it.
We've got 5 minutes for questions. On a 5 minutes pour des questions.
Sorry. Oh, Malaros, very interesting. There's evidence for F before U and O in Hawaiian. In the change from F to P. So there's this huana, fuana, and we have puana, tell the refrain of the chant. And then also the in Tongan and some of these other places have the fue, the back end of the pig, and the pue of the bird is that part above the tail feathers. And then we have fua is young fish, and we call that pua, with a small mullet is called pua. And then there's evidence of F with the word, this is not really as good, but when you have an F, it changes the preceding vowel to O, like tafanga becomes kohana, and kafika becomes ohia, and then we have the bays, like fangalulu becomes honolulu, and our faka becomes ho'o. So there, the F, even before O's, and well, it's connected to an O, but we're like puana and other, that's before U. So I think there's evidence of F before O and U outside of these two languages.
Okay, so you're saying that F could have persisted down into the individual unique history of Hawaiian.
Right, and so that would not be unique,
stage.
But it is interesting.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
And I think maybe the Tahitians will tell you a little bit about the issue and type stuff that they...
Oh, yeah, well, I know about the Isho stuff, and I think that's the Isho in Tahitian, for example, is, I assume, a purely local development, phonetically obvious bleeding through of the palatal quality of E into the H, right? I think that doesn't require a deep historical explanation. The Maori, the SH in Northern Maori in early records and so on, might be a reflex of something like that. However, it does occur in Shokianga, Hokianga, which is supposed to come from an F So I don't know. There may be another explanation of it.
I think I might be prejudiced because in Hawaiian we preserve the T on Maui after an I. So it seems like the I kept the higher, like so instead of saying, well, like you had tata hiata, we have kaka hiaka. So they say kaka hiata. So I don't know. It's really interesting.
There was a comment about le glissement du F, c'est ça? C'était des sons qui changent et que en fait, Ross a présenté pour ces outliers, mais qui existent aussi à Hawaï. Voilà. Donc on a une autre question.
Thank you very much. Just one short minor correction. This is not the map of Manihiki. This is the map of you got it mixed up. What you posted as Manihiki and Rakahanga were actually this is Palmerston, and the other one you showed on the slide was Mauke. So you got those. You have to check your maps, but there's just a minor thing. The second question, I guess more important, is that I'm wondering in your analysis of Tongareva, Penguin, whether you have ever looked into like the somewhat unusual phonology of that language, whether you've looked into the potential Kiribati influence, because as you might know, when the Peruvian slave trade, when they took 2/3 of the population out of that atoll, and they took also people from Kiribati, and then they dumped the Kiribati people back there. So actually in the 1860s, there was a change of population composition to about like maybe half of it of Kiribati. So I'm wondering whether modern Tongarevan has some Kiribati influence as well.
Je suis désolée, il faut qu'on bouge pour pas être en retard. Ouais. Ah. Je regarde le chef.
Ok, donc c'est dans les yeux, mais il y a une question de Albert. Je sais pas, elle n'a pas écrit, elle va essayer de le dire.
Okay, I will try to ask it because it takes a lot of time to write. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the talk. And I, in particular, like that most of your examples are coming from atolls and very small atolls. And I think it's something important for these mixed languages or multiple origin languages. Like, for example, for Nukuria and for Taku, Taku are actually descendants of 17 speakers who arrived early in the 20th century, and Nukuria are survivors of 14 persons. So they were very small communities, and they were never large. And I can confess myself, when I started to work on Nukuria, people were constantly talking that this is not our words. We don't have words with S, and we don't have words with L. And I was like, 3 first weeks of my field work, I was saying, I don't believe it. How can you say it? But then they all fit into the pattern. So they were actually borrowing from Taku and Nukumanu people who intermarry, and they still keep traces, which word is original Nukuria and which word is not. But of course, like 200, 300 years later, who can disentangle all the situation? So S is actually naturalized in Nukuria, but they still believe that it is not a Nukuria sound, and there are no words with S in Nukuria. And it's very similar to what you were showing in your presentation.
Okay, I don't think that was a question, was it?
The question is actually, do you believe that the size of the community or the size of the island is important for the origin of multiple origin languages?
I would probably say not, because I gave the example of England to illustrate a very different sort of situation. But I think maybe there is a correlation simply because the smaller the island, the more likely it is that only one language is going to survive. If it's a really big island, then you can have plenty of people coming in and they might just continue to coexist. I mean, I haven't mentioned anything about, for example, New Zealand, Aotearoa, where everybody agrees that there were multiple settlements from different parts of Polynesia, but somehow it's all taken as one language today. But I don't think this same kind of thing has occurred because they were probably all reasonably similar to begin with. Yeah. Anyway, excuse me for, that's all I can say right now. Gosh, you're huge, Albert.
Ok, le petit résumé en français, c'est que en fait, il y avait une discussion autour du fait que finalement, sur les toutes petites îles, il y a peut-être plus de chances qu'il n'y ait qu'un seul langage qui survive, même quand il y a eu plusieurs contacts par rapport aux grandes îles. Donc maintenant, je pense qu'il faut qu'on passe à la prochaine présentation. Merci encore à Ruth. Et maintenant, c'est avec grand plaisir que je voudrais présenter le professeur Patrick Kirsch, professeur d'archéologie à l'University of Hawaii, qui va nous parler du peuplement de la Polynésie orientale et des régions exclavées à partir des données actuelles de l'archéologie. The Settlement of East Polynesia and the Outliers, Current Evidence from Archaeology, by Pat Kirsch.
Yorana Tato, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. The marvels of Zoom. I wish I could be with you in Tahiti, but I unfortunately could not. And I'm sorry I don't have a nice PowerPoint. I'm going to sort of read this, partly read and partly talk at it. It's a fairly simple topic that I wanted to present today, and it's partly as a preamble to the panel discussion that we're going to have later, so I didn't have to get into all these details during the panel discussion. But my topic is the settlement chronologies of the Polynesian outliers and Eastern Polynesia, trying to look at those together. The settlement histories and the chronologies of Eastern Polynesia and of the Polynesian outliers have often been regarded as independent phenomena, somehow unrelated to each other. So the settlement of Eastern Polynesia is often seen as a result of a process of purposeful upwind exploration and discovery by voyagers who perfected voyaging canoe technology and wayfinding skills coming out of the Western Polynesian homeland region. Although some early writers speculated that the outliers were some kind of relic witnesses of initial Polynesian migrations out from Asia, Peter Buck Terangihiroa had that view at one point. The more recent consensus has been that these populations resulted from multiple east to west drift voyages, also originating in Western Polynesia. And this interpretation has been seen as consistent with indigenous oral histories that trace the origins of certain lineages to specific islands in Western Polynesia, such as Tonga, Samoa, Futuna, Uvea, and Rotuma. Now, some years ago, several decades ago, I reviewed the archaeological evidence for settlement of the outliers, treating the settlement histories of the outliers in Eastern Polynesia as unrelated phenomena, and this seemed reasonable at the time. And at that time, the chronology of Eastern Polynesian settlement was thought to have begun relatively early in the first millennium AD, for the most part then predating the settlement of the outliers. Now all that has changed with a significant revision of the chronology for the arrival of people in Eastern Polynesia. So my purpose here today is to argue that the archaeological evidence now available suggests that both Eastern Polynesia and the outliers were settled by Polynesian populations within any contemporaneous time frame of about 2 to 3 centuries, around the end of the first millennium and beginning of the second millennium AD. And both these eastward and westward expansions, in my view, appear to have originated in Western Polynesia. And this will raise the question of whether there was a single, shall we call it a diaspora, out of the Western Polynesian homeland, and whether this diaspora, as I'm calling it, could have arisen out of a common set of factors. And that is the question I want to ask today. But first, let me get into some of the recent details of settlement chronology. I hate to bore you with radiocarbon dates. It's not as fascinating as sound shifts from F to H or S. so on. But that's what we archaeologists deal with. And it's unfortunate that archaeological investigation of the outliers has been far less extensive than that for the islands within Triangle Polynesia. Indeed, many of the outliers have yet to have had any archaeological exploration. This is true, for example, unless I'm missing something, for example, for the Northern Solomon outliers, of which we essentially know nothing of their archaeological histories. But a few have been studied in some detail, and I'm assuming, or I make the assumption that that may then be representative of the larger set of the outliers. One of the things that's interesting about a number of the outliers is that they have quite lengthy and complex settlement histories, in some cases extending into the first millennium BC, even before the settlement of Triangle Polynesia, during the period of initial Lapita expansion. So determining when an actual Polynesian presence is detectable in any outlier, the cultural sequence of any outlier can pose a challenge, because at least archaeologically, this needs to be signaled by the appearance of some kind of distinctive material culture traits that we can attribute to Polynesian. So let me review the evidence from at least a few outliers where I think we can detect the timing of arrival of Polynesians. Tikopia in the Temotu province of the Eastern Solomons remains the most intensively investigated of any outlier from an archaeological perspective, part due to the work that Doug Yen and I did there in the late 1970s. We outlined a three-phase cultural sequence. This is one of the cases in which initial settlement begins very early, around 900 BC. But Polynesian arrival was, in our view, fairly clearly indicated at the beginning of what we termed the third phase, cultural phase, which we named the Tuakamali phase. Indicated here by the presence of distinctive material culture that included basalt adzes, which were non-local material, and of Western Polynesian type. At the time, we didn't have the methods for geochemical sourcing that we have today, so they were not analyzed, but I'm almost certain they are of either Samoan or Uvean basalts. Along with classic Western Polynesian pearl shell trolling lures and a distinctive kind of barrel-shaped bone bead, so at least three elements of material culture there. As well, there were a few flakes of obsidian that more recently we have geochemically sourced to northern Tonga, the source in New Tupatapu. And interestingly, the faunal record in Tikopia also shows after a long period when turtles, sharks, and rays were not being taken and eaten. At the beginning of the Tuakamali phase, all three of those marine creatures again began to be taken and appear very heavily in the faunal record. So that suggests another kind of cultural practice that changed and came in with Polynesians. Now, dating the onset of that Tuakamali phase, we've been able to tie that down fairly well recently by new AMS dating of samples that have been curated in the Bishop Museum for many years. And the onset, I think, of this Polynesian Tuakamali phase is well indicated, for example, by a radiocarbon date from site TK1 with an age of between a calibrated, Bayesian calibrated age, between 1166 and 1214 AD, and several other dates correspond to that. So these dates reinforce the 12th century date for Polynesian arrival in Tikopia. Now, not too far away are the Taumako or Duff Islands of the Santa Cruz group, and like Tikopia, they have a long and continuous archaeological sequence that also begins by around 800 BC, similar in some respects to Tikopia. As Foss Leach and Janet Davidson, who did the work there, aver, cultural influences from the Central Pacific could have been arriving on Taumako at regular intervals since the time of first settlement. But again, material signals of a distinctive Polynesian presence that again include stone adzes of probable Samoan origin, and this very similar distinctive bone beads, again, like those of Tikopia, appear in what they call the Namu period, the last of their periods. This is well documented in a major cemetery site, and the Namu burials also, in terms of their physical anthropological characteristics, also have a high prevalence of the rocker jaw, a distinct shaped femur, and bone, limb bone proportions that have been argued also point to Polynesian ancestry. Leach and Davidson, somewhat, in my view, arbitrarily put the boundary between the preceding Lakau phase and the Namu phase at AD 1000. But if you look at the 6 actual radiocarbon dates from the Namu burial ground, if you pull them together into a single distribution curve and calibrate them, you get an age range of between AD 1275 and 1655. I think that late 1655 is a bit late. I would put the Namu period in the incursion of Polynesians between about AD 1200 and 1400. So not very different from Tikopia. If we turn to the northern outliers of Nuku'oro and Kapingamarangi in the Carolines, we also have reasonably good stratigraphic sequences and dates there. Unfortunately, the dates mostly run some years ago, so they're not modern AMS dates, but they seem to me to be fairly reasonable nonetheless. In Nuku'oro, Davidson exposed a rich material culture assemblage that looks very Polynesian, including one-piece and composite pearl shell fishhooks and distinctive pearl shell coconut grater heads. In Nuku'oro, there's nothing seemingly underlying this. There's not the sort of pre-Polynesian sequence that we get in Tikopia or Taumako. The radiocarbon dates that Davidson recovered suggest initial occupation then, presumably by Polynesians in the 15th century AD, the 1400s. And on Kapingamarangi, Leach and Ward also recovered a material culture assemblage, again with one-piece and composite trolling of fishhooks, similar to Nuku'oro, and their radiocarbon dates indicate an initial settlement phase between AD 1000 and 1300. If we turn to the southern region of outliers in Vanuatu, West Futuna was originally investigated by the Shuttlers in the 60s, and they argued, based on their radiocarbon dates, that initial Polynesian arrival was between AD 1000 and 1100. There have been renewed investigations now by James Flexner and his team, and it's not yet published, but I contacted James to see what he could indicate prior to this conference, and he seems fairly confident that Polynesian incursion in West Futuna was again around AD 1000. And the most southern of the outliers for which we have some archaeological data would be West Uvea in the Loyalty Group, where Mike Carson has summarized the evidence. Here he feels a little problematic or ambiguous, but there are, according to Carson, changes in the material culture and in agricultural practices that begin around AD 1000 and to him, quote, suggest a cultural identity separate from the surrounding Melanesian communities, and, quote, a Polynesian association may be inferred. So those are the outliers for which we have, I think, some kind of reasonable archaeologically documented, radiocarbon documented evidence for the arrival of Polynesian populations. And I think to sum up, you can see that although we only have a limited sample, we do have some outliers in the north, some in the central, some in the south, and all are pretty consistent in indicating Polynesian cultural presence between roughly AD 1000 and 1300. Now let me turn to Eastern Polynesia, and I think many of you probably have some idea of the changes in chronology in recent years, but just to briefly summarize, back in the 1960s to 70s, Emery and Sonoto, for example, had pinpointed the Marquesas Islands as the first archipelago, which they thought was settled by voyagers from Western Polynesia. They regarded the Marquesas as a primary dispersal center in Eastern Polynesia, with successive dispersals extending from the Marquesas to the Societies and then subsequently radiating out from both these archipelagos to the other Eastern Polynesian islands. They thought that initial settlement in the Marquesas occurred around AD 300 and that the settlement of both the Society Islands and Hawaii had occurred by AD 500. This was widely accepted at the time, became known as the orthodox scenario of Eastern Polynesian settlement. Now everything has changed since then. and many of you are familiar with the so-called debates over the short pause, the gap between the arrival of Lapido populations in Western Polynesia, the Western Polynesian region, and the later expansion of Polynesians out into Eastern Polynesia. This debate was sparked in part by the 1993 publication of Matthew Spriggs and Athol Anderson, arguing that the long pause was even longer and that the settlement of Eastern Polynesia was much later than Sonoto and Emery and others had argued. Spriggs and Anderson applied what they called chronometric hygiene to the radiocarbon dates, flossing out the bad dates, eliminating dates that did not meet certain criteria. There was considerable debate over this argument that Eastern Polynesian settlement was a lot later, and it sparked, among other things, considerable redating of sites that had been excavated using curated samples. We were running new AMS radiocarbon dates, but also in this period of the last couple of decades, there have also been new excavations at new sites in a number of Eastern Polynesian islands. So we have a wealth of new chronological data now, both from redating old sites and excavations at new sites. And I want to stress that the new dates, one of the major reasons for the shortening of chronology is that there's been a big change in the way that archaeologists are selecting samples for dating. We now understand that a lot of the dates that Sonoto or Suggs or Emery ran were based on unidentified wood charcoal. And many of these are coastal sites. It's very likely that many of those early dates were run on driftwood, which had a built-in old age, in many cases probably of centuries. So the change in method has been to identify the wood charcoal prior to running it for dates, and to, well, whenever possible, to select only short-lived plant species that don't have inbuilt age issues, or to date individual seeds such as candlenut seeds, this sort of thing. And this has resulted in a major change in the chronology of Eastern Polynesia. That's not entirely certain still, I would say, which archipelago or island in East Polynesia was the first to see voyaging canoes arrive. In my view, the most likely candidates are the Society Islands and the Southern Cook Islands. For the Society Islands, Jenny Kahn, working with Sonoto, in part redating samples that Sonoto had excavated, and in part a new site that Jenny Kahn had discovered on Moorea. They argue that Polynesian arrival in the societies was between AD 1000 and 1100. On the island of Moorea, a team that I was involved with along with Jenny cored the Lake Tamai, where obtained a sediment core, and did pollen analysis on that, used AMS dating extensively, and I think we were able to tie down human presence, anthropogenic presence indicated in the core, including taro pollen, colocasia pollen, at AD 1000. Pretty clearly Polynesian presence on Moorea by AD 1000. In the Southern Cook Islands then, the Tangata Tau rock shelter on Mangaya has been very extensively dated. And initial human arrival on Mangaya, I would say, is established between AD, no earlier possible than 906 to 1180. A lot of this is based on dates of the Polynesian introduced Pacific rat, which was present in the basal deposits of that rock shelter. And on Aitutaki Island in the Southern Cooks, the base of the Motu Rakau rock shelter has been dated to between AD 1047 and 1297 by Melinda Allen. And finally on Atu Island, again from a swamp core rather than an occupation site, human presence has been argued to be detected at between AD 800 and 1004. Well, the chronology of the Marquesas has similarly been shortened. Suggs, of course, originally had a date of as early as 150 BC from Hatuatua. Suggs had his dates between AD 300 and 600 from the Hane site. But as I've said, both of these can be rejected as due to the inbuilt age problem. When Anderson and Sonoda redated samples from Hane, none were earlier than AD 1000. And in 2009, Eric Comte and Guillaume Moll re-excavated at Hane, and their new series of dates, essentially from the lowest deposits, range between AD 900 and 1100. And this is consistent with Barry Roulette's dates for Hanamiai on Tahuata Island between AD 1025 and 1300. I don't want to do an endless list of dates here, but briefly also in the Gambier Islands, Mangareva, we have pretty good AMS dates indicating earliest Polynesian arrival between AD 950 and 1050. In Rapa Nui, there have been arguments over the early dates from the Anakena site, but I would argue that Stedman's dates indicate an initial presence on Rapa Nui sometime between AD 1000 and 1100. Now, we turn to Hawaii in the far north of the Polynesian Triangle. We have a number of dates now from, again, swamp cores with anthropogenic changes in vegetation, clearly due to human burning and clearance, along with direct AMS dates on bones of introduced Pacific rats. And all of these range, again, between AD 950 and 1200. The single early known habitation site at Bellows Beach on Oahu has a model age between AD 1050 and 1260. And finally, for Aotearoa, there's a large literature now on the dating there. I think everyone is coming to the conclusion that Aotearoa was not settled until around AD 1250. So that's a lot of dates thrown at you, but I think you start to see the pattern. So let me ask the question, are we looking here at a single Polynesian diaspora? The convergence on a time period that begins at the end of the first millennium AD and continues until perhaps AD 1300 seems to me to be more than coincidental. Rather than early purposeful voyaging into eastern Polynesia followed by much later accidental drift voyaging to the west, it seems to me plausible that we are dealing with a single phenomenon, a major expansion or diaspora out of the western Polynesian region, out of Hawaiki, if you will. It took place over the course of 2 to 3 centuries. The eastward voyages resulted in the discovery of new islands and archipelagos that had not previously seen human settlements, whereas the westwards voyages took Polynesians into an area that had already been settled for about 2,000 years, with consequences of often complex interactions with well-established local populations. If it is indeed the case that we're dealing with a single major diaspora out of Western Polynesia at this time, what causal factors might we attribute this to, and what cultural developments might have facilitated it? Well, by AD 1000, the islands of Western Polynesia had been settled for nearly 2,000 years. Now, surveys by Dave Burley, for example, and his team throughout Tonga have demonstrated that even before the close of the first millennium BC, most islands show a dense distribution of plainware pottery sites. Even under a low population growth rate, when I years ago calculated that the arable land of Tonga Tabu would have been fully occupied within 1,000 years after settlement. In Samoa, there's a similar plethora of plainware pottery sites in areas that have been archaeologically surveyed. Of course, once pottery ceases to be produced in Western Polynesia, archaeological site visibility becomes more restricted, leading to what's been called the Dark Ages. But there can be no question that by AD 1000, all of the islands in this Western Polynesian region supported large and dense populations. Thus, the pressure resulting from a so-called full land situation is one plausible factor that could have provided impetus to exploration for new lands. In addition to high-density populations, there's considerable evidence for increased socio-political hierarchy in the form of monumental architecture, and for warfare and conflict in the form of fortifications by the end of the first millennium AD in Tonga, Samoa, and other smaller islands of the region. And these too, it seems, could have created conditions conducive to marginalized groups or those defeated in war to seek out new lands through voyaging and exploration. Finally, it would appear that after 2 millennia of regular inter-island voyaging within Western Polynesia, including Fiji, the Polynesians had perfected an advanced canoe technology that now included double-hulled sailing craft capable of performing weeks-long open sea exploration, matched by sophisticated non-instrumental wayfinding. With the technical means of expansion available, that some local groups began to look beyond their island shores for solutions to population pressure and warfare at home would not be surprising. And once word of the existence of wholly unoccupied islands to the east reached others in the homeland, the diaspora likely picked up steam. How a major diaspora of the kind that I am suggesting would be reflected in patterns of linguistic differentiation is a problem that I now must leave to my linguistic colleagues. It seems to me that it does present a potential problem for any kind of tree-like model, suggesting that network, chain, or wave models might be more appropriate. And I look forward to hearing the thoughts of my linguistic colleagues on these issues. Mahalo nui for listening.
Mauro Rupat, thank you very much. We have a few minutes if there are any questions or comments. Est-ce qu'il faudrait que je dise vite fait en français ou pas? Yes.
Yeah, William Wilson. You're not going to hi, you're not going to be at a round table?
Yes, I'm going to be at the round table.
Okay. So my question has to do about the Samoan adzes.
Yeah.
So my understanding, and I don't know much about archaeology, but my understanding was that some of the work done in like Mangaya, that there was material from the Marquesas at the lower level, and then the Samoan adzes were a later level. Is that correct?
I actually have to check back, and I maybe can do that in the break, but I believe we had Samoan adzes both early and later in Mangaya.
Okay. So I'm going to assume that the Marquesan was earlier and the Samoan was later, because there's some traditions in Rarotonga, this Kafika going to Samoa and coming back and forth. So what I was thinking is maybe they were settled first by East Polynesians, and then they went to Samoa for trade, etc. And there's other evidence of going through Puka Puka from the Society Islands and Cook Islands into Tikopia and Samoa. So, and then the adzes that are found in the Phoenix Islands. But anyway, I'm interested in that, and also the Fijian pottery and the Marquesas, you know, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I will check on the ads distribution when we have, I think we have a break before the round table, and then I can give you an answer at the round table. My recollection is we have Samoan ads as early and late, but I'll check that.
Hello, Paul Verity here. Bulbinaka. Just quick question, unless I missed it, you didn't mention the atolls, Tuamotus, Line Islands, Phoenix, and Tuvalu and Tokelau. Could you mention those, please?
Yeah, the radiocarbon date chronology for those atoll islands, I think, is not as well established. Certainly for the Tuamotus, it is not. We have sites that date later, but I don't think we have a good control on initial Polynesian settlement. The problem with atoll archaeology in general is that atolls are very vulnerable to, you know, sea level events, storm surges, all of that, and the archaeological record is often very spotty. And I think that's the case through many of the Tuamotus. I'm not so sure with Tuvalu, for example. I know there has been some work there, but for all the islands you mentioned, I don't think we have a really well-established, firm dating on initial settlement. I wish we did, because I think they were important, I should say. Especially, I might say, in the Tuamotus, I didn't want to try to get into recent genetic and so on, but I'm sure you followed some of the recent genetic analyses of Ioannidis and others, and they're suggesting that a very prominent role for the Tuamotus. So it would be great to actually have some firm evidence for initial Polynesian settlement in the Tuamotus.
There's one more question coming.
Hi, Nick Teberger from Melbourne. Am I right that you said that the Tikopias were 12th century and in fact before the expansion east?
Tikopia, the onset of the Tuakamali phase, which is the Polynesian phase, let me just get it here again for a second. I'll give you the exact. The earliest radiocarbon date we have an association with what I regard as Polynesian material culture is AD 1166 to 1214, it's model age.
So is that predating the eastern expansion then?
Predating Eastern Polynesia?
Yeah.
Well, it's essentially contemporaneous. Like the argument I'm making is within within the error margins of radiocarbon dating. What the fundamental point I'm trying to make is the expansion west of the outliers, expansion east to East Polynesia is all occurring within about a 2-century same period.
So no more outliers. We should all be outliers.
Yeah, it's in a sense they're all outliers. And I think we used to think of them as, I certainly did, as separate kinds of phenomena because we thought that Eastern Polynesia was much earlier. But now that's not the case, you see. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's why, it's a very simple point I'm trying to make.
Commentaire des archéologues ou ils veulent attendre la table ronde? Ok. D'autres questions? C'est bon? Ok. On va encore... merci, Mauro, Pat. And we'll see you after the break, once you check the ads timing. Yep.
Yes, what time do we start again?
In half an hour.
Okay.
Oui, à 15h. 3 p.m., please. Donc on
25 minutes, exactly.
C'est ça. Non, à 15h30.
Okay.
Oui, c'est ça? Non?
Yep.
Pardon, 15h30. Half past 3, yes, half past 3.
Yep.
Donc on se retrouve à 15h30. Et donc ce sera la table ronde. Donc il y aura un échange entre plusieurs participants. Et la table ronde dure environ 1h30. Comme on l'a expliqué lors de la table ronde, on tentera de faire une synthèse au fil de la discussion, pour que vous puissiez accéder, enfin participer en compréhension, j'entends, au débat. Et qu'est-ce que je dois ajouter? C'est tout.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Nick, do you want some water? That's the thing. Bless you, Mary. That's the first binary word you're thinking of here.
Where does the woman go? Where does the one woman
Just that you said. Well, then you obviously should be the periphery. So sit here. Or maybe we might. Elegant. If Emmerich sits here, then Mary sits there, then we have neither an archaeologist cluster. That's right. Or We'd like to put them back together, right?
Yes.
You're right.
I know.
Well done. Two centuries of scholarship.
It's the fault of those before those like.
Paul, you're sitting there, is that right?
Here. I don't know.
You're the man with the bananas?
I go where I actually do. I actually am a professional banana farmer in Fiji.
Oh, true.
Little known fact.
Okay.
Specialise in ladies' fingers.
Okay. Better be as well, one of this. No Cavendish, I hope.
Ah, they're rubbish. That's what they sell in the market. That's what they sell to Australians.
Don't send it to the kids.
We do.
So Ross, when you sit at that end, we
Ok. La table n'est pas ronde. Okay.
But we're in multiple places at once.
Sorry?
Because these guys are also participating. So Pat is here and others.
Oh, okay, well, okay, yeah. And why is the lower part of the screen not visible?
Nick?
So,
Is Pat there? Is Pat there? I'm just trying to work where. Oh, he's there.
Oh, we see he's down there.
Okay, okay, thanks. All right, so the screen is actually being reversed.
okay.
Just so if I introduce him, Albert's below.
Yeah, you haven't got a mic. We will have to.
I can use yours.
No, well, we'll share that. How about that?
Then we can use this.
There's a
that one.
That'll pick us up. Yeah.
And here's the party favorites.
Yeah, no. So that's fee. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought you were supposed to be red when they were ripe.
Depends on the type. Maybe
Yeah.
cook them in the microwave. They
Okay.
explode in there.
I'm sure they do. Yes.
Okay. I want to know about
Is there a chair, or how are we organising this? That's the chair.
Yes.
Oh, the chair, right? Okay. Okay.
And I'm going to be strict.
Okay.
So no interventions where anyone should.
What are we going to do with them if they do?
All of those lifetime knowledge.
Hang drawn and quartered.
Exactly.
Okay.
I have people standing at
you want my pointer that you can whack people with over there on the table?
Oh, what's the name of that? Your pointer? What's the name of that in Hawaiian?
Amapui. It looks like some
Is
kind
it
of
Amapui?
ginger. It's
But I don't think it's Amapui. It's more ornamental one, I think.
yeah, it's the Amapui ko. It means like they're usually the red.
Yeah, usually red. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
Yorana Oto. Yora Tene Koto. Bienvenue à toutes et à tous à cette table ronde organisée autour de l'histoire des langues polynésiennes orientales. Welcome to everyone to this round table organized around the history of the Eastern Polynesian languages. Cette table ronde durera 1h30 et nous consacrerons les dernières 15 minutes à des questions et discussions avec le public averti dans la salle. Merci de conserver vos questions aux participants ici présents pour la fin. So this round table will last an hour and a half, and we'll save the last 15 minutes or so for questions and discussions coming from you, our audience here in the room. Please hold your questions to the participants until the end of the rest of the presentation. Is that all right? I'm going to run that again. I'll use this one. Should I do it again? Ok. Oui, je continue alors. Ah, d'accord. Alors, oui. Alors, cette table ronde durera 1h30 et nous consacrerons les dernières 15 minutes à des questions et discussions avec le public averti dans la salle. Merci de conserver vos questions aux participants ici présents pour la fin. So the round table will last an hour and a half in total, and there'll be 10 to 15 minutes at the end for your questions. Please hold on to them until the end of the session and ask them of our participants then. En Polynésie,
linguistes et archéologues ont travaillé côte à côte depuis plus d'un siècle, où ils ont constitué leur corpus et formulé des hypothèses en parallèle, notamment sur le peuplement des îles du Pacifique. Roger Green, célèbre archéologue océaniste, a incorporé la linguistique historique très tôt dans sa modélisation des migrations polynésiennes, dès son article de 2166. Linguistic subgrouping within Polynesia, the implications for prehistoric settlement. Et avant cela, Sir Peter Buck, Te Rangi Hiroa et Kenneth Emery avaient déjà incorporé les données linguistiques, ethnographiques et archéologiques dans leurs études des sociétés polynésiennes dès les années 1920. So in Polynesia, linguists and archaeologists have worked side by side for more than a century, and they built their materials and formulated their hypotheses in parallel, especially as regards the peopling of the islands of the Pacific. Roger Green, the famous oceanicist archaeologist, incorporated historical linguistics very early in his models of Polynesian migrations, since his 1966 article, Linguistic Subgrouping Within Polynesia, Implications for Prehistoric Settlement. And well before that, Sir Peter Buck, Te Rangi Hiroa, and Kenneth Emery had already incorporated linguistic data, ethnographic data, and archaeological data in their studies of Polynesian societies since the 1920s. Par la suite, les archéologues et les linguistes ont consacré plus de 50 ans à la recherche et à l'étude du berceau culturel et linguistique des Polynésiens, ce qu'ils ont eux-mêmes pu nommer Hawaiki ou Hawaii. After that, archaeologists and linguists both have spent more than 50 years researching and studying the cultural and linguistic homeland of the Polynesians, which sometimes they themselves called Hawaiki or Hawaii. Des avancées importantes ont été accomplies au cours des 20 dernières années, tant dans le domaine de la linguistique que de l'archéologie, sur la question du peuplement de la Polynésie orientale et de la mobilité entre des îles parfois très éloignées les unes des autres. Grâce à une meilleure documentation des langues et des contextes archéologiques anciens, la mise en lumière de plusieurs phénomènes historiques nous force à repenser l'évolution des sociétés polynésiennes dans la région. C'est de ces différentes découvertes que les intervenants ici présents vont continuer de nous parler à présent. So after that, in the last 20 years or so, there have been important advances by linguists and archaeologists alike, especially on the question of the peopling of Eastern Polynesia, and especially interesting that, as we've seen already today, movements between the islands, which were sometimes very far away from each other. Thanks to the much better documentation which we now have, both of the languages concerned and the archaeological contexts of ancient settlements, and the bringing to light of several historical phenomena, we have to rethink the evolution of Polynesian societies in the region. It's about these differences recently discovered which the participants who we've gathered here today are going to talk. Notre panel comprend les linguistes Ross Clark de l'Université d'Auckland en Nouvelle-Zélande, Albert Davletchin here, de l'Université de Veracruz au Mexique, Paul Geraghty de l'Université du Pacifique Sud à Fidji, Mary Woodworth de l'Institut Max Planck pour l'anthropologie évolutionnaire, Bill Wilson de l'Université de Hawaii à Hilo, ainsi que les archéologues Pat Kirch de l'Université de Hawaii à Manoa, Emmerich Herman du Centre national de la recherche scientifique en France. Si. Et Guillaume Moll de l'Université nationale d'Australie à Canberra. Merci à tous. So our panel includes both linguists and archaeologists. So linguist Ross Clark from the University of Auckland in New Zealand, Albert Davlechin from the University of Veracruz in Mexico, Paul Gerety from the University of South Pacific in Fiji, Mary Walworth from the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig, Bill Wilson from the University of Hawaii at Hilo, as well as archaeologist Pat Kirch from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, Emmerich Herman from the CNRS Center in France, sorry, getting lost here, and Guillaume Moll from Australian National University in Canberra. So to the panel, dear colleagues, we're welcoming and looking forward to a friendly debate, and disagreements are encouraged, but please let people finish their thoughts while keeping yourselves to short contributions. Let's aim for a maximum of 2 minutes per person per round so that everyone gets a go. Please also avoid monologues and don't monopolise the conversation, or it won't be a round table at all. It'll just be a single leg. And if you're able to make your point in French briefly, if you're an English speaker, please do so. That will help us make this a truly bilingual conversation. And I've asked the French-speaking participants to make their presentations in French and summarise briefly in English, just so that everyone gets a go at listening to their mother tongue, or the tongue they know very well. So the first thing we're going to be talking about is the origins of the East Polynesians, l'origine ou les origines des Polynésiens de l'Est. And I will start by passing the question to Paul Gerety. We heard your view of this morning. Would you like to just say a little bit more?
Okay, thank you very much. 2 minutes, I think you said.
Yes.
Yep, okay, 2 minutes, very quickly. So you heard my talk this morning. That's it. No, along with research by Vila, we believe that there is a lot of linguistic evidence that Eastern Polynesians originated from the northern outliers. As opposed to the traditional view that they originated from Samoa or somewhere in Western Polynesia. However, I think that does not preclude the possibility of multiple origins, which is what Ross Clark also talked about. So if there's enough evidence, I think, to say that the Eastern Polynesian language was originally derived from a language related to that of the northern outliers, but there are various considerations. Hawaiki is one that has been considered. So Hawaiki, traditional homeland, whatever, of Eastern Polynesians, is believed to refer to Savaiki, the main island in Samoa. I believe also that the name of the island Tahiti comes from Polynesian Tahiti, meaning the sunrise, therefore the east. And from the perspective, therefore, of Samoa, Tahiti is a better fit. Samoa is a better fit as a point of origin. Nevertheless, also for people coming through the Phoenix and the Line Islands, Tahiti could be viewed as being in the east as well. So what Pila and I are saying is that there's lots of evidence that the foundation, perhaps, of the languages of Eastern Polynesia can be found in the northern outliers, but that doesn't preclude the possibility that there was input of some sort from Western Polynesia also.
Thank you, Paul, and you kept admirably to time. So I hope everyone else does such a good job. So then we'll pass, just to try and keep some parity between linguists and archaeologists. Yeah, is that okay? Oui. Oui, on passe maintenant oui, dans nos interventions à un francophone et un archéologue, c'est-à-dire Emery. C'est oui, c'est ça. Oui. Alors, c'est très difficile de faire un résumé de ce que ce que Paul a dit, parce qu'il a suscité tellement de possibilités pour les origines de la Polynésie orientale ou les langues polynésiennes orientales. Je passe peut-être à Émeric, et si tu peux incorporer dans ton commentaire aussi un résumé et une réponse à ce que Paul a dit.
En 2 phrases.
Ok, donc Paul a rappelé les travaux qu'il a commencé à mener avec Paul et Wilson à propos de l'hypothèse selon laquelle les Polynésiens de l'Est proviennent, la plupart de leurs ancêtres se trouveraient dans les outliers, ces îles polynésiennes du nord-ouest du Pacifique, enfin de l'ouest du Pacifique, ceux du nord. Cela dit, comme Rose Clark l'a démontré dans sa présentation, il est toujours possible d'avoir plusieurs sources d'origine pour le peuplement d'une île, et que finalement ils sont enclins à accepter qu'il y a pu y avoir plusieurs populations sources pour le peuplement de la Polynésie orientale. Pour cette question du peuplement, je vais peut-être laisser la parole à mon collègue Guillaume Moin, et je reprendrai la parole plus tard. Je vous remercie.
Merci à tous, merci Émeric. Alors, moi, ce que j'ai trouvé intéressant aujourd'hui, c'est de voir toutes ces discussions de la part des linguistes. On n'a pas souvent l'habitude de voir des conférences où les archéologues viennent écouter les linguistes ou vice-versa. Donc, c'est déjà, je trouve, un premier pas très intéressant. Moi, ce que je voulais dire, c'est mon point de vue. Encore une fois, moi, je suis archéologue vraiment en Polynésie. Avec Émeric, on travaille en Polynésie orientale et en Polynésie française. Et c'est vrai que les archéologues, quand on fouille un site, on a tendance à se focaliser sur notre site d'étude, à avoir des datations, et essayer de comprendre ce qui se passe dans une petite région, dans un petit archipel. Mais ces questions-là demandent effectivement d'aller plus loin dans le passé, de voir ce qui s'est passé avant, pour essayer de comprendre cette grande question d'où viennent les Polynésiens, qui est une question qui finalement a intéressé les archéologues depuis le XVIIIe et le XIXe siècle. Moi, je pense que simplement ici, il y a une leçon qui ressort de toutes ces discussions, c'est que du point de vue archéologique, il y a encore de grandes zones d'ombre. On en a parlé un petit peu aujourd'hui dans la discussion. Pat, tout à l'heure, mentionnait que dans le cadre de l'archipel de Samoa, notamment, c'est ce qu'on appelle toujours les Dark Ages en archéologie. Il y a encore beaucoup de zones d'ombre, il n'y a pas assez de travaux sur ces séquences. Et je dirais que c'est un peu la même chose aussi sur les outliers, notamment des Salomon. Et peut-être qu'une leçon qu'il faut tirer ici aujourd'hui, c'est justement si on veut faire avancer le débat entre les linguistes et les archéologues, il faudrait mettre justement des efforts et essayer de développer cette recherche ensemble, de définir des séquences d'occupation, d'avoir de meilleures datations sur des îles et des atolls qui sont encore assez méconnus. Donc je dirais que c'est aussi une bonne direction pour l'avenir.
Oui, okay. Yeah, sure. I'll continue. And I might not, I guess I'll say I'm open to this idea about EP and Northern Outliers. I'm not closed to it at all, of course. And Pila and I were talking earlier about how it's important to keep the ball rolling and keep looking at these things, and there's no real final word. But I would like to ask, I guess, Pila and Paul and discuss with them, given this extensive discussion today, and even by both of you this morning about the extent of contact and interactions that was happening in Western Polynesia and between the outliers in Western Polynesia and, as we know, in East Polynesia with Western Polynesia and within East Polynesia, given that extensive contact, and then given that some of the innovations that are, a lot of the innovations that are cited for the EP-NO hypothesis tend to have, as I was asking this morning, they tend to not include all of the languages, right? There be a couple of languages that reflect an innovation. And I wonder if that could be more related to reflecting this kind of intense interaction and contact that is known of the Polynesians rather than indicative of a source from the Northern Outliers. Ah oui, ok, effectivement. Ok, donc j'ai dit que je suis ouvert à la notion à l'hypothèse de Eastern Polynesian, Polynésie de l'Est, avec les outliers du Nord. Mais ce que j'ai demandé, peut-être mes collègues peuvent parler encore un peu plus. On a tous discuté, même le fait qu'il y a beaucoup de contacts avec les Polynésiens. Dans le Polynésie de l'Ouest, avec les outliers, avec Polynésie de l'Ouest, avec les Eastern Polynesians, partout. C'est connu. Et est-ce que ça peut jouer un rôle quand on regarde les innovations qui sont citées pour le Northern Outliers, Eastern Polynesia hypothèse? On voit que pas toutes les langues participent dans les innovations. Donc, est-ce que le fait que vous étiez en beaucoup de contacts, ça peut jouer un rôle plus que une origine? Ça va? Vous avez compris? OK.
Merci, Millie. I think I will pass the word next to you, Pat, since you talked about before. Since you talked about this before, and I think what you were saying about the much more recent view of, and a more sort of star-like view of immigration from Savaii, if you like, or that sort of Samoan area, maybe Niuean area, has an impact on how sturdy or otherwise we think Eastern Polynesian is as a construct, and how many really clearly separable date strata we would expect to find. So if I could just see what your thoughts are on that, and thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want to make a couple of points here, and I'm going to speak strictly as an archaeologist, even though, like Roger Green, I've dabbled in trying to relate archaeology and linguistics. Let me just speak strictly as an archaeologist in this case. And first of all, I want to make the point that, unfortunately, with regard to the Northern Outlier hypothesis, we don't know anything archaeologically about those islands. So I really can't comment there. We have no evidence of what, the earlier phases archaeologically were like. Now, if I ask myself, just as an archaeologist, where's the origin of people in Eastern Polynesia? Two things come to mind. First of all, it has to be from a high island location. The earliest archaeological assemblages that we see in Tahiti, Marquesas, Mangaya, Mangareva, all suggest serious high island adaptation. And so that really poses a problem for an atoll source of East Polynesian. If I look also at the stylistic details of the assemblages, adzes, fishhooks, ornaments in particular, try to see where, looking at the earliest East Polynesian assemblages that are well documented, and say, okay, where can I find parallels, close parallels that would suggest an origin point? Again, here's the problem that we don't know anything about the northern outliers in that regard. But certainly, I would point to Samoa or perhaps Futuna or Uvea, but certainly the northern part of Western Polynesia, and most likely Samoa. The adze assemblages in early East Polynesia suggest an adaptation to hard basalts, knowing how to work those, things like the, it's been a long day, plano-convex sort of adzes, certain kinds of triangular adzes, etc., find close parallels in the Samoan adze sequence, and those are the early, compared to the Marquesas, early Mangaya, and so on. Fishhooks also, we don't have good fishhook assemblages from later, but even in the Toanga site, for example, somewhat earlier in Samoa, there are prototypes for early East Polynesian fishhooks. So, to me, and I'm just saying, if I just look as an archaeologist, the case for a Samoan region origin, East Polynesian, seems to me to be quite good. Now, I have to answer Pila's question, which he said earlier, as far as evidence of Samoan adzes in the Mangaya sequence. I looked it up during the break, and you'll find this, I think, quite interesting, Pila, that we do have evidence of adzes from Samoa early in Mangaya. We also have Eao source in the Marquesas early in Mangaya. And particularly interesting, more than those in quantity, we have Rurutu in the Australs in the earliest phases at Mangaya. So the other point I want to make, I'm going to try and keep this very short again, is that it's really increasingly evident to me that once people got out into Eastern Polynesia, they expanded, they explored very rapidly. They went everywhere quickly. This is more and more and more evident to me. That's one of the points I was trying to make with the dating. It's almost like contemporaneous and within the error ranges that we deal with in radiocarbon dating. Somebody got out there, found, I don't know whether it was, the Southern Cooks or Tahiti or whatever, word got back and people started coming. And they went everywhere exploring rapidly. And so I think it poses a real problem for a sort of simple A to B to C to D island sequence. And because they were going everywhere and they were exchanging.
Thanks, Pat. I might just cut you off there because
I'll stop there.
I'm not maintaining eye contact with you because of this sort of weird thing, so I can't sort of signal to you to stop it. I'll just have to barge in order to keep us all to time. And some of these questions will come back later on.
That's all I wanted to say anyway. That's all I wanted to say anyway.
Pour résumer, les deux choses qui sont très importantes et qui indiquent une origine sur une île montagneuse, et surtout probablement le Samoa, et des adaptations montagneuses qu'on trouve par exemple ici à Tahiti, et aussi des détails stylistiques de certains objets qui ressemblent beaucoup aux objets, aux mêmes objets là à Samoa et peut-être à Savaiki. Now, since Pila, some of this was directed back to you. I don't know if you want to just take really briefly a minute to answer the question there.
First, maybe Mary's point about the words are not found everywhere. So I really like Alexander Francois from the Banks Islands talking about contact there, and he used this word agnostic. He said if there is a replacement, a new word comes in, that doesn't mean that they didn't have the old word before they replaced it. So don't count them as not related. To give you an example here where everyone says talinga, talinga, taria, in Hawaii we say pepeyao. Does that mean that the Hawaiians before didn't say taringa? I think they did, but they changed it to pepeyao, and we'll never know for sure, but I bet my bottom dollar if we could go back, they were saying that word. So you can't count Hawaiian not related to Tahitian just because of pepeyao. So to me, you have to watch out when you count things that if somebody doesn't have it, but they have some kind of off-the-wall word like pepeyao, you just got to kind of put that aside. So, okay.
Sorry to grab it off you, but I'll just pass to Ross for his final word, and then we'll wrap up this first session.
Hey. What was, I'm completely lost track.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, I didn't realize
so
that.
This is on the origins of Eastern Polynesians and how far you think, I guess it's a defensible linguistic unit.
I think it's a very defensible linguistic theory, Pilos, I don't, at the same time, as you can guess from what I talked about this afternoon, I'm interested in evidence of penetration of East Polynesia from other directions, whether at the same time or a bit later or whatever it was. I was going to throw in a word because Paul mentioned words like Hawaii and Tahiti here. One of the interesting Manihiki words that turned up in my searches was hahake, which is classed as foreign lands. Hahake is the only East Polynesian reflex of sasake, which is found in Tonga, Samoa, and those surrounding areas. It means east. It's clearly derived from the root meaning go up. It means sunrise. Now, having hahake meaning foreign lands really suggests to me some people who are moving east, and finding new places. I don't think I have anything else to say.
Alors on passe à la deuxième question, la deuxième thématique, qui est les interactions, les déplacements. Albert, pardon.
You haven't let Albert speak.
Can you hear me?
Just.
Yeah, I will try to do it quickly. I really like the hypothesis of the settlement from outliers, from central outliers, because it's a very specific scenario. So it's something we can work with. And there are some intriguing matches, but what puzzles me, let's put it this way. We do not know solid subgroups, solid linguistic subgroups from, for example, Europe or Indo-European language family, which don't have shared innovation in basic vocabulary and phonology. And this is very different in East Polynesia, and it's well defined, and it's very different in central northern outliers, and it's well defined too. The matches we have, it's like, for example, Cavite, which is really appealing, and Panoko, but they also found on Caroline outliers and somewhere else in the area. So this is an ancestral language of northern outliers, and its speakers might have been located somewhere in Western Polynesia still. So this is my preoccupation for this theory.
Albert, which speakers are? Sorry, I missed. Did you? It's difficult to hear.
It's very hard to hear. It's difficult to hear. I'm sorry. Is it better?
Which speakers were definitely? You said something about what certain speakers from Western Polynesia.
These matches we have in irregular development in northern outliers and Eastern Polynesia outliers. They also found somewhere else. So we can say that this is an ancestral language for the northern outliers, and its speakers were still located somewhere in Western Polynesia.
Struggling. Albert, we're really struggling to hear you, and it sounds really important and relevant. Could you maybe try to type it? I'm sorry to ask you to do that. Je vais juste traduire un petit peu ce que Ross a dit, si j'ai bien capté, je peux subvenir. Ouais, et après, peut-être, il y aura des choses dans le chat.
Yeah, Albert, I think it's probably good to do it in parallel. I don't know if you can hear me better than I can hear you, but even though you were speaking in English, I was getting about 5% at most of what you were saying. So, of course, it's very difficult to there. So perhaps if you could just type it up and maybe type it into the chat in English and in French, that might be the best solution for your contribution. But now, just before we leave this first question, Mary is just going to put what Ross put discussing briefly.
Ok. Très simplement, si j'ai pas oublié tout déjà, Ross pense que oui, l'hypothèse de Northern Outlier, Eastern Polynesia, c'est assez fort, mais comme il a expliqué dans sa communication, c'est aussi peut-être, je vais ajouter le mot plusieurs vagues, il n'a pas dit waves, mais il y a peut-être d'autres influences ou même sources. Is that okay, Ross? That would be, you would say that there could be more sources or influences. Ok, donc les sources, plusieurs sources pour les Polynésiennes orientales, et la cité le Sasake, qui est proto-polynésien, Sasake, ouais, qui est trouvé en Tonga, Niue. Et d'ailleurs, vous avez dit pour... Non. Ouais, d'accord, c'est que là, en Tonga et Niue, et ça peut dire est, mais c'est aussi, ça a transformé en montée dans d'autres langues. Is that right? C'est ça, ok. Ok, bon.
Ok, et maintenant on passe à la deuxième question, la deuxième thématique, qui est les interactions, déplacements et migration après la période de peuplement. That is the interactions, movements and migrations in the post-settlement period. And the first person to talk will be Aymeric. Premier intervenant, Aymeric.
Thank you. Yeah, just to draw on what Pat was saying. Oh, pardon. Donc pour continuer ce que Pat disait tout à l'heure, je trouve que c'était une manière très intéressante de voir la question, de s'intéresser aussi au type d'île d'où les Polynésiens venaient lorsqu'ils sont arrivés, les premiers à être arrivés dans cette région ici en Polynésie orientale. Et Pat faisait la remarque que ces Polynésiens venaient d'îles hautes et non pas d'atoll. Donc ça veut dire qu'en Polynésie occidentale, il s'agit soit de Samoa, soit de Uvea ou Futuna, mais en tout cas ça exclut les atolls, qui sont des endroits où on a très peu on a certaines ressources qui sont absentes, et aussi les outliers du Nord. Je trouve que c'est une manière très intéressante de le dire, notamment aussi parce que les savoir-faire et les traditions techniques qu'on retrouve, en fait, ce que Pat disait aussi par rapport au type d'objet que l'on retrouve en Polynésie occidentale et orientale. De même, les traditions techniques, la manière de tailler la pierre pour obtenir une lame d'herminette d'une forme prédéterminée provient d'une tradition qui a émergé au Samoa et qu'on connaît dans certains sites clés, dont on a des dates d'utilisation en fait, qui sont notamment les carrières qui ont été utilisées pour exporter des objets sur de très longue distance. Et ce sont des traditions techniques qu'on retrouve de part et d'autre de la Polynésie, d'entrée en polynésien. Et que effectivement ce ne sont pas des traditions qu'on retrouve dans les outliers pour l'instant, notamment parce qu'il nous manque les matériaux. Juste la chose que je voudrais dire maintenant par rapport au sujet des échanges, enfin des interactions post-peuplement. De même, pour continuer ce que Pat disait, ce que lui et Marshall Ressler ont trouvé à Mangaya, ce sont tout un lot d'herminettes toi qui proviennent, comme il l'a dit, de différents endroits, et effectivement de Tutuila et Upolu, entre 1450 et 1600 pour Tutuila, et entre 1350 et 1700, donc ce sont des échanges qui durent pendant longtemps, pour Upolu. Et de l'autre côté, d'autre part, on a aussi des choses qui émergent dans la littérature sur ces analyses de provenance, avec des collègues qui ont trouvé dans l'archipel de Tonga, à l'Apara, dans des sites de sépulture monumentale, une herminette tahitienne, dans un site qui est daté du XVIe siècle, et par ailleurs, Guillaume et moi menons des recherches sur la tombe de Tetiaroa, qui est une dépendance, on va dire, historique de Tahiti, où on a identifié un fragment aussi d'herminette qui est une andésite que l'on ne trouve pas en Polynésie orientale, qui vient probablement de Tonga. Alors, il y a des analyses complémentaires à faire, mais là aussi, on a un signal d'échange relativement tardif entre la Polynésie occidentale et la Polynésie orientale. Voilà. So just in English, just quickly, we indeed have signals for later exchanges between West Polynesia and East Polynesia, and as Pat was saying, we have technical traditions here that definitely come from West Polynesia, especially Samoa. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Je passe maintenant à Mary encore une fois, parce qu'elle a fait surtout des études sur les effets de contact sur des langues mélangées. Et je pense que c'est très relevant parce qu'on peut faire des inférences du passé, mais ce qui est vraiment important, c'est d'examiner ce qui se passe sous nos yeux dans un moment qu'on peut observer. So I was just saying I'll pass over to Mary next, because although we've already talked quite a lot about historical contexts which we infer from various things such as loan words and newly appearing traditions, artifacts and so on. There is no substitute for watching these processes unfold before our eyes, and this is something which Mary's own research has been able to do to some extent. So I'll just ask you to sort of give us the nub of your work there.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think we see in especially in East Polynesia, the languages are very, very close, right? So when you have, let's say, two East Polynesian languages that are mixing together, like we see in many happening in many of the islands outside of Tahiti, with Tahitian and another language, it can be really hard to pick apart what is one language and what is another. And I think that could be, that could have also been happening in the past. And I think alongside of the archaeological evidence of the intense interactions and the continuous interactions and this, overlapping interaction spheres, I think we really would have had similar situations where languages might have been mixing in such a way. And I think that that's definitely present when we look at it from a historical linguistic angle as well. We see lots of overlapping sets of innovations. Albert and I at the last COOL presented on a subgrouping of East Polynesia, which is very similar to what Pila has proposed in last June in OL, and we had talked about a more tighter kind of proto-language for the Far East, but for the Central Eastern area, we couldn't even call it really, you can't really reconstruct a proto-language because there's so many overlapping sets of innovations, and one language seems to participate in many different kind of interaction spheres, so to speak. En français maintenant? Vraiment, en français, j'ai dit qu'on peut voir aujourd'hui dans la Polynésie, surtout dans la Polynésie de l'Est, surtout dans la Polynésie française, avec tahitien mélangé avec d'autres langues polynésiennes dans les d'autres îles. Les langues sont très proches, et donc parfois c'est difficile de trouver quelle est la langue de place et quel est le tahitien ou une autre langue polynésienne. Donc c'est parfois très difficile de se séparer les langues. Et j'ai dit que peut-être c'était un peu ça dans le passé aussi, et je crois que la linguistique reflète un peu la situation qu'on trouve dans l'archéologie, avec ces interactions intenses et ces sphères d'interaction un peu partout, qui chevauchent, on peut dire, les innovations et les interactions qui chevauchent. OK.
Merci, Mary. C'est qui, là, sur l'écran, parce que je ne peux pas déprivilégier les gens qui sont en distanciel. Albert, yeah, sorry, Albert, I can't see you very clearly. So, because the bottom part of you is covered by a bench, so I can see from your teeth up. Yeah. So if you need to make a hand sign, just hold your hand up to the level of your ear. Yeah. Anyway, over to you for what you have to say.
I actually put my question in the chat, but it refers to the first question.
Yes. Did you have a comment to make on this, or maybe following on from what Mary had to say?
Yes, I mean, context a very important part of doing historical linguistics everywhere, and Polynesian languages are not an exception. And it's in particular difficult to deal with borrowings in Polynesia because languages are very conservative. And it is not so easy to find borrowings on phonological criteria. And this is a methodological issue. The problem is that it is easy to posit a borrowing, but like going for borrowings endlessly, we end up making impossible scenarios. It doesn't mean that it is not the case, but I mean, a lot of effort should be put to make a plausible scenario for every borrowing. This is the point I want to make.
Alors, si je peux résumer, ce que il a dit, c'est que le plus qu'une langue est conservatrice dans sa phonologie, plus ça devient difficile de démontrer les emprunts lexicaux, parce qu'ils sont moins faciles à distinguer des mots hérités. Et c'est un problème surtout pour les langues polynésiennes, parce qu'elles sont aussi conservatrices d'un point de vue phonologique, mais ce n'est pas impossible, je dirais, parce que moi j'ai étudié beaucoup les langues australiennes qui sont elles aussi très conservatrices, mais à la fin on réussit à trouver des moyens de continuer. Et là je pense que je vais passer la parole à Roger, parce qu'il a déjà en parlé un peu ce matin sur ces couches de correspondance, mais c'était peut-être pas clair en ce moment pourquoi c'est relevant aux questions de contact. Roger, could I just get you to briefly go over the logic behind multiple correspondence sets and what that tells us about identifying contact?
Well, I think it is...
Ross!
Not Roger. I've been called Roger before. Well, the logic is simply the logic of the comparative method, I'd say. And we expect regular sound change in the comparative method. And when we don't find it, or when we find apparent violations of it, we look for some other explanation of what went wrong. Now, we have to admit that there are sporadic, irregular developments that we can't explain otherwise, but usually these apply only to, one or two words. But one very common explanation is precisely the presence of some alloglottic element in the language, that is, a foreign element in the language. And Biggs, I think, did what he did was an exemplary job of showing that this was the case, that is, by finding doublets to show that the same word could arrive in the language by two different roots. It could be part of the heritage passed down continuously to the speakers of the present generation, or it could have exited, as it were, and entered at a different point as a loan word. He showed very rigorously that that's how the exceptional sound correspondence is patterned in this language. So I think these double correspondences are very good, but they're not essential. Actually, I was going to say, one of the many little offhand remarks that I didn't get time for was that one can imagine a situation of language merger like this, where in fact the languages were so similar phonologically that there was no such trace left, So you have to look harder for evidence of the contact, That's all, really, if that's clear.
Merci, Ross, c'était très clair. Et juste pour résumer, il parlait comme des correspondances doubles, et que Bruce Biggs était comme un pionnier dans l'utilisation de la logique d'examiner les correspondances doubles pour se que ça peut nous dire des couches de contact ou de séparation suivies par des contacts. Je pense qu'il faut passer maintenant à la troisième question, c'est-à-dire quelle valeur accorder à la combinaison des faisceaux de preuves différents issus de multiples disciplines pour inférer l'histoire des Polynésiens de l'Est. Quelles sont les limites dans chacune de nos disciplines? And in English, what value is there in combining lines of evidence from multiple disciplines to infer the history of the Eastern Polynesians? What are the limitations of our own disciplines on their own, and how can we overcome them? So famously, for example, linguistics cannot of itself give dates. We borrow our dates from the archaeologists, and for archaeologists it's very hard to reconstruct the mental world, which linguistics can do very well. So pour les linguistes, on ne peut pas reconstruire les dates nous-mêmes dans notre discipline, et pour les archéologues, le monde spirituel, c'est invisible dans les fouilles. Alors, il y a beaucoup de complémentarité, mais aussi des points de contact. Pat, I think I'll start with you, because I was always impressed with how at the beginning of your book, Hawaiki, I think in a preface, you said that I think Wilson has started to talk about the importance of consilience between different fields in sciences, and that anthropology has always been a consilient discipline. So I think we can also say that the study of the Pacific has also been a place where there has been a great deal of consilience and apparent convergence in approaches compared to some other parts of the world. So I'd just like to invite you to give your brief thoughts on this. And
Sure,
also where the
thanks.
difficulties lie, where the points of non-comparability lie.
Yeah, no, I've always been an advocate of multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approaches in the Pacific. And in fact, linguistics really kind of started within anthropology, people like Sapir. And so I consider this actually sort of a part of anthropology. And I think to the extent that we can bring our independent data sets, this is very important, that we pay attention to what are our real independent lines of evidence, and bounce them off each other, right? It's a check and cross-check. And I think in the current case that we're debating, we're struggling here because we're not getting an agreement on the models. And so that's going to challenge us to, go back to our evidence here. The challenge I would put to Pila is, can you be sure? I don't disagree that there are, you got various, linguistic correspondences to East Polynesian and the Northern Outliers. Does this have to mean that the geographic location is in the outliers, or can there be some other geographic location? Are you able to specify the geographic location of some ancestral speech community of the two? That's my big problem with Pila's hypothesis. But I think we need all these approaches. The last thing I'll say, because I want to be really quick here, is that increasingly genetic evidence is being really important in the Pacific, right? The evidence both from looking at the genomes of contemporary populations, and also in some cases where it's been allowed by indigenous people, the extraction of DNA from ancient skeletal remains. We need to bring that in. There's some really exciting new developments in genetic analysis, and we're not talking about that at this conference, but they too have to be factored into this in this debate about East Polynesian origins. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Pat. Et surtout, elle a signalé un type d'absence, un type d'évidence qu'on n'a pas considéré aujourd'hui ou pendant la semaine, c'est-à-dire l'évidence génétique. Je ne sais pas si ça va apparaître dans les jours à suivre, Et c'est toujours une question un peu difficile parce que ce n'est pas automatique que les populations ou les gens de la région consentent d'être sujets à ces recherches. Mais ça illume déjà beaucoup l'histoire de certaines régions comme le Vanuatu. Alors, je vais passer la parole maintenant à Émeric.
Thank you for the question, and I'm going to ask you a question afterwards too. So, but I presented these nested innovations. So you have one innovation, and that provides input for another innovation. So maybe like archaeology, when you're looking at the lapita pots, they start with a certain decoration, and then you can tell they move to another decoration, and they move to another decoration where it goes in a series. And I think for pots, it's easier to go backwards than it is in language. Like, how do you know what people said before? So I mentioned before with Hawaiian Pepeao, how does anyone who speaks Hawaiian know that there was a word taringa before, so nobody can guess it again? So we have these nested innovations that start in like nuclear Samoa, Iwea, then go to Tikopia, then move up into the northern outliers as nested, and then come into Eastern Polynesian. And the example that I gave was about the sand crab. You know, we have the sand crab in, like in Kailua, the ohiki, but it starts as kaviki, and even the Fijians, they started with a little something before that, then kaviki, then kaviti, and the K becomes a T, which was unusual. And then when it comes into what I call Eastern Polynesian proximal, so I do believe there are subgroups in East Polynesia. So proximal, they're closer to the outliers. The V becomes an F, and then you get an O, so you have kofiti, and in Hawaii we have the ohiki, and here they have the ohiki, and then they have the ko'iti in Rarotonga, and they have a kofiti-fiti in New Zealand. And then when you get to Mangareva and Rapa Nui, they keep the viti. They don't have that kofiti. So they didn't participate in this secondary innovation that links Maori, Hawaiian, Tahitian together. So there are steps that we can use. So my question to you is, what are the archaeological markers of East Polynesian? Are there any markers that distinguish East Polynesian cultures archaeologically from Western Polynesia, or that you know of, or is it everybody the same?
I think we'll maybe just keep going with other questions. Do you want to try that?
Donc je vais essayer de traduire ce que Pile a proposé, essayer d'expliquer rapidement. Il parlait de l'innovation nested innovations.
Comme des changements qui suivent l'un l'autre.
Donc des innovations qui représenteraient des changements qui se suivent les uns les autres dans une séquence en fait d'innovation. Voilà, et donc Pile a donné un certain nombre d'exemples et posé une question en retour à Patrick Koch à propos des marqueurs archéologiques qui permettent de différencier spécifiquement les Polynésiens de l'Est par rapport à leurs voisins de l'Ouest. Voilà, je pense que c'est une question assez facile pour Pat, s'il veut répondre.
Do you want me to answer that?
Well, if you can give a brief answer to that, and then we'll move on to other questions in this general discussion. Yeah.
Yeah. My brief answer is yes, there are archaeological, material, stylistic markers distinctive to East Polynesian, but they emerge a little bit after the initial settlement of East Polynesia. I'm thinking of things like the classic whale tooth reel pendants that were associated with burials. but they're not found everywhere in East Polynesia. They're primarily in central East Polynesia.
Alors, Pat répondait à propos des marqueurs culturels qui sont présents dans les contextes archéologiques dans la région ici, en Polynésie centre-orientale, notamment, et il parlait notamment des pendentifs en dents de cachalot, enfin différents types de pendentifs qui sont présents dans toute la région, postérieurement au peuplement, et qui sont des marqueurs régionaux. Voilà. On a un certain nombre comme Pat l'a dit tout à l'heure, un certain nombre d'éléments de la culture matérielle qui sont typiques de la région, des certains types d'herminettes, des to'i, ou certains types d'hameçons, par exemple. Voilà. Donc, mais moi, ce que j'aurais à dire personnellement sur cette question de combiner plusieurs types de preuves issues de différentes disciplines. Tout d'abord, l'approche, je vais mentionner encore Pat et Roger Green, mais donc ce sont eux qui ont le premier systématisé un petit peu, proposé une approche systématique de triangulation, c'est-à-dire en utilisant à la fois la culture matérielle qu'on retrouve dans les sites archéologiques et les descriptions ethnographiques et les valeurs qui leur sont associées et les mots qui leur sont associés dans le lexique en fait, des différentes langues polynésiennes. Tout cela mis bout à bout, ça leur permet d'identifier les éléments physiques, matériels qui correspondent à des éléments linguistiques et donc de combiner les reconstructions linguistiques et les éléments archéologiques pour notamment proposer une définition de la société polynésienne ancestrale et les descendants dans les différentes régions de la Polynésie. Donc ça, c'est l'approche par triangulation que Mary et moi, on a essayé d'appliquer dans le centre du Vanuatu, notamment récemment, pour comprendre les interactions et identifier les emprunts linguistiques et culturels entre les Polynésiens et les populations du centre Vanuatu. Voilà. Donc c'est une approche qui a fait ses preuves et qui est très puissante. Et un autre exemple que je pourrais donner, c'est par rapport au papier que Mary a présenté tout à l'heure, où on a vu que ce qu'on a essayé de faire, c'était d'utiliser les éléments les plus solides dans les séquences archéologiques, c'est-à-dire les périodes de premier peuplement d'une région. En l'occurrence, le peuplement Lapita au Fidji et en Polynésie occidentale, qui est le moment où les hommes arrivent, en fait, les hommes et les femmes, et par ailleurs, le premier peuplement de cette région ici. Voilà. Donc, utiliser l'archéologie comme un élément a priori pour renseigner les modèles bayésiens, notamment. So, to use the archaeology as a prior to build these Bayesian models. Ce qui est important, juste en termes de limitation, juste par rapport à cette dernière, il y a beaucoup de choses à dire, mais juste par rapport à cette dernière utilisation, on s'est vraiment focalisé sur des éléments, disons, assez solides, c'est-à-dire de premier peuplement, pour éviter de faire des assumptions ou des présomptions sur le lien entre des cultures archéologiques précises et certains stades protoformes intermédiaires dans l'arbre linguistique. Voilà. Mais je pense que ça, c'est une autre étape d'identifier des reconstructions, des termes qui correspondent à des éléments de la culture matérielle qu'on peut par ailleurs identifier dans les vestiges archéologiques. Ça, c'est à mon avis une autre étape et il faudra encore beaucoup de travail pour aller plus loin. So yeah, what we did for the tree is that we use only 2 dates to calibrate the tree, the root of PCP, corresponding to the beginning of the diversification within Central Pacific. We just used, I modeled all the dates that we have for early Lapita in Fiji and Western Polynesia. So we used that early, lower boundary of the model to say, well, people arrived starting at that time, and then languages started diversifying then. And in East Polynesia, in this part of Polynesia, languages started diversifying after the first people arrived, which was around 1,000 years ago.
We're drawing to the end of our time on this, but I think we've got time for one very brief intervention, and just because it's the jumping off point for Polynesia, I'll ask Paul if you could say something very brief. You talked today about the linguistic side, but this Tokelau Fiji jumping off point, if you like, which you described in linguistic terms, but in terms of matching that into the archaeology, how do you see the evidence as being? So j'invite Paul à faire un peu de commentaires sur les contacts entre les preuves linguistiques et archéologiques dans le champ de Fiji oriental.
I have 2 minutes. The main thing I'd like to point to was archaeological investigations done in eastern Fiji by Simon Best, a New Zealand archaeologist, many years ago. And he did excavations mostly in Lakemba, which is in Tokelau, Fiji, on the main island of Lau. His conclusion was that, I don't know the specifics, but for the first 1,000 years or so, Fiji, or Lakemba, where he was excavating, was pretty well indistinguishable from Western Polynesia, Tonga and Samoa, and the other places in Western Polynesia. But then after that, at the period when I think that the reconvergence started between Tokelau, Fiji, and the other parts of Fiji, there were dramatic changes also in the archaeological record, which suggests that exactly the same thing, that Tonga and Samoa, Western Polynesia, had not ceased, but reduced its contact with eastern Fiji, and likewise that Tokelau, Fiji, had increased its contact with the rest of Fiji. Voila.
So just before I translate, I got this right, that the earliest excavations showed similarities between Lakemba, Fiji, and nearest Polynesian populations. Yeah. And then they became less similar over time. Alors, ce qu'il a dit, c'est que les fouilles à Lakemba, dans l'est de Fiji, ont montré qu'au début, comme ce qu'on a trouvé ressemble beaucoup à ce qu'on trouve dans la Polynésie occidentale, mais puis avec le passage du temps, la population de Lakemba commence à ressembler beaucoup plus à le reste du Fiji. Plus ou moins. Okay. So now we'll pass to a bit of a synthesis. I'll make it in English, and I'll ask Emeric to make one in French, which will be semi-parallel, probably. It won't be identical. And then we'll open up to discussion from the audience. So on va avoir deux synthèses, en anglais par moi, un en français par Emeric, et puis on ouvre la discussion au public à la fin. So just to make some of the points that we've talked about, it's a big challenge to summarize such a rich discussion as we've had. And I'll start with points of contact, because I think that of anywhere in the world, the Pacific is the place where there has been the most successful bringing together of models and data from a number of disciplines to give a pretty coherent model of the human past. That is, that the models of settlement that began in linguistics, archaeology came in with its dates and material culture. Subsequently, genetics came in, and not just genetics of human beings, but also genetics of other passengers on canoes, like rats and so on, which they have their own phylogeny too. This has all given us different types of evidence, and while there's not perfect alignment, there's lots and lots of interesting convergence, or to use this other term, which I mentioned before, consilience. That is, we cross-check across fields, and each one does have the potential to supply types of information that the other one lacks. I'd just like to mention the question about context, because that's really important. And I think we now look at a situation where instead of having a whole bunch of founding events which just occurred, people got to where they were, they sent some people on further, but then the rest stayed behind and stayed out of contact from other languages, which is why Oceanic and Polynesian languages are used so often in introductory historical linguistics courses, because they're a sort of idealized version. We can now see that that's not true. There's a big network, an ongoing network right across the Pacific. We heard this morning about the movement of many different plant cultivars, for example. We've heard from many of the speakers on the linguistic side about different layers of linguistic contexts, loanwords, and so on. So I think the big challenge for the field now is how to build a much more connective, non-tree-like model that starts to put dates, processes, social scenarios, technological adoptions, including agricultural adoptions, to all of these. Did all of the cultivars come on the first canoes? Obviously not. Some did, some came later. When did they come? When we have loanwords, we can regard them as a pest, that is, they're just exceptions to sound changes, or we can regard them as an asset, that is, they are the points at which we identify new things coming in. And if we can identify, oh, here's a second stratum of sound correspondences, such as Ross gave us some beautiful examples of this morning, then the question is, when did that stratum come in? That's why we say police in English when we borrowed the word police from French, but we say lice, or the plural of louse, because there was a sound change in English that turned E into I. So sound changes are historical events. As historical events, they're datable, and they come before or after other historical events, which can include mixings with other languages, arrivals of other cultivars, and so on. So if we can think of this sort of vast network stretching back into the past with all of these different things, archaeologists are able to supply evidence for the arrival of particular things, not just first landfalls, but the enrichment and contacts that occur between cultures through time. We can start to put time points into the sound changes that have occurred in each and every Polynesian language in principle, and each language is shaped by a very large number of these sound changes. Most of them, I would say, I don't know if we have figures, maybe Jacques can tell us about this, but I think the very vast proportion of sound changes that we know about in Polynesian are undated sound changes. It's a challenge for the future to start putting dates on that, because then we'll be able to understand much more about these other things. The other thing I would say is that the model we heard about from Pat and from a lot of the discussion of the outliers, which instead of just seeing sort of virgin lands and virgin seas colonisation to the east and this sort of rather accidental slack colonization of outliers to the west, may not be the right way to see things. It might be that there was a lot more in a whole lot of directions in a much shorter time frame. When we think of the trees given by historical linguistics, they work best when there's long periods of time between each step, which allow large numbers of innovations to accumulate, and when there's minimal contact, because contact always muddies the waters. The shorter the period of this sort of rapid colonisation and the more contacts there were, the harder it's going to be to sort of stick with the sort of tree models that we heard about this morning. So I think that's all I'll say by way of synthesis now, and apologise to those whose views and ideas I failed to represent, and I'll pass over to Émeric qui va faire la même chose en français, ou pas exactement la même chose évidemment, parce qu'il est archéologue.
je vais suivre ce que Nick a bien voulu résumer pour nous. J'ai pris quelques notes. Dans mes propres mots. Alors, tout d'abord, Nick a souligné l'exceptionnalité, si on peut dire, je ne sais pas si c'est très français, de la situation dans le Pacifique, où on a finalement une combinaison de différentes disciplines qui s'intéressent à la reconstruction du passé des sociétés océaniennes, dans une intensité et dans une dimension qui est assez peu présente dans d'autres régions du monde. Donc le Pacifique est un endroit extrêmement intéressant de ce point de vue. Il faut s'en rappeler. On a l'opportunité ici de discuter entre linguistes historiens, archéologues. On a évoqué l'étude comparée des sociétés du point de vue de l'ethnographie également. On a beaucoup de données pour appréhender le passé. Et parfois ces données convergent. Parfois, c'est plus facile de faire converger toutes ces données pour expliquer, faire des belles histoires qui fonctionnent bien à tout point de vue, et parfois c'est plus difficile. Alors peut-être que c'est les situations aussi qui permettent à chacun d'évoluer dans chacune des disciplines. J'ai évoqué l'approche par triangulation de Pat Koch et Roger Green. Ils évoquent non seulement la confirmation qu'une discipline peut apporter avec ses propres types de données à des hypothèses formulées par une autre discipline, mais également il y a aussi un aspect de contrainte. Certaines données issues de la linguistique, par exemple, peuvent contraindre les archéologues dans leurs hypothèses et inversement. Donc cette dynamique-là est extrêmement riche. Autre chose que Nick a souligné, c'est, alors souvent quand on voit les cartes simplifiées de peuplement du Pacifique, on a l'impression qu'on a comme ça quelque chose d'assez linéaire, avec des flèches dans un sens. Alors il a bien fallu contredire tous les documentaires qui sont sortis à la télé depuis Thor Heyerdahl depuis les années 50, qui évoquaient la possibilité d'un peuplement original depuis l'Amérique du Sud. Alors, on a forcé le trait, les gens viennent de l'Ouest, de l'Asie du Sud-Est, mais on n'a pas affaire à un processus simple d'effet fondateur, boum, 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 les gens avancent dans le Pacifique. Non, il y a des allers-retours à toutes les périodes, et je pense que les éléments linguistiques et archéologiques dont on dispose aujourd'hui pour parler de ces dynamiques, de ces interactions à différentes époques, suivant les périodes de peuplement et postérieurement, nous montrent que les sociétés océaniennes ont, dans une certaine mesure, toujours été en contact les unes avec les autres, et qu'on ne peut plus les considérer du point de vue de leur isolation. Voilà. Qui était finalement l'approche, disons, classique de cette région. On se disait, voilà, c'est l'idéal, parce qu'on a des sociétés qui sont isolées les unes des autres, et donc on peut faire des observations plus ou moins expérimentales, dans une certaine mesure peut-être, mais il ne faut jamais oublier que les traditions techniques, les cultivars, les plantes, les êtres humains, les cultures matérielles et les objets qui transportent du sens et ont une utilisation aussi pour des choses non matérielles, elles voyagent très souvent. Donc on a une vision complexe, et maintenant ce que Nick disait pour finir, c'était qu'il était nécessaire de développer des modèles qui pouvaient intégrer encore mieux ces différents types de données pour appréhender l'évolution des sociétés océaniennes du point de vue des processus internes, de leur évolution interne, mais également en prenant en compte justement le rôle joué par les contacts.
Merci beaucoup, Émeric. Et maintenant, on passe à vous, le public, et on invite vos questions et vos commentaires. Et Jacques, est-ce que tu... À 5h pile ou à 5h15? Alors, disons 5h10. D'accord. Alors, on continue jusqu'à 5h10 parce que le bus vient à 5h15. Et je vous prie de tenir très court vos questions de discussion pour donner la parole à d'autres. And so just over to general discussion now. Please keep your questions short. We have until 5:10 because the bus will take many people away at 5:15. Thanks. You're first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Question short. Bref question. How historical linguists deal with Kenneth Pike reducing language to writing? That means with the limits of their sources. Languages written by non-native speakers, mostly. How do they deal with that? Ma question, c'est que comment les linguistes historiques traitent la question de Kenneth Pike, la réduction de la langue en écrite, c'est-à-dire avec des sources qui sont souvent écrites par des noms non indigènes, on dirait. Short question, complicated answer.
Répondre. Ross? No. Yeah. Does someone feel on top of what? Yeah, okay. Mary, go.
How do we collectively feel? I'm not sure. I haven't. I think I kind of know. Yeah. Yeah. But I think we probably all agree. I mean, it's a problem, right? But it is what we have. So I guess you have sources that are known to be better than others. People who are known to have spent a longer time. The more recent, I suppose, sources are maybe even better than people who just came and were, exploring, or some of the first Europeans coming that maybe didn't even have so much linguistic training. It's a mess. It's hard. We all know that you get D's and in the place of R, and R's and L's mixed together. So it really makes it difficult in a place, especially in a place like East Polynesia and Polynesia in general, where you have in a lot of languages this merger of L and R from Proto-Polynesian. And I guess a question that I might get in trouble for, but is there actually a merger in all of those places, or is this a representation of what we knew of the languages just from the writings? I mean, that's a very rough example. Please don't get upset at me for it. Ah oui, en français, pour dire que je crois qu'on est tous d'accord en tant que linguiste que oui, c'est difficile, mais on doit utiliser les langues, les données qu'on a, et c'est ça. Donc, on peut dire qu'il y a des sources plus reliable, fiables, merci, je suis fatiguée, plus fiables que les autres. Par exemple, j'ai cité un exemple, quelqu'un qui est venu, qui n'était pas linguiste à l'époque dans le 18e siècle, qui a écrit un R comme un D. Il faut savoir tout ça, mais il faut trouver peut-être les autres sources plus récentes, si c'est possible.
If I've understood your question correctly, I'd like to add one more thing. That is, I think it's a mistake to overemphasize the role of writing as opposed to other stylistic variations. Of course, when people become literate, that creates one sort of conscious target. But even in societies where there's no tradition of writing, people almost always have an idea of careful or high pronunciation and careless or low pronunciation. That can be very revealing about sound changes and other things. So I think writing is just one more of comparable factors rather than a totally different factor. Alors j'ai répondu que ça serait une erreur de privilégier les effets de l'écriture par rapport aux autres types de variabilité stylistique qui existent dans toutes les langues, même les langues à seule tradition orale, et qui nous donnent beaucoup d'informations sur l'histoire et les changements en progrès. Okay, so do we have other questions, autres questions, autres commentaires? Ah oui, merci.
Bonsoir tout le monde.
Kawanui, Toti Teiki Hupoko, directeur de l'Académie marquisienne, président de la Fédération culturelle des Marquises. J'ai cru entendre il y a un instant quelqu'un qui parlait des herminettes. Michel Charleux, malheureusement qui a disparu, qui nous a laissé quand même un héritage de ces études menées sur l'île de Eya. J'avais cru comprendre que à travers le Pacifique, ces pierres voyageaient. Et là, ma question est la suivante: quelles sont les îles qui ont été touchées par les herminettes venant des îles Marquises?
Je vais vous répondre rapidement, merci pour la question. Pat a mentionné tout à l'heure la présence d'herminettes marquisiennes à Mangaya, dans les sites que lui a fouillés. Son étudiant, Marshall Weissler, a été le premier à avoir identifié ces herminettes à Mangareva, à Moorea. Des collègues ont identifié également, au Vanuatu, pardon, également. Des collègues ont identifié un fragment d'herminette à Rarotonga, au Cook du Sud également. Moi-même à Tupway, aux Australes. L'ensemble de ces sites, lorsqu'ils sont datés, l'ensemble des niveaux archéologiques, lorsqu'ils sont datés, datent d'avant le 15e siècle, avant 1500, on va dire. Donc c'est un phénomène assez ancien. Qui correspond aux interactions qu'on observe dans toute la région, depuis les Marquises jusqu'au Cook et jusqu'au Gambier, après la période de peuplement, qui correspond probablement aux interactions que les linguistes observent lorsqu'ils reconstruisent les arbres linguistiques pour la région, avec des interactions intenses entre les différentes communautés qui ont peuplé cette région.
Parce que pour nous, c'est très important. L'île de Eya était donc une carrière de taille des herminettes. Toutes les herminettes donc étaient fabriquées là-bas à partir de l'île de Eya à cause de sa roche. Voilà.
Oui, alors si je peux me permettre, je ne vais pas parler pour la direction de la culture présente à ta gauche, mais donc les collections de Michel Charleux sont actuellement conservées à la direction de la culture. Et elles seront, on est en fait en train de discuter de comment organiser l'étude de ces collections qui représentent littéralement plusieurs tonnes de matériel qui ont été rapportés par Michel et son équipe des gens de Nokova et Jean-François Bouteau que je vois devant moi lors de différentes missions. Ils ont fait un travail exceptionnel de collecte, de fouilles et de collecte de matériel dans plusieurs ateliers. Voilà, mais c'est pas vraiment on pourra en reparler. Donc ça s'organise.
Oui. Doti.
So we were just talking about so going in details with one of the quarries that was the source in the region, in the northern Marquesas Islands, in the island of Eya, just like Tatagamatau in Tutuila, for edzes in this region. That was the source of many exchanges in this region.
Autre question?
Oui, non. C'est suite à ta question, Toti. C'était juste pour te demander par rapport à cette culture matérielle concernant les herminettes. Est-ce qu'il y a eu, par rapport aux herminettes, il y a eu du lexique aussi qui a véhiculé au travers de cet objet-là? Le lexique. Est-ce qu'il a véhiculé aussi par rapport
le terme qui décrit les herminettes est assez stable dans le lexique polynésien. Partout, c'est toki ou toi.
Autre que la désignation de fin du nom, mais sur la technique et tout ça, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres mots qui ont véhiculé avec l'herminette sur la fabrication, sur...
Pas à ma connaissance, et une chose que je peux dire très rapidement, c'est que la fabrication d'herminettes traditionnelles s'est arrêtée très tôt lorsque les Européens sont arrivés avec le métal. Voilà. Donc c'est un élément qui nous manque un petit peu dans les lexiques.
Ok, merci.
Autre question, discussion? Bon.
Est-ce que je peux poser la question de pourquoi on se permet de faire le raccourci que l'origine d'une langue est l'origine d'une population, surtout quand on parle des Polynésiens, puisque le moment où ils sont devenus Polynésiens, a priori, c'est quand même, du coup, quand ils sont arrivés dans la zone de la Polynésie de l'Est, et qu'ils avaient déjà, en tant que population, une histoire assez longue auparavant, dont on sait qu'elle est marquée par une grande hétérogénéité et des contacts déjà avant la période qu'on veut parler étant la période polynésienne. Okay, donc par exemple la période de la Pita, où on se rend compte de plus en plus que les populations de la Pita, ils étaient eux-mêmes hétérogènes et eux-mêmes voyageaient dans tous les sens et pas de cette flèche qu'on aime bien toujours marquer sur les cartes. Donc est-ce qu'on se pose cette question? Et peut-être c'est un peu ma déformation aussi avec le travail sur l'histoire de l'archéologie, mais est-ce qu'on se pose cette question de nos propres cadres obsessifs en tant qu'occidentaux universitaires sur ces histoires d'origine, plutôt que sur l'histoire et la complexité de l'histoire et des contacts, et voilà, toutes ces autres choses?
Est-ce que tu peux poser la question en anglais aussi, comme ça tout le monde...
Ah yes, okay, so my question was, can we please try to think about why we take this liberty, maybe, to correlate the question of the origin of a language with the origin of a population, especially when we talk about Polynesians that we know actually became Polynesian when they moved to Eastern Polynesia, or the outliers. And before that, the populations who became Polynesians actually had a very long and complex history already, which is marked by heterogeneity. And we know that, for example, that La Pita populations were themselves very heterogeneous and marked by voyages in every direction. So why do we think that we can do this raccourci?
I'm happy to come with an answer, but if someone else to go first, I'll give one, and as a non-specialist, and then I'll see if anyone else wants. Does anyone else want to go first? Yeah. Okay, you go.
No, I'm not.
All right. Okay. So, well, first of all, I would say that with regard to what we were talking about before, about putting together different fields of study, and we're interested in the points where they converge and the points where they don't converge. Both are interesting and helpful. I don't think we should presume that they are the same thing. We know from many parts of the world that language families are incredibly diverse in terms of the genetics of their population. Just think of Afro-Asiatic with fair-skinned Ashkenazi Jews at one end speaking Hebrew, and people who are about as dark as you get in Nigeria speaking Hausa or things like that, and everything in between. There's
a lot that can happen in the history of the language through marriages, through other forms of genetic contact.
Oui. Alors, c'est pas du tout le cas qu'on suppose une convergence automatique entre les choses, et il y a autant d'instances de divergence et d'histoires parallèles ou divergentes qu'il y a des instances de parallèles. Et il suffit de penser à la langue de famille dite afro-asiatique, qui comprend les sémitiques comme les sémites ashkénazis, qui sont très, très blancs, très européens dans le visage et leur apparence, et les locuteurs d'une langue comme Hausa en Nigérie. So then the point is, what matches, what doesn't match at every level. We might find that there are some stages in the history of a language family where things do line up rather well because there's less outside contact, and other stages where the bringing together of two populations and two cultures was a vital part. I think we would say that the origins of the Oceanic node are very obviously like that, right? Where you had speakers of Papuan languages in intermarriage and some forms of linguistic contact with speakers of Austronesian languages. Then you can have a situation where you've got subsequent contact after settlement, such as in Vanuatu, where it looks like the earliest arrivals were more like Polynesians, probably, and that the population gradually changed to be more like people in Papua New Guinea. So I think it's obviously important, as you say, to entertain every possibility, to examine every possibility, but not to say it's a question we can't approach. I think we can approach it, we can ask questions, and each of the possible outcomes is something that would have a historical reason. I don't know. Okay. Alors. Alors, les navettes sont là encore. Déjà, alors on coupe très vite la discussion en remerciant tous les intervenants et aussi le public. On a assez de temps pour encore une question. C'est vraiment... Non, c'est fini. Oui. Alors? Oui. Alors, merci à tous, Yorana, et à demain. Oui, Jacques.
Merci Nick. J'aimerais, avant qu'on se quitte, j'aimerais que vous remerciez nos intervenants. Pour l'effort qu'ils ont fait, cet effort de concentration, c'est très très difficile. Vous avez bien compris que c'est un champ extrêmement technique et ils ont fait cet effort de passer d'une langue à l'autre. Donc vraiment merci infiniment à vous pour ce... Et merci à Nick pour avoir animé cette table ronde. Merci beaucoup. Donc pour nos conférenciers, les deux vannes sont arrivées, ou en tout cas il y en a déjà un, et le deuxième est en cours. Donc il faut se rendre comme hier sur le parking à l'entrée du grand bâtiment. Et donc pour demain, vous avez deux navettes qui partent à 6 heures de l'Airport Motel et une navette qui part du campus Cité Internationale, là où on vous a déposé, Claire, hein, à 6 heures. Oh, oui, là où on vous a déposé en haut, devant le bureau, là où vous prenez les tasses, etc. À 6 heures, et vous êtes 4, hein. Vous vous surveillez mutuellement, vous devez être 4 à monter dans le van.
So you're not
Exactement.